most valuable commodity I know of is information. Wouldn't you agree?
I'd agree. Information is very important. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And of course, yeah, we saved you that front row seat. Welcome to TopstepTV. The only and biggest, best names in the business are going to be here on this internet program. You're not going to find any other stream or prop firm in that matter that has what we have. This is opening call, and he's JD, and I'm the guy next to him. And some of you are wondering what JD stands for. Well, it's not Joe DiMaggio. It's not Josh Duhamel. It's not Jack Dempsey. It's not Johnny Depp, but you're getting close. It is John Doherty. JD. JD. So there you have it. We have an informative and educational programming for you today. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and that voice in your head that keeps reminding you whether you're up or down, stay positive because there's always tomorrow. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say good morning to Johnny Depp. Let's say good morning to old Blue Eyes. JD, how you doing?
Good morning, Eddie. Excellent. Happy Friday. I just dropped a little good morning in the chat for anybody that didn't know what my name was. Always want to be transparent. That's me in there.
There he is. And yes, it is.
Doug White says JD is Jack Daniels. Maybe that'll happen after the close today. Maybe.
Jack Daniels, that's a good one.
Nice Friday ripper.
See, I got up extra early to do that, just to think of JD. I'm in bed thinking JD. Anyway, I was in bed thinking of JD. Maybe they actually shouldn't have said that. But anyway, it is Friday. Yes, it is. And I'm excited. How was your week this week? Let's get this going here. We're going to kick off here, get this party started. And let's hit some news here, okay? July 12th, a dozen days in July already. Markets were seen ramping up bets on the September interest rate cut following softer than expected consumer price index data yesterday. As you can see, markets today, boy, I tell you, gold took a dump and said, wait a minute, I got to get back up here. Big head fakes in NASDAQ and ES. Traders are pricing in an 82% chance for that 25 basis point cuts in September, up from the expectation of a 64% chance seen last week. Now, I've seen it as high as 75%, but in my old age, things get skewed. I mean, last night I had a conversation with Genghis Khan, but that's a whole other story. This came last as CPI data showed inflation cooled a smidge. Yes, a smidge more than expected in June. What a professional word. While core inflation increased only slightly. U.S. stock futures fell in the European trade with losses in the NASDAQ, suggesting that a rout in technology stocks was set to extend today. Well, we'll see that. Trends spilled over in the Asian European markets today with the tech-heavy boards clocking steep losses. But investors also seen pivoting more economically, the sensitive sector, which are expected to benefit from improved growth as interest rates fall this year. Banks going to kick off Q2 earnings. We've got JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Bank of New York Mellon. Never heard of that one. Bank of New York Mellon. Added that word in there. Also, we're going to be seeing some reports from BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, which are set to report on Tuesday. China tariffs. The data mixed outlook dulled the imports. Markets are also grappling with the mixed trade data. China's trade balance surged to a bigger than expected surplus in June, but an unexpected drop in import raised concerns over the domestic demand. And that's what I got so far, JD. And what do you got to add for some news for our lovely traders on this lovely Friday morning?
Eddie, you mentioned Genghis Khan a minute ago, and I couldn't help but remember the story about an old gold trader from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. His name was Maury Kravitz. He was obsessed with Genghis Khan. He was obsessed with Genghis Khan. He spent most of his fortune searching for the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. There's a great article about it too.
That was about 5-2.
It's amazing.
What's that?
We got to share that article. It's amazing.
It's an incredible story. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew Maury. My buddy worked for Maury, and he was about 5'2", and he talked like this. Hey, I'm Maury. There you go. Yeah, and when he came on the floor, it was like, whoa, scooch. Everybody make way, Maury's here.
Yeah, he was the biggest gold trader in the world for a long time. Made a fortune, and then spent it all trying to find the lost fortune of Genghis, or the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. Interesting story.
Maybe get my buddy on here to tell stories about Maury. There you go. What else we got here?
Quite a few of them. All right, we had the more inflation data out this morning. PPI, the Producer Price Index, came in a little while ago, just a little worse than expected. So we had improving consumer prices yesterday, and producer prices were a little higher, rose 2.6% compared to 2.2% in May, and there was actually a revision for May up to 2.4%. That's year over year. Month over month, actual came out at 0.2%. Consensus range was minus 0.1 to 0.2. We came out on the higher end of that, 0.2%. Prior minus 0.2%. Prior revised 0.0. So producer price is a little worse. Consumer price is a little better this week. That is the tale of inflation data. Next up, 9 o'clock Central Time, we have the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report coming out, and then the Baker Hughes rig count will close out the week at noon Central Time. That's it for the economic calendar for today. Overnight, stocks in Asia were a little bit mixed. We had the Shanghai Composite up 0.03%, the Nikkei down 2.45%, and the Hang Seng up 2.6%. Currently, stocks in Europe trading mostly higher this morning. The FTSE's up 0.23%, DAX is up 0.39%, and the CAC is up 0.81%. We have the VIX currently at 12.56%. The U.S. dollar index at 104.25, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is sitting gently at 4.20%. In the world of
real quick,
Crude's popping. Yep, still hasn't hit the overnight high yet, but a little bit of a rip. Everyone's favorite Mag 7 stocks all closed in the red yesterday. Tesla taking the biggest hit, down 8.4%, followed by NVIDIA, down 5.57%. NVIDIA is down to $127.40 right now. Microsoft down 2.5%. Meta down more than 4%. Google down close to 3%. Amazon down 2.4%. And Apple down 2.3%. GameStop, however, closed up 2.4%. For all of you still tracking that. All right, that's what we got for the eco calendar and what happened overnight, Eddie. You mentioned crude oil ripping.
A little bit. Yeah, I tell you, these markets are moving here. Hopefully we can catch a wave and ride it out into the sunset. Oil prices, as we do see today, 83.74 topping out. Brent was still set for a weekly decline. Brent up 0.6%, 85.92. WTI up 73 cents at 0.9. So both contracts gained in the two prior sessions. Brent was set to fall about 1% week on week following 4 weekly gains. WTI were broadly stable in the weekly basis. All right, let's do here. Before we go here, talk about leaving money on the table, JD. All right, if you're in New Jersey, right? No. If you're in the New Jersey area and you bought a lottery ticket, there is a winner out there for 1.13 billion, not million, not thousand, billion mega, has yet to come forward to claim the prize. Right? If they don't merge before March, they'll forfeit the winnings. So whoever won the lottery overcame some impressive odds. So the odds were 1 in 302.6 million. So if you're that person, you got that ticket, check your tickets. Yes, check your tickets. But anyway, let's get on to our tip of the week. James, my good friend, do you have our tip of the week? Oh, there we go. Tip of the week. By thoroughly analyzing your trade stats, you can gain valuable insights. Stats. They're going to help you, all right? They're going to identify areas for improvement. They're going to help you develop strategies to make your profitability better and to halt the risking of losing that money and your winnings all in one day, risk management. So use those stats. We've got those here in our Topstep X, and I tell you, they are fantastic. I'm quite impressed with how we are adding to our Topstep X platform. JD, what do you got on this tip of the week?
Our tip of the week a couple weeks ago was adaptability, and this really ties into it. Knowing your performance history can really help you become more adaptable to those ever-changing market conditions or the market environment that you're trading in. Always try to be learning, improving on your strategies based on those ever-changing market conditions and your historical trading performance, which is available to you on your Topstep X dashboard now. All right.
Beautiful. All right. Well, you know what? We got some time. Let's get to our charts, and JD, fire it up.
Let's do it. All right. So you are staring at the daily chart of the September contract of the S&P 500 futures. Yesterday, the ES traded in a 65 handle range, exceeding both the 1 month and 5 day average daily ranges for the second day in a row. We have the 1 month ADR at 28.15 and the 5 day at 39 and a quarter. We settled at 56.39.75, down 48 points on the day. Total volume traded was nearly 2 million contracts. We had a nice boost in volume there on that move lower, and we lost about 6,800 in open interest. So all week long, I've been kind of talking about this low volatility and steadily decreasing volume. Technical Analysis 101 tells us that this type of pattern represents a weakening rally and a change in market environment could be coming. My timing was a little off. I should have anticipated CPI being the catalyst for that. But I really thought Powell's testimony earlier this week was going to be a little more market moving than it actually was. Anyway, yesterday we finally got that blow-off move that we're kind of looking for. After the 7:30 inflation data release, we got a pop to test our weekly kickoff high up here at 5,700. We dropped back right to where we started at before the number came out. And then after the 8:30 Central Time bell, it was sort of a race to the bottom, taking out Wednesday's overnight low by just 3 ticks. And then kind of settling in for the rest of the day. We got a nice spike in volume, like I mentioned. That drop in open interest, it was a healthy break, and I think we definitely saw some profit taking. That would be the result of the drop in open interest. Here's our 30-minute chart. So if you're just looking at regular trading hours, you could almost say that this was a bearish engulfing day yesterday. Here's our CPI rip and dip right here at 7:30 Central Time. Regular trading hours open. We traded above Wednesday's high here. Tried to take another run up to a weekly kickoff high of 5,700. Then just kind of fell out of bed, forming this nice B-shaped volume profile. They say the B-shaped volume profile at market tops represents a long liquidation and is a bearish reversal signal. All the characteristics are there. We have the steep decline, sharp steep decline, followed by an area of acceptance down here towards the lower end, balance area towards the lows. It was a very strong move lower. Overnight inventory relatively flat, heading up to the PPI number. We had a dip, then a rip, trading right back inside volume, inside value, inside range from yesterday. Typically, we don't see a lot of follow through after big back-to-back high volatility days like we've had on Wednesday and Thursday. But if we do see some continued weakness, I wouldn't mind taking out this PPI low. But looking to the downside, a few things I'm looking at right now are Tuesday's low at 56.28 quarter, and there's a naked volume point of control down here at what price was that? Tuesday's low is 56.28 quarter. This naked volume point of control was 56.25 quarter. That little 3-point area could be a nice target if we're going to go back and take out this PPI low later in the day. Below that, keep an eye on the 55.97 level next. That's the top of a small congestion area from last week, going back to down here. Draw this in. Going back to down here, this is our 55.97 area. So those are a couple downside targets that I'm looking at this morning. Let's move over to the NASDAQ. All right, so yesterday the September contract traded in a 525-point range, well exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. I have the 1 month average daily range at 145.10 and the 5-day at 206.25. Settled the day at 20,441.75, down 458 points on the day. What a move. Total volume, 900,000 contracts. That was a big spike in volume yesterday. And we lost about 7,600 in open interest. Comparing the NQ to the S, it's my opinion that the NQ, the NASDAQ, was definitely the weaker of the two yesterday. We have this bearish engulfing candle in a move that wiped out an entire week's worth of gains in just a matter of a couple of hours yesterday. We nearly took out last Friday's, what is it? 20,390, 360. We'll call it 360. Friday's low at 20,360, which also lines up with this swing high back here from June 20th. Keep an eye on this level. Could be in a nice line in the sand for today. Let's call it 20,360. I'll draw a line right there. 2360 right there. Could be a decent line in the sand for today. So it was a big move on big volume. Nice healthy break right there. Probably worthy of some follow through, in my opinion. We're not really seeing that early this morning though. But let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Close up of our move from yesterday. We have our CPI rip and dip right here, busting above weekly kickoff high at 20,900, coming right back down to where we started the day, very much like the S&P did. Then a 500-point crash, forming another B-shaped profile, similar to what we saw in the ES also. Again, the B-shaped profile represents long liquidation. It can be a very bearish signal when you find it at major market tops, a major market top being an all-time high, like we saw yesterday. Again, we wiped out a week's worth of gains in one move, one fast move, and on strong volume. It was a big-time break, that's for sure. Overnight, inventory, pretty balanced. We had the PPI dip and rip. Then we moved right back into value, into range, into value from yesterday. When we open inside range and inside value from the previous day, our job is to stay patient, wait for better trade locations, and not get caught up in the chop, which is what it's doing right now. All right, on to our crude oil. Daily of the August contract in crude oil. In all, traded in a $1.50 range yesterday, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. Edgeful has the 1 month ADR at $1.33 and the 5-day at $1.46. We settled at 82.62, up 52 cents on the day. Total volume was light. Only 324 contracts traded, a little lower than Wednesday. And we lost another 14,000 in open interest on this rally. Like I said yesterday, the September contract has now eclipsed the August contract in open interest, but the bulk of the volume is still trading in the August contract for now, though September contract is catching up. Last trading day for the August contract is July 22nd, so be prepared to start rolling to September late next week or early the following week. We'll keep you posted on that, though. And remember, if you're trading on TopstepX,
September is you. You is
September is you. September is you. So back to the daily. We had another rally yesterday, pretty decent volume, and we're trading right back in the middle of this little congestion zone from last week. This little pullback to test the upper end of this congestion zone from 2 weeks ago looks like it was just what buyers needed to kind of step in and start buying back into this market, retaking control. Buyers retaking control is what I should be saying. We're sitting on back-to-back days of rallies on healthy volume, and we're seeing some nice follow-through on that this morning. Nice rip higher in crude oil, right back in the middle of this congestion zone from last week. Our next stop, if we continue, could be to test the upper end of this range, which is at about 84.46, which lines up with the swing high from back here on April 26th at 84.46. We tried to push through there last week. We rejected right off of it. Came down to our weekly kickoff low, tested our weekly kickoff low in the bottom end of this congestion area from 2 weeks ago before bouncing back up. Now we're right back in the middle of that range. Here's our 30-minute chart. Okay. Our move from yesterday. We opened inside range, inside value from Wednesday yesterday. Initial balance low, held as a low for the day. We chopped around a little bit, then rallied to close out the day on the highs. Overnight inventory is long. Was long ahead of the PPI number. Long again. Still long into the open. We open with a gap, so gap rules do apply today. If we don't rotate back down to close this gap in a timely fashion, then we start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Looking at Edgeville this morning, I was looking at their gap analysis for crude oil. So 57% of all upside gaps in crude oil have gone on to be filled. That data goes back 1 year. So a total of 138 gap up days in the last year, 79 of them returned to be filled. So there is a chance that we see a gap fill and then maybe some follow through to the upside after that. But we're looking pretty strong this morning. I'll be looking at yesterday's value area high at 82.80, right around here. I'm not going to draw, I'm just going to point at it as a possible support zone if we do indeed rotate back to fill that overnight gap. Upside, we already went over. Upside target 82.36, 82.46 would be our target to the upside today. All right. 2 minutes left.
Let's get her done.
Gold. Last but not least, in all yesterday, the August gold contract traded in a $53 range, settled at $24.22, up $42.20 on the day. Total volume was on the low side, only 303,000 contracts traded. I'm sorry, that is wrong. Total volume was on the high side because 303,000 contracts traded. I said low side, that is definitely on the higher side. And we lost about 3,600 in open interest. So bigger picture, here is that range going back to April that we talked about. Been talking about it all week. Then we have this big symmetrical triangle that we've also been talking about all week. After this breakout, we kind of ran into a little area of consolidation, forming a secondary sort of pennant formation. Busted right out of that yesterday on a nice volume spike. That looks like a healthy breakout to me. We rallied to test our weekly kickoff high at 24.19, which did hold as a nice resistance level. Now we're trading back down below VWAP, which I have right now at 24.09. Let's zoom into the 30 while we have a minute left. All right, our move from yesterday, we spiked higher on the 7:30 CPI report, settled into consolidation, forming this P-shaped volume profile. P-shaped profile typically seen as short covering rallies, definitely healthy for uptrends. This morning, overnight inventory was a little short going into the PPI report. We opened inside range, inside value from yesterday. So our initial bias is to remain patient, sit tight, and wait for those better trade locations. Don't get caught up in the chop trading inside of value from yesterday. Keep an eye on the weekly kickoff high at 24.19. That could be our line in the sand for today. All right, Eddie, let's kick it back.
Line it in the sand. Hey, real quick here before we go, the fast markets. All eligible traders who filled out the form received an email with the reset code this morning. If you don't see it, please check your spam. If you received an error when applying the code earlier this morning, please clear your cache, refresh, and try again. Okay, so if you did have that, you see the error. It's working. I'm seeing in chat that all you got to do is refresh. and that code is working. Now, remember that code expires Wednesday, July 17th, 11:59 p.m. Central Time. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're going to come back with Fast Markets. JD, I'll meet you at the water cooler. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our Friday plans in the gates and say hello to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Morning, guys. That's not what you said in the green room. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets here on Friday. The man in the upper right is Coach Jay, and the lower right is Dolby Time in the lower left. You know him, Dakota. Everybody, welcome to Fast Markets. Coach Jay, what is happening, my man?
Not much, Andre. What's going on? Happy Friday, everybody. Session just started, right? We just opened up. I'm going to be patient to start this morning. We had the PPI number come out a little hotter than expected. The market sold off and then bounced right back up, and we're kind of sitting in a consolidation right now. So I'm going to stay patient. Had a good, decent week so far, so not looking to do anything extreme today unless the market presents that opportunity.
Excellent. Dolby Time, what are we looking at trading today?
YM and crude oil,
Yes,
both of them look fantastic. Had a question about 4-hour range and NQ. Looks pretty range bound. I'd say 20,467 down to 20,337.
Awesome. The star of slow markets himself, Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, we feeling bearish? We feeling bullish? What are we looking at for today?
Well, I mean, does Fade Me Fridays continue?
Oh, no, I forgot about those. Shoot. No, last Friday was a good one, though, wasn't it?
Probably not.
Aren't they? They're all probably.
Coach,
No, I don't think it was.
we could ask
I think
Coach
it was
T
different
now.
venues.
Now that I'm on Top Step
True.
X, we'll be able to find out real fast.
All right, here we go. Bell has wrong. We're at the gate 70% long in the NQ. If you guys do make a trade, please let us know. We will update the board here in real time. Let's get it going, everybody. It is Friday. It's been a heck of a week. Yesterday was a wild one. From all new all-time highs to 500, 600-point sell-off in the NQ. Still can't get above 20,500 in the NQ. Jay, any levels of interest that you're looking at in the NQ?
Yeah, so we have the high of the news candle. The PPI news candle was 432. The 50% of that is 384. If we sell off, I'm looking for that to hold if you're looking to the buy side. But I also, some of this move that we had down yesterday, right? This was we want to call it a 2.5% move down at one point yesterday. I would not be surprised to see some of that move get retraced, right? We had a ton of selling. We didn't see the profit-taking short covering rally that we would expect towards the end of the day. So maybe we had shorts holding positions. But going into the end of the week, I would not be surprised to see some profit taking on those shorts if they're still holding. The one other thing, and shout out to Coach Paul for the reminder, we're at the lows of the week right now. Coach Paul said something in at the buzzer market recap maybe months ago. I don't even know if he remembers he said it, but he's like, weekly candles usually end with a wick on both sides.
Say that again?
Right. Weekly candles usually end with a wick on both sides. So if we do sell off at some point, right now we're at the lows of the week. So to create that wick on the low of that candle, we would see some room to the upside. So just keeping that in mind going into the end of the day, or for how this day plays out.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we were down over 2% yesterday, Jay. I remember we were talking in the chat. Down 2%. When's the last time we've been down to 2%? I believe you said April 19th.
Yep, April 19th, 3 months ago.
Yes. And not only were we down 2%, we were down 2.5%. The selling just kept accelerating, even in the close. Very, very. Hey, shout out to the Bears, man. The Bears wearing it all for the last 3-4 weeks, just wearing it on the chin. Finally, they did get paid, so good on you.
Some of them got paid.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Where they say timing is everything.
Yeah, don't over yourself.
Yes.
I should have corrected myself. Some of them get paid. That got me. Sorry, guys. All right, we got 79% long in the NQ right out of the gate here, right out of the open. We got 73% long in the ES. These are probably the heaviest leans, tilts, I should say, we've seen in quite a bit, probably all week.
Everyone wanting to get long. Yeah, I don't know. This is just one of those markets where we sold off so far so fast, quickly. And this is what I want to show everybody.
Okay.
And just shout out if you guys see anything, but this is important. This one's important. I think this is a beautiful example. I went over it in my slow markets class last night. Take a look at this. So this is a 1 hour chart on the NASDAQ. And if this is not the most perfect example of how markets typically work, I don't know what is. So if we're looking at how markets work, we always say step up or staircase up, right? Where we rally, sideways rally. This is a beautiful example of what it would look like as a stair step up and then an elevator down. And I just shouted that out last night.
Like, elevator.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? Stair stepping up and then elevator down, where the downside, everyone's trying to bail out the door and bumping shoulders and trying to get out and liquidate. And the question we were looking at is, we still have room to the downside. If we look at the daily, and this, Coach Jay, when we look at the daily and we start measuring these average moves, when we do get pullbacks like this, we still have a little bit of room to the downside. And so I'm expecting we either see chop today, maybe another, move lower, but these bearish pullbacks, when we have got them, show that we have more room to the downside, at least maybe a move down to 20,200, maybe 20,100s. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at more room to the downside going into today, and possibly even Monday.
Something I had on the Topstep daily levels was the anchored VWAP from CPI the last time. And Dakota, kind of exactly what you were talking about. We had this stair step up from that anchored VWAP, but that average didn't go with price, right? It's this yellow line that you see on my screen here. This whole move up happened on lower volume, and we are right now about 200 points away from it, right? So it's at 2220. It's the anchor VWAP from the last CPI, and we've seen how important those have been. So right now I have two of those anchored VWAPs on my chart. One from yesterday, which is at 586, and then the other one from last month, which is at 223. We're kind of stuck in the middle of those. But to the downside, if we do start seeing a sell-off, that would be a downside target for where the move could go for the day, right? We still have to. I think we got to wait for the market's reaction to this Michigan sentiment number, and we'll see what today is going to look like. For now, I think
Dolby time. I think I saw you make a trade. What's going on?
Long one, 83.20 in CL, bottom of 1 hour range low. So far, we're kind of been sitting in the red here. Pretty strong candlesticks through that range. See if it holds.
Long from 83.20. Last trade, 83.17. See if some buyers do step in. Taking a quick look at the tilt update. We're now kind of down, as you say. We were at 79% NQ, now at 63% long. Yes, Dakota, that's a great example of taking the stairs up and the elevator down. You think there's still more room on the downside, you say?
Yeah. And the question is, like, how do we take advantage, right? Because just because we have room doesn't mean we just go in blindly and just say, let's just short it from here. It's just, where do we get in? I miss Hogue. Where he would say cheap trade. Yeah, looking for cheap trades. Maybe taking shorts at the top of just ranges. I know, Dobie, you love those range-bound trades. I'm not sure. We'll see how it plays out. I don't want to be too rushed. It's Friday. I know what happens to me on the Friday. Chat loves it. The Fade Dakota Friday, but
love it, you say.
We'll see. We had that nice wick down right before the open. We went down to 330s, and then we rallied all the way back up. Anything can happen. This market's pretty crazy. But in all fairness, I love volatility. We're traders. We love volatility. And now we have market structure where we're just not making all-time highs. We finally have some market structure where we could look to the left and find some technical patterns or support and resistance that we could maybe have better entries.
Nick for a tick. No air horn today, Nick for a tick. It would be quite...
Hey, you never know, Andre.
You never know is right. You never know.
YM strong right now.
YM and the Russell. The Russell looks like it's going to break out of a range that it's been in for the last 3 years. All-time highs in the Russell are pretty high up there. There's another 400 points. But if we're seeing this rotation, Coach Paul and I were talking about this yesterday, if we're seeing this rotation out of tech into something that's less volatile, the Russell, the Dow, we saw a 3.5% move from the Russell yesterday, and it looks like it's starting that breakout for sure.
Big spread in the Russell and the Dow yesterday. Big spread in there. I think Mick jumped in and told us, all right, we got some buyers here in the house in the ES. High today, 56.49 3/4. New highs here, 56.50. I remember those prices from a couple weeks ago. We're back. So, Dakota, now that we have some technical, I don't want to ask if you're bullish or bearish, but can you see places where perhaps you take a long entry based on what happened yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, let's go over that. So over here on the left-hand side, I love this because now this is I wish David Green was here. I'm excited. I was talking to Danielle and some of the team that maybe I could get on with David Green a little more often because he's a technical trader.
Dolby,
but
we're loving each other.
Yeah, we could talk all day. I guarantee you, put me and David Green in a room, we could just sit there and talk about technical analysis. For
you guys did on Power Hour. Go on. Sorry, Dakota. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. You liked it, Andre.
I loved it. I loved it. Go ahead.
But yeah, look over to the left, and then this gives us areas, right? Because that's all we want. We want areas where we can manage risk, and we look to the left, and 486, 487. I'm still getting used to drawing this on Topstep X, but this is a good resistant zone. This was support, became resistance. It's a pretty pretty big zone up here. And if we expand it, this is becoming a little bit of resistance now. It's about a 10, 20 point zone, and now we're starting to break up and break into it. So maybe one good area is near the top of this zone, like Hogue would say, a cheap trade where we could get in at like 480s, maybe up 490s, have a little bit of a tight stop loss, and then we could get a really good risk reward if we do end up rotating down back to the bottom of this consolidation that we started. So that's the first one. The second one that I'm looking at, and it's pretty clear and obvious, is up here right around like 540 down to the lower 520s. If we do break through, maybe we wait and be patient and see if we do break up into that zone and take some shorts up. And very same concept, looking for shorts in this zone for a rotation, maybe back down to the bottom zone. And then finally, and you can basically do this all the way up. It's very basic, very simple over here where we've seen a little bit of a, some buyers step in yesterday morning, right around 580s to 590s. So I love to mark out these zones. It's very simple. It's very easy. You see this kind of stuff. Everybody does it. And it just gives great areas to look for, support and resistance, get in short if you are bearish, or if you're bullish, maybe you play breakouts and you're targeting these other zones, and maybe you look for a breakout above and then a retest of the zone, and then we buy the pullback. But these are just areas that give opportunity for us to get in and out of trades, or at least just for me, because that is the way I like to trade. Something very simple, something very basic. 3-bar reversals that everybody has started to like. 3-bar reversals are more powerful in those zones.
Why?
Because it's a trend reversal pattern.
All right, very good. We got about 15 minutes. My man Eddie, this is the time of day where I come to my man Eddie. I ask him, Eddie, what's on the calendar for the day? It is Friday.
Well,
rig count. What do we got, Eddie?
What do we have today? Coming up in about 16 minutes, we got that Michigan sentiment report in about 16. And, of course, 11 o'clock. Remember, if you are trading the grains and so forth, we do have our United States Department of Agriculture World Agricultural Supply and Demand Estimate reports. That might do something to those markets. But otherwise, the good old infamous Dusty Baker, Howard Hughes rig count at 12 o'clock high noon. And later on this afternoon, we got the CFTC numbers coming out. But that's about it. I think we're going to be cooling off here as far as economic numbers go. And that's what I got. Back to you, Andre.
Exciting. Hey, Dolby Time, I took a quick peek at Crude. How's that trade going? Are you still in it?
Stopped out. I might have gotten bottom tick. We'll see how this plays out.
Great.
But I think I got stopped at 98s. It went
83?
97s.
97s?
Yeah, we were kind of averaging down in it, hoping that the 1 hour range would bounce, because that's kind of what I like to do, because it's a lot less risk on those extra contracts if you can add them. So, I mean, if you look at it, down 329, we had 3 contracts on, so it's like $100 per contract. It's like not a lot of risk. So I feel like the value is there for the trade, but we might have just gotten really unlucky. But we will see. I was bullish Crude, trying to get the bottom of the 1 hour range, and it just melted through.
Bullish Crude. I've been bullish Crude for a while. You come from a trading background, right, Dobie? Because I remember when I first started seeing you on TopstepTV, you were a Crude trader.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
OG.
Yeah. That's back when like Crude was like one of the most popular products, like the most popular product. So that's all anyone ever traded. So for a lot of people who started over 5 years ago, this is the first stop. It's crude oil.
Awesome. Okay. What's your thoughts, Jay? Now I'm feeling like I should have taken just, that cheap trade up there.
The range trade? Yeah.
That was the zone, right? And here's a good point. Maybe you could talk to this, Jay, is just because it's a zone, you don't know exactly where it's going to turn around. And so maybe there's something to be said, to take some a little bit on the beginning of the zone or the end of the zone, because, that turned around right at the very beginning of that zone.
Yeah, and that to me, that's why I struggle with range trading, right? Especially early in the day and on the smaller time frame charts, right? Taking a trade at on a higher time frame range, a 30-minute, maybe an hourly, which is kind of where we have it, feels a little bit more comfortable, but you don't know where the extremes of those ranges are. But yeah, it was the cheap trade. It was the right trade. And it goes with what you said you felt the type of day was going to be to start, right? Where we're expecting chop at least until Michigan sentiment, right? Something might change. But for an early trade, that was a 40-point trade in 3 minutes and right back to the upside. So we're chopping around the opening range right now. Yep, top to bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something, and maybe you could speak on this. Maybe you, Andre. I don't know. And I think traders know this. That there's something where it's like we're from top to bottom, and this I don't think I've ever talked about this before, and we don't talk about it too often. Is top to bottom, that was 40 points. But what could we expect, right? What's more realistic on a trade like that? Because when we measure that move, top to bottom, we say 40 points. That was a 40-point pullback, a 40-point trade. But I like to say, take 20% off the top, 20% off the bottom, and be happy with, if you could catch 60% of that move, you're a great trader.
That's
absolutely.
That's it, Dakota. That is 100% it. Yeah, we measure the moves, but my trading mentor used to say all the time, tops and bottoms are not meant for us. They're meant for market makers because we don't get to create the tops and bottoms, right? But if you can measure the move for where it's expected, you're not going to, I mean, even if you bottom ticket, right? Bottom ticket entry, you're probably not going to top tick the exit, right? If you do, send me a DM, and I would like to trade every day with you.
Called the perfect trade.
It's a lot easier to top ticket with your stop loss.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Dolby. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Real quick, guys, got to get this in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Dolby, I only asked you this in Power Hour. So hashtag Fast Markets. What is it? Hit us up in Twitter. Hit us up on X. Tag us. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your battle station, some swag, your performance dashboard, anything that's pretty cool that you'd like to share with here at the community. We'll scrape the Twitters, and we will turn that back around, you guys, in about 2 hours here. But in the meantime, we do have a trade going on. NQ and ES pushing new highs for the day. We still got to crack that 20,500 level in the NQ. We're about 20 points off of that. Like Jay was talking about, and Eddie, we do have the University of Michigan confidence number coming out in 12 minutes, so we'll probably be hands off until then. Dolby, we're still just chilling around $83 in Crude. You are bullish.
Yeah.
Crude. Talk to us about Crude, the 1 hour. We're at the bottom of the 1 hour range.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get. So if my charts are up right now. So we had basically this candlestick we're currently in did not exist. So it was just these kind of this little group here of candles from 2 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock. And I was hoping that we would just kind of support from this 1 hour range low. We had a little bit of like maybe resistance become support at around like 83, 16, 17, and it just melted through. I did journal the trade, and I have been trying to keep notes of kind of like my system and stuff. I probably should have been a little bit more aware of the strong candlesticks into that range. So that's something I've mentioned before. I just didn't act on it, but typically I want to be a little bit more cognizant of the strong candlesticks getting kind of building momentum into the range, like a range extreme. And we ended up just breaking down. We haven't even had a 5-minute consolidation since then. So that was on me, but that is why I got a journal. So we don't do that again.
You journaled about this yesterday. I remember that. You journaled exactly about that yesterday.
So here we go.
Here we go.
So we're breaking out of that zone now. We're breaking out of that zone. We're at the top of it, and if we break out, a good breakout play would be a play to the 530s. I could see the 530s being touched. We're kind of just at the top of the zone, and if someone's willing, and if you're bullish, this could be an opportunity to play a breakout towards 530. I don't know. I'm just what's your thoughts, Jay? It's hard to take longs right now after we had yesterday.
Definitely is. But I like I said, to the upside, if we see some profit taking, there's room up to 600. So it depends on how the market responds, but there is room for sure in this trade.
Nick for a tick in the chat.
Trying to get short.
Go ahead, Dolby.
No, just like y'all are trying to get short indices. I know like YM would have been a good short because it just rejected the 4 hour range. 4-hour range high at 40,200.
Did.
But seems kind of bullish, to be honest, just in general.
That's fair to say. I mean, there's been times where, and I mean, I don't want to go back and go through and give examples where we have a huge sell-off day, and immediately after that, it's just been, all right, continue the trend, just like we've been doing the last month. Buy dips, go straight up. Because now this gives, like, if we're talking from the bullish standpoint, this gives a lot of people who's just been waiting on the sidelines an opportunity to feel a little comfortable. Like, okay, finally, I'm not buying all-time highs.
Yes.
I feel like I'm buying a dip now.
Yes.
And so there's something to be said. If I had money sitting on the sidelines and I'm wanting to get into stocks or the market,
your time.
Now's my time, right?
Yes, exactly, Dakota. This is your time. This is your moment. I can't buy all-time highs. I got money on the sideline, like you just said, Dakota. Well, here's your pullback. The time is now, right here, right now. But we'll see. Nick Vertick in the chat says he either likes it up to 600s or down to 200s. See how that plays out today. I'm on NASDAQ, of course. Buyers in the house right now. 73% long on the tilt in the NQ. 67% long in ES. Right now, again, we got University of Michigan. What's so funny, Dakota?
Yeah, Nick. Give or take 400 points. That's how
Outsider
it
does.
felt.
Hey. That's the beauty of this. I got my Top Step daily levels up here. I'm taking a look at. We've got a bunch of levels here. Breaking it down by S&Ps, NASDAQ, crude oil, gold, and Dow. Ooh, corn. We got some corn levels. Who's giving us the corn levels? Coach Jack. Thank you, Coach Jack. Oh, soybean levels, too. Coach Jack coming through with clutch. Soybean levels, corn levels, Dow, gold, crude, NASDAQ, and S&Ps. Don't say we don't take care of you around here at Topstep. Buyers in the house, Dakota. Jay, you got any levels? Do you like any targets to the upside you're looking at? I think you said 600s.
I'm looking 530s.
583.
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
Why
630s for the temporary, right? Or if we want to take some scalp trades. But then if we do break out of those 530s, then yeah, 580s to 590s would be the next zone that I had marked up this morning. But the trend is down right now. Yesterday after yesterday, I'm definitely gonna not be too aggressive. But I remember both sides of the thing. I'm a bull. I like playing both sides right now. If I had a bias, it's going to be to the downside because I think that there is room to go down. And we have that sentiment coming out. What time is it coming out? It's what, 8:53 right now?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Coming up.
Yeah, who am I to ask when news is coming out?
Well, you can see
and
that
Dre,
here.
you asked
Sure.
why 583. You asked
Yes,
why 583, Dre.
Yes.
That is the anchored VWAP from CPI that was released yesterday. Right. So I'm going to leave that on my chart for the month. Right now, that is at 583.
583. All right, Dolby time. Taking a look. Still more sellers here.
Wrong direction, Dre.
Yeah,
Wrong direction.
I'm looking. That could change here. It's okay. That's why you use your stops.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly why you use your stops.
But, I'm happy. I'm just taking the trades that I see. I'm 1 hour range low. Saw the setup. I took it. I'll take some notes to improve for the better. But as long as my daily loss limit is managed, so probably like another trade, under like $300 is probably all I'm willing to risk on the live account for today. But I have to make sure I take these trades, or at least attempt to, because they pay off. If I was on the other side of this one, this would be a 4-figure trade, moving real nice. So that's the difference.
What does
one tick, one opposite direction?
What does Coach T tell you, Dobie?
Coach T is not enabled for live accounts, so I do not know.
Oh, you're on your live account. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I got my 5 XFAs activated last night, and I placed one trade. And I went to review my statistics after the one trade. Coach T says, you might want to review your strategy.
No. Coach T's not messing around. Coach T's
getting ripped up by Coach T.
Coach T's ripping you a new one, Dakota.
I know. I'm going to have some beef with Coach T now.
We're going to have to check back with that one. That's funny. He ain't playing around. All right, so I'm still 75% long here in the NQ as we trade about 14 points off the highs. Last trade, 20,509. Coach T not playing games.
Crude
more
Street. I mean,
sellers. Crude. Go ahead, Dakota.
do we have customized Coach T one-liners, or is it just all AI?
It's AI. AI, Dakota.
Just
Have
wait.
Jack write some
Just
one-liners.
Jack in the back. Jack in the back room. Right. John Jones.
Actually roasting trades.
Yes. Roast my trades. Speaking of roast my trades, we have roast my trades today. Nice lead into there.
Yeah.
Dolby time.
Guess who's going to be on that?
I see. Uh-oh.
You know
Dakota.
this.
I saw. I may have taken a peek. I may have taken a peek at what the upcoming schedule is. All right, still more buyers here. Buyers coming in.
Anyone interested in shorts and NQ around 20,000, 538.50?
538. Why 538, Dolby? What do you like there?
We had just kind of like the high end range of the consolidation that started on July 11th at 11 a.m. That was like kind of the last high there. So I'm just kind of curious to see what kind of price action we're going to get there. But that seems to me like I could draw a really nice box. So we're kind of getting to the higher upper end of that range there. So I'm kind of curious to see.
We're getting up there.
That, there's a whole lot of room.
530s. Here's the 530s. Now this is where, if you want to short, like this is where I was thinking this could be a cheap trade. I'm going to be hesitant right now. I'm going to wait to see if I see a reversal pattern, and I'm going to take a short. Because yeah, let's see. If we do break above this, then it's all we could see those 590s, 580s come into play. So be a little patient. I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm going to wait for the market to tell me that it wants to reverse up here. I'm not just going to blindly short this. We'll see. But we're at 530s, 537s. If we break above 40s, then, possibly see that 580s, 590s come into play. We're testing that 540s now and starting to break. So the question is, do we run for liquidity, or is this a nice solid break? Because we can start getting a lot of momentum here.
Oh yeah. And will it take
up on about a minute 30 on our Michigan numbers?
All you, Eddie.
Okay.
10-4, Captain.
Yep. Still pushing here.
Yeah, so this is like that long kind of candlestick. This is what kind of burned me, but this is long. I was short on that crude trade, but long candlestick into an important level. Gotta be careful. YM's kind of setting up though for a nice little 5-minute range.
How have you been trading on your live account, Dobie? Is it have you felt emotionally different compared to when you're trading on combines, or how does that feel for you?
It is. I would say it's a little bit different. Yeah, because I think there's some thoughts about, I need to make this last for like an entire day, but I realistically only have about maybe 2 trades in this account. Right, I don't want to be in the habit of losing like thousands of dollars in the account, like in a single day, and then only making like 500. So as of right now, I think the high end of our profit is probably somewhere between like 500 to 600. So I want to make sure that until I'm putting up like 4-figure days, my losses are not 4 figures. So I have to be pretty careful with the trades. As far as like the pressure of trading it, not so much. But I'm definitely starting to journal, write all this stuff down now, and take it more seriously. So, before wasn't necessarily trading combines. I don't really have like a system or like trading on there, but I'm absolutely developing one as I get into a better pattern here.
All right, we got our number coming in here. The Michigan sentiment. They were looking at 68.5, coming in at 66, lower. Also, we do have the expectations. They were looking at 69.3, coming in at 67.2. And the condition, prelim, 66. They were looking for, coming in at 64.1, all lower than expected. Back to you, Andre.
Lower than expected. Okay.
Is the program
as we
just
continue to
divided,
rally.
Dakota?
Sorry, go ahead.
What?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying, is the program just buy it back on again?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be, right? Because like those levels that we've calling out is just like, hey, if we break this, we go to the next one. If we break this, we go to the next one. And then, once again, that was the same thing. We broke above those 30s, and we had a little bit of a pullback from, 48 down to 36s, and we pulled back down to the zone, and now we're continuing this breakout, and now we're going on our way possibly to those high 80s, 590s, and the very next level. And so this is what I love from it comes to a technical standpoint, is because if we're bullish and we're trading these breakouts, it's we break out next level, breakout next level, because we have that market structure to the left that we just had yesterday. And then we are in a situation where, you know, if we want to be buying this market, we wait for pullbacks down to those levels, and then we try and get like a pullback, a reversal, and then a continuation. So these levels, regardless of how you have them or what you're looking at, it gives really clear areas of decision, right? Where we're looking at them. I didn't place a trade. They could have been great short opportunities, but you know, the market didn't give it. And here we are pushing up, and you know, we haven't taken a trade, and we're just going up and up and up. So it's good, because typically I'd be a lot more tempted to be short and maybe taking losses. But now that we have levels, it's a lot easier and clearer for me to see anyway.
I agree with you, and we're getting to see what type of day the market's saying it has the potential to be, right? You can take those trades early, but taking the trade in the middle of that zone we were talking about before, we were talking about, you know, range bound trades and fading the extremes, and the market has, you know, trended up 100 points. So now the way I'm looking at this is, if we continue to trend, I don't feel comfortable buying here because this is buying the highs, but if there's potential to continue trending up, and I see a lot of space even up to 2,700. How does the market approach 2,700, right? So this is where I start looking at those measured pullbacks. If we get them, if I still like the room to the upside, I want to know what that measured pullback looks like. When I get one, then I take a trade. Obviously, it would have been, you know, better to just, if we just bought it in the beginning, but you know, how often do you take that trade and it actually works out that way? So,
Jay,
we'll
question. Looking at a longer time frame chart, isn't this all just one big pullback? I mean, I know if I'm looking at a 5 minute, yes, you're buying towards the high of the day. But the grand scheme of things, isn't this all just one big pullback based on what happened yesterday?
Exactly. But I think the thing is, and we know it, right, where this was a 2% down move, but if you look at a daily chart, it looks like, you know, sure, the market sold off a little bit for a day. The one thing about the day trade, though, is you could have the direction right and get the location wrong. It's true. Right? Because we could say, yeah, just go to the upside, but I could buy the highs and then we get a 50-point pullback. I get stopped out before the move continues.
So I got in short.
About that. I agree. Okay, nice trade.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yep, and it's purely based off technicals. We got up there. We didn't quite get to that level, but we have a little bit of a reversal pattern here on the 100 tick. You can see we rallied up to 571, 572. You know, pulled back, rallied back up to 564, and then we started to break down. And so this could be a double top. As soon as we broke this little pivot at 550s, that gave me a little bit of an indication. Like I said, I feel like we have room to the downside. After yesterday, there's a lot of bearish sentiment. So I'm okay taking this short, where I'm going to put the risk at the top of this 574. This is a little bit risky. The more safe trade is to be patient and wait to see if we can get to that 590 zone and then look for this type of a reversal. But this is just one contract. It's Friday. Combine account, nothing too serious. So I'm fine taking this risking 480 to see if we could make a pushback lower. And like you said, I see that you had the VWAP, right? Where if the VWAP's pretty dang close to this.
What price we got you. Yeah, cool. We got you updated.
Yeah, 582 is that view up there. I like that short, Dakota, because like I said, even if I'm looking to buy it, I couldn't do it up there, right? So at the least, I need a pullback. And yeah, this looks good.
Yeah, I moved my stop loss to 61 now. We made that pivot. This is just quick in and out. I'm not looking for something long, and I think my camera just died. So give me a moment, guys.
What happened? That's right.
My camera just died.
Colby, he's got a wireless camera. It's happened once a month.
What's a wireless camera? Yeah, what is that?
He's got to charge it.
Oh, he got his breakfast burrito.
It's on the charger. This is
I can hear you, Dakota.
Burrito.
R2Y to the moon right now.
Are you out there, Dakota?
Yeah, it is, Dolby.
What's to the moon right now? Sorry.
RTY.
RTY. You guys look at RTY, huh?
I think I clicked on it accidentally, but yes, it is going up.
Dakota, are you there? Come back, Dakota.
I'm still here.
I hear you,
I'm
Dakota.
still here. You could hear me.
You have a webcam that is not plugged into your
long's
computer.
got me. I shorted the
Jack,
That's what we're
market.
saying,
and now
dude. That
I'm
is
just-
what we're saying.
Dakota, are you okay?
See what happens when I short the market? God,
Oh,
dang
manage
it.
your trade. Jack is absolutely taken aback by RTY on the
I'm
move.
with you guys in spirit.
I can hear you, Dakota. Are you out there, Dakota? Please come back. All right, we'll see. Keep an eye on Dakota. We'll be back here shortly. There'll be time saying RTY, the Russell getting shot out of a cannon, NQ and ES both pushing higher here as well. To see a bounce back in Crude, we are above $83. Dolby time. Did we bottom out to 82.81? Keep an eye on that Crude. Dolby, go ahead, talk to us about Crude. Anything? Did the range just change now based on what happened there on the open?
Yeah, it did. Like the 1 hour range low broke, so I'm kind of leaning towards bearish, but we are like in an uptrend overall, so it's kind of got like confluence on either side, right? Depends like what time frame you're looking at, because you could very easily justify going long at I think 82.86. I believe Hoop and Chat actually picked up a long in Crude around this area. So now like we have the uptrend, right? Higher lows, and then we got resistance becomes supports. So that's kind of where we're bouncing. So we'll see. So we have to get back above 83.23. Then that would be very, very bullish. But my my long was a little bit too early. But I still like the structure of it. I think it was just an unlucky trade. We just never know. You never know what happens when you put a trade on. But it seemed to have found some buyers. But it has to get above 83.20.
Yeah, nice buying in ES also.
YM's in a really nice 5-minute range. Curious to see if that can get above like 40,188s. That would be really interesting. Are you still in that NASDAQ short, Dakota?
I think we officially lost him.
Now.
Dakota,
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm here.
Walgreens.
Hey, so you guys
in the
know,
walls right now.
I'm figuring this out. This is a Sony Cinema Line FX30. So this isn't just some wireless cheap thing.
Yeah, Jack.
And it's connected to a charger, but the charger is not strong enough to hold the charge. So it slowly starts to drain if I don't keep it up.
I'm sure it's an amazing camera.
For like $75.
I'm sure it's
Yeah, that's my advice. You know, you can be James Cameron when you want, but you know, $100 will get you something that works for a show.
I mean, at this point, a $50 Walmart camera would still be working.
I mean, that's what I'm using. Got my Logitech right on the top of it doesn't cut out. I had some other tech issues, but it is what it is. The camera looks good though, Dakota.
Yeah,
Not now.
Yeah, it looks great right now, Dakota.
This is the best you've looked, Dakota. Oh, they're taking shots at you, Dakota. That's not nice.
James, I'll see if I can just get a headshot of Dakota and we'll just put him there in spirit.
Yes.
What you have to do,
Carl
you have to do
Huggins
what
has
Dolby
one. He
does.
can provide you.
Yes,
You got to do what Dolby does and just set yourself as your background. So even if you
So
Dolby,
good.
that was the coolest thing ever. You walked off the screen and you were still there.
That's right.
What a power move,
Here all the
Dolby.
Right.
Right. You don't need me. Here.
I'm here.
There.
even
Always
when
here.
I'm not here.
All right, we got
just having fun.
75% long in Crude right now. Still more buyers coming here in the equities. Crude bounced right back to those 83.20s, Dolby.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like I passed up some entries here. YM had a really good 5-minute range. Crude oil had a nice 5-minute range. I don't know if I'm getting gun shy or what after the losing trade, but I would much rather have those entries than what I had. A little bit tighter. A little tighter 5-minute range. So you can kind of see how, like, if you go to like this Crude chart right here, this is more of what I'm looking for in a setup is these kind of short, stubby 5-minute candlesticks that are all like right back to back. Like, to me, that is a much better setup than, say, with this a little bit, but where my entry was, which was up here at 83.20, there was no consolidation on the 5-minute. Just ripped right through, long candlestick, scary. But the other 5-minute range down there would have been more appropriate, better setup. So what are we going to do? Print screen, highlight, take a picture, and journal that for later.
Buyers in the house, Jay.
Yes, they are.
Buyers in the house, man.
And the last pullback we got, right? If these are going to hold, that was 36 points, right? And we continued up. But still, it's not a comfortable buy here, right? I would have loved a stronger pullback, see sellers fail, and then get in from there. But we may not get that, right? So I would be thinking, if I was long right now, if I got in long, there was an opportunity, right? But below 550 when we couldn't hold it to pop back up. I would be thinking trade management this entire time, right? This wouldn't be a trade that I'm sitting in thinking we could run 100 points.
Really?
I would be trailing this for sure.
Really? Okay. Why am I thinking there's just so much room to the upside after what happened? I guess. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm just at the highs, we're seeing hesitation from buyers, right? Where they're coming in right now, they're pushing it, but it's not that definitive push yet, right? Like that sell we saw yesterday.
Well,
there was no question that it was. Coach Paul and I were talking about this. It was whoever was selling that much size, because it was a ton of volume. Also, they just said, "I'm selling everything." Right? I don't care what the price is. There, you see a little bit more hesitation here, where it's not like that convinced movement, and we can see it, right? We get this pullback. So, not saying that it's not a good trade. It's I would have to be thinking trade management for sure.
Gotcha. Dolby time crude right back to VWAP. I got VWAP and crude at 80.
Good job, crude longs.
Say again.
Good job, crude longs. There's some people in chat who picked up some CL longs, I think around 82.90s or 83. So props to them. Nice patience.
There it is.
Enjoy that trade. That is a great one.
Timing. It's all about timing. Right idea, wrong time. I am seeing some movement. He's alive. He is alive and well. He's back. Those boyish good looks, everyone. You can.
There he
is. There he is. Oh,
Here I am.
We have his a static picture of him up right now. We'll get him in shortly.
Thank you, Jack.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, now I'm frozen, but it looks like you just got that.
Dakota's moving. SSS, yes.
Okay, just so you guys know, I'm short. I'm short again, 585 and a quarter. So give me.
Oh, I love that one.
Nice. Yeah, that's a really good entry, Dakota. We checked right up to that anchor view out from CPI and rejected right now. If it's going to be a resistance, that's a great trade.
And the reason why was that's that by the bottom of that zone that we were talking about this morning.
Yep.
I was a bit more aggressive. So.
Pretty sure from 585. Nice entry. 2 ticks off the highs.
Yeah.
In the NAS. YM's catching the bid, pushing higher here. About 17 points off the highs of the day. High of the day in the YM, 40,230. Shout out to John Hogue Lynn in the chat. What's up, Hogue? Hope you enjoyed your recharging week off.
Honestly,
we'll be back next week.
Pictures.
You saw some pictures of what?
He's in Slack. He posted some stuff in Slack. He's doing some fishing. It's very cool. There's a couple videos.
Yeah, I'm going to show one of them with the news.
Oh, nice. Awesome. That's a tease. That's what they call a tease in the business, Jack. Very well done. Walleye for breakfast. Life is good, Hogue. Life is good.
Oh, Jay, you see the green room right now?
Hold on.
Well,
what?
I don't know how this is going to work.
I knew it. I knew it.
Back.
MP,
I don't know how this is going to work.
If you could Slack us before you come on, because we use your spot when you're not here. So you just kick James out of VMix. So it's going to take us a few seconds to bring you in.
Hey, call.
Why you just call that shirt? That shirt's sick.
Call before you come to the party.
Pete barreling through that door, kicking the door down. He saw we were down 600 points in the NASDAQ yesterday. He said, well, hold on. I'm getting back in here. I'm not gonna let the sell.
Yeah, I'm short 585 and a quarter. Stop loss is at 591 and a quarter.
We're breaking about 30 points in the money. Unrealized, of course. Nice little entry there. You got tilt 72%, 73% long in crude. House.
I'm not gonna. We just got a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. So this is one. I'm with the trend. I'm in a good price. I'm gonna hold this. I'm gonna see if we could rotate back down to the lows of today. I'm gonna trail it. I'm going for longer trades now. I'm in with a trend from yesterday. We'll see. There is an argument to be made. See profit, take profit. But I'm with the trend. I'm gonna get a location. If I was in 2 contracts, yes, I would take one off. But since I'm only in one, I'm gonna just hold it till my longer target.
Hey, Dakota, is a 1-day sell off a trend? I know it's an massive sell-off.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say that there's different types of trends. We have the longer term trend, which since October we've been bullish, right? Where we could have, a week or even 2 weeks worth of consolidation or sell off, and we're still bullish on the longer time frame. Like say we have the weekly, right? If you have a weekly chart pulled up, you could say, well, this is a weekly chart trend. This is a daily chart trend. This is an hourly chart trend, all the way down to like a 1 minute, right? And you could say, guess what? The hourly chart or the 30-minute chart, we are, bearish because of yesterday. Then you could zoom into a 1 minute chart and you could say we're bullish just because of, today's price action. But for me, the most immediate trend is what's the most valid. And that was based off of yesterday's sell-off. And I did mention when I first came in here, there's room to the downside if we do start to break down. That's what I'm playing for, because if we do get another burst of momentum to the downside, I mean, I'd love to be in it. Could you imagine, us retracing all of today's and hitting new lows? And you just never know what happened. If I was in 2 contracts, I would close out some for profit and have kind of a, I don't want to use this term, but kind of a risk or free trade, a free roll. And that's what I'm in right now.
Ding dong. Yo! Look at this guy.
What's up, MP?
What I missed, Dakota? I missed? What's up, Coach Jay?
600-point sell-off.
Hey.
600-point sell-off.
What's up, Jay?
What's up, man? Oh,
Clean house last night. I'm up on the day.
Are you?
Ooh, nice.
Went to play poker with a bunch of dudes.
Oh, that type of clean house.
Took home 4 large.
No way.
$400.
What the hell are you playing with? My goodness.
$400. $400.
400. Okay.
4 large.
I was gonna say you're coming to Vegas with us. When Rips and I went and hit Vegas, I think Rips ended up like plus 3K for the weekend, and I ended up right around plus 6 or 7K.
What? I mean, trade. You got all day. You can have 24 hours. You can get 24-hour action if you could stay awake, Dakota. 24-hour, 7 days a week.
Funny you mention that. I did do that. You can ask Rips. I went and I stayed with Rips, right? And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the casino. Me and hit the casino, and he heads back home. And like, okay, I'll Uber home. I'll Uber back to your house. But the area he lives, like, you have to have his passcode, and he has to. And he's like, dude, you can either come home now, or if I go to bed, I'm not going to wake up till like 4 a.m. I'm like, you know what? I'll just do it. And so I didn't get back to the house until like 4 a.m. The next day. So had some fun there.
Well,
4 large. I thought you made 4 G's.
Is that large? Is that large in your world, Andre?
That's
large in my world. Still 400. Still 400. Still matters to me.
Yeah.
Still matters to me. It's large.
It does. Absolutely.
I'll buy you a cup of coffee and 2 cheeseburgers here in Aspen.
Cheeseburger, dude. Cheeseburger sounds amazing right now. Hey, S&P's pushing higher. Dakota, are you still short the NASDAQ?
Yeah, 585 and a quarter.
Nice entry.
Hey, Michael, rumor has it that when you first started playing that you were down money and you pulled the finger sandwiches. Is that true?
Pulled the finger.
What finger
No more finger sandwiches. No.
Where's the finger?
And then when you started getting money back, you put the finger sandwiches back.
Oh, yes. That's an accurate story.
4 G's. Were you playing with the mob? I was going to say
No, $400, guys. 400. We all had $100 ante. It was.
Okay.
It was a fun little. Don't try to take anybody's house and home poker outing at a buddy's house.
Bunch of good
I haven't played poker in a long time. You know what we used to do back in the day? I probably can and not say that. Can say this and maybe shouldn't say this. But we had a group of 5 guys, partypoker.com. Partypoker.com. We
don't say this. Don't. Okay. Go ahead.
Why? They got it. I was just one of the guys at the table. They got 5 different IP addresses and sat down at a 6-person table and tried to take the one person. Hear me out, Dakota. They tried to take the one person. We're like, hey, we're gonna go 6-person table. Some guy put it all together. I'm like, all right, I'll be one of the guys. You know, like I have an account with them. It was really fun. So we all lost. We 5 guys sitting at a 6-person table. Yeah, you'd be like, hey, I got pocket kings, I got pocket aces, and be like, I'm not folding, you're not folding. So we'd go with it, and the guy with pocket jacks would win. You know, like something like that. And you're like,
good.
That one guy cleaned you guys up.
2002. I know, we all lost. We were like the end of our college year trying to do this stuff.
Oh man.
That is where I got the idea, the first initial idea for evaluating somebody in a sim environment to then stake them or back them or whatever, fund them in a live account. Partypoker.net was sim. Partypoker.com was live. And you could, and I'm like, man, there's thousands, because you can see how many people are on the servers. There's tens of thousands of people right now. I would love to be watching all of them and see who the best ones are, and then I would back them in the partypoker.com or the World Series Poker of table, whatever that Vegas thing is.
Yeah, about to see some selling coming in here. Someone's on the ask 170 at 583 in the Nasdaq. You're getting that follow through, Dakota. Really nice trade.
Yeah. There is a decent probability that we could rotate back down to where we opened up.
It's entry Dakota.
Dakota, I want to get short like nobody's business right now.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm short 585 and a quarter. You know what I loved? I heard you say, MP, Nick was short yesterday, and you said, hey, if your live account, go ahead and let the risk management team, if you want to hold that trade for
100%
longer than just a day. I love that, because yesterday was a perfect example. If someone just happens to get into a good position, and if they want to hold a live trade for maybe a day or two, then you said that's okay. I absolutely love that. And it means more coming from a prop firm saying, hey, you know what? These are the rules and restrictions. But once you get into live, there's flexibility. And we're able to do these things because it's a live account and we're partners.
Well, that's exactly what it is. That's what I learned too in our prop firm. Because, I mean, prop firms are supposed to be like that. You're supposed to prove yourself. You get yourself built up. Dre, you saw other guys in your firm. Yeah. Dre was with a really good one. I was with kind of a turtle trader one, which is basically, it was a good one, but it was like evaluating. His kind of had a little bit more hands-on, but you just get more reins, I guess, or more leash or whatever you want to call it. And then why would you ever want to go trade your own personal money? Why? I mean, people still this day, I don't know why people would want to go trade their own personal account. If you can do so much more, they're like, well, I'm going to get 100%. Well, you're going to lose 100% of your money and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll open it up. And so you want 50 lot clip size, you want downsize of 100,000 for the day. Like, you got to build your account up. We'll do it.
I mean, that makes me not want to have a personal account, or like, why would I trade futures in my personal account when I could do that with Topstep? Because that was what I was thinking. I was like, well, if I want to hold a position, we're here at Topstep, we got to have trades closed at this time. But until you get to that level where, you're a true partner, you're in a live account, I'm like, well, why? Right? Like, why not? I mean, sure, we got the 90-10%, but then I'm not the one taking that risk.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Shout out to Dennis watching on TopstepTV. Thanks for tuning in. All right.
So why do you want to get really short this market? I was on with David Green Wednesday, and he was kind of saying the same thing. He's like, I just want to short this market. Everything in my body and bones say just short, taking profits. And
I mean, that was the whole because the poker game that I played last night, everybody's like, everybody has buddies of buddies that have something in the industry. One of the guys who's hosting it, he's like 20,000 employees that they. Well, I'll let him get into it when he said he thinks it would be great to talk about this at some point, which I'll follow up with him and see if it is. But it's like KFCs and all that. They're operators of all these KFCs, Taco Bells, and all that kind of stuff. And he said the lower income client is what that's what they are. The Taco Bells and the KFCs, when they're just lower income clients that come in there. He's like they have less and less money, and we're seeing less transactions or whatever. I don't know. We'll have him get into it all. But it just goes to show. And then they were talking about inflation, and then they were talking about hyperinflation could be coming. Now I was thinking about stagflation too. So I want to have those conversations at some point. If what we think about inflation in the next year, 2 years. But I don't know all those conversations. And then yesterday sell off, the engulfing candle from everybody now, though we're calling tops, everybody now is really just seeing these markets, just this melt up that has happened. And it's just like, and it's really the Mag 7. So then also yesterday, everything kind of moved into other things, the Russell's up and things like that. So I don't know. It's just weird. It's a rotation. It feels like a rotation when things rotate. Oh, man,
yeah, that's how I've been. I mean, I've been a perma bull for like ever, and the past week or so, it's just been trying to get in short, getting eight, and then last night, what happened? I was into a short, missed my alarm clock, just got destroyed. Having that not fun conversation, but I'm going to be on shoulder tap with Mick, and I'm going to talk about that more in detail. But nice. Yeah, just trying to get opportunities short. My personal accounts, I had a bunch of puts, covered calls, and I made out extremely well on all of my options. And yesterday was another one of those days where it was one of my best days of the year for the past 3 years, and made amazing amounts of money. But then it was it sucked because I care about my Topstep account a lot more than I do my personal account.
Well, I heard what happened on a Topstep account, and I don't know how much you've shared of this, but that's like normal stuff. Look, your trader, you're like your personal, well, you had options. I've seen your options. You shared with me a couple of times where your option positions are looking pretty tasty and nice. I mean, then you got these other accounts too. So it's not like everything's going to be, but if you're managing it all, I mean, that's again what you got to do when you're at the trader of your level. You're not just one thing. You have different positions, different asset classes, options that you have positions on too. You're thinking about the whole thing, but it still sounds like it's all centered around the indexes, right? Equity
Correct.
indexes.
Yeah.
So
I don't do individual stocks. I don't really trade individual stocks unless it's just like a popular one like Nvidia, who has some nice premium where I could sell some calls and get things.
Andre likes to play like checkers. I like to play 3D chess, and sounds like that's what you're playing.
I was letting you cook, man. Just do your thing. I was letting you cook. I was gonna let you cook. All right, Jack. He did his cooking. He was in the kitchen for long enough. Let's do some news. We're gonna let you cook, and then we're gonna go take over the news right now. All right, Jack.
3D,
what do we got?
3D chess, long, chewy game, set, match. All right.
I got tic-tac-toe going on with my life.
It's Friday. Everyone's a little slap happy. So I just want to go over this story, and then we have something special. Has anyone actually watched? You guys were in Vegas. This professional ultimate slap fighting championship.
Seen it in Europe.
One of the dumbest things I've seen.
It is one of the most dumb things. If we go to the next picture here, you can see kind of what it looks like. I believe here we have Vern, the mechanic Kathy, about to slap Austin Terp Daddy Slim Turpin. So this is how it works. They slap each other until one of them falls down. The reason I'm doing a story is in the first paragraph, something caught my eye. If we can go to this, and this is a hell of a paragraph. When the meaty palm of a Siberian pig farmer named Dumpling struck the tender cheek of a man, sent him to the ground, Camille Marzarov of Orland Park, Illinois.
OP in the house.
Hogue, when you're back, we're going to find this person and ask him what it's like to be slapped by a Siberian pig farmer. Hogue is not here, of course. But we do have a video from him because he's doing a little fishing.
So it occurs to me that fishing is a lot like trading. You got to figure out what you want to trade. Well, what are you fishing for? And what's your risk? Right now, my risk is this worm. And if I get it stolen, well, that'll be a small loss. But if I catch a nice fat bass or a walleye, that's a winner. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Nice, Hogue. What if he caught it?
To those videos. So
he'll
be back next week.
He's so zenned out right now. It's ridiculous.
Good for him.
That's good. Yeah.
He's having walleye for breakfast, he said in the chat. Good stuff.
Wow. Does he have
anything else, Jack?
Walleye?
Anything else, Jack?
No, it's Friday.
Yep.
I don't want to do any market stuff right now.
Siberian pig farmer.
Dumpling.
Dumpling. No, it's dumpling. Slapping a dude from Orland Park.
So, I do want to point out something in this market real quick.
All right.
Over here on the 5-minute, I'm talking about NASDAQ, is how we were saying about these zones that we were pointing out earlier, where it's like, hey, we're breaking through these zones. And if someone's bullish and they want to get in long, we'd wait for a pullback to one of those zones. And when we broke out of this, this zone that we were talking about around, 530s to 540, and let me see if I could do a drawing. So right here that we talked about that we broke out of earlier, if we were looking to get long, that became an amazing opportunity to get in long again. So, broke out, looking for a pullback, buy that pullback to where resistance became support. And sure enough, there it was, right? And then here I am going to get slapped by that 340-pound Goliath called the NASDAQ.
Step in.
Pig farmer.
You can relate. All right, buyers keep coming
I
in
just
here.
paid $400. That was nice.
That's what you made. What, in poker or trading?
Yeah, I did that last night too. Just made it right now in trading. When I was right there, right before you started talking, like 2 minutes before you started talking, I wanted to get short, and I got short, and I immediately go, what happens if I do the exact opposite of what I wanted to do right now?
Oh no!
And I close it out.
It's paid Dakota Friday, babies.
Oh, no.
Yeah, close it out on a scratch and just flipped it. It was just a one lot. It was a dip your toe in the water. I go, okay, and it just ripped higher. So I don't know if this is definitely not one of those that you're like, hey, that's a good trade or a bad trade. It's just kind of like information for me. I'm kind of like getting in this where I get such a strong bias a certain way because I told you I want to be short, I want to be short, I want to be short. So right when I got short right there, I'm like, no, Michael, it's a one lot. Let's just try doing the exact opposite of what you want to do. And I would have been taking 10 handles or 20 handles of heat on that one. So needless to say, fade MP. Don't worry, I'm already fading myself. So I beat you to the punch.
Yeah, see, I even said that the past Fridays, right, Jay, where I was like, I need to fade myself on Fridays, and there you go doing that.
Honestly, I don't even think it's fading yourself. I think it's paying attention to both sides, right? Looking both ways before you cross the street and realizing like, hey, I only want to go this way. And if you can't find the reason to click the button yet, it's probably a good reason to go the other way. I did it, Dakota, last Friday. I told you I did it as well, right? I was looking to take a short and just trying to convince myself of a reason to take one, and I couldn't find one. So then I just clicked the buy button and it worked. So it's just being objective, right? And not sticking to that bias, which is good to be able to do. And here we go up to the 600s.
Speaking of that, Jay, like you said, I was able to identify the long when I was in a short, and I close it out rather than just let it stop me out. But yeah, that was an amazing buy opportunity, and it's something like, hey, here's our zone. We wait for that pullback, get in long. But yeah, I didn't take it.
77% longs. We got really a lot of longs in the NASDAQ.
You've been long. Yep. You've been long all day.
NASDAQ, lots of longs. Just traded 98s. 20,598s. It's trading 20,590s right now. 8 handles away, 7 handles away. 7 points away. What do you guys like up and around here, level wise?
No,
I know right? The next one was 640s. I have like 640s, maybe the high 630s.
Wow, 640s. Okay, 600s,
To the moon.
601s.
How about you, Jay? He's got the $5 to Jack.
Jay.
660.
Jay,
Yeah,
no.
I'm going through.
No.
Going through it today, guys.
No,
Say it ain't
it's
so.
Friday. It's Friday, baby.
You guys can hear me now, right?
660.
660. Yes.
Topstep daily levels. 660.
I'm having a bunch of stuff going on here. I was seeing this weird lag. I wanted to get in this trade. My mic's on mute. It's Friday.
Value area high. I see why. 660. Value area high.
I like that. Yep, 660 to 640. That is a beautiful looking zone for take profits for longs and area to get into a cheap short.
Wow. 78% long, Dre.
Yes, they've been long all morning. They're getting paid. Hey, what's Delta looking like, Jay? It's a plus.
That's how
Positive. I got positive 3,000 on the NASDAQ.
Big numbers in MQ.
ES, we got positive 4,600.
Okay. That's so big. But,
And for both of those, we started the session negative. So some real nice bump coming in here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Michael. So 82% long NQ.
I got short. I got short at 06s, but I had already taken heat on the way up there.
Light and tight. Where can you find 78% long NASDAQ on the tilt? Topstep X at the bottom of your screen right there. See the tab says tilt? You guys are looking. MP is short from what price, Michael? 06, you said?
Yeah. I'm in the money, but this thing just wants to feels like it wants to take the top off the defense.
Yep, 86% long. Carl Hung is short from 608.
It's hanging out
keep
up
rallying.
Here. I know.
It brings us back to the good old 2020 days where we would see 3% down, 3% up.
Right?
It was nuts.
Trade. That was a one-way trade. That was caveman trading at its finest. All right, keep pushing here. 86%, 81% MP, 81%.
Oh my god.
Space Shark 007 says it's squeezing, guys. Don't short.
I know.
Could be.
I know.
Take a look at Nvidia and Apple. Nvidia trading $130. Apple trading $227. Refresh that. $231. Refresh, Trey. Hit refresh. Come on. What are you doing? Right.
So now this is very, very high, guys. Like 81%. I'm down to just a one lot right now.
What's the most we've seen the tilt?
This is high. This is very high.
This is pretty high.
We saw 86%.
A lot of people want to be biased.
I remember that.
Biased.
Yo,
man, they're getting paid.
They're getting paid right now. There, I got stopped out on that one lot, so glad it wasn't a three lot. Yeah, they're getting paid.
Tight. Keep it tight, guys.
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna
640s? 640s, you said? 640s.
Yeah, 640 to 660, like that zone. I dare say, yeah.
660, 640.
Oh, 100 lot coming in at 14 and 3/4.
Filled.
Oh, that just got blown through.
Yeah,
no problem. No problem.
Like one of those days.
Just a semi just plowing through that thing.
I'll do that.
My
like a snowplow.
Yep, that was.
Or is the tilt still very high?
Yeah,
it's higher than bananas. Yeah.
Higher than
oh my gosh.
Giraffe. Yeah.
We are
so I'm gonna
getting some really smart and educated traders when it comes to this buying situation.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I should have just stuck with fading myself on that.
I mean, look at the ticker on the top of Topstep TV. We got a couple people up double, 5 figures long the NASDAQ right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, 17,000,
17,000,
16,000, 15,000. 20,000. Man.
Wow.
I mean, breathe.
JD, I'm looking for a time to get you in here. Keep pushing new highs. Jay, once this market chills out, we can go do some hot streaks. Payouts, my favorite stat. JD, we're rocking and rolling right now. Keep pushing. What's up, Dakota?
I don't think this market's chilling out anytime soon, Andre.
A lot of room. You guys, nope.
Honestly, I see, and I don't want to just keep calling out targets, but 740 looks like a reasonable target. No, I'm serious. Like,
where's Nick in that air horn? Nick, get that air horn ready.
When air horn.
If we have my charts
all-time
up,
highs,
740 would be a 50% retracement of yesterday's move. That's not unreasonable. Now, does it take all day to get there? It's not unreasonable. We need to see the buying keep coming in, but we know how many people are short in this move or may have gotten short in this move, right? Someone was liquidating their position for sure, but there are definitely some short time frame shorts in this. We didn't see them take profits, and this is what they're doing right now. So it's profit taking and new buying coming in. 740 is not unreasonable at all.
Definitely new buying coming in.
Yep, 630s. We hit the 630s. We didn't quite get to that the 640. But yeah, I'm going to be looking for a reversal in the 640s. 640 to 660. I'm going to look for that reversal. And if it continues to be a fade Friday, then so be it. I'm on the same boat with David Green. He said the same thing. If my charts are open and the setup shows itself, I'm taking it.
You have to. It's a probabilities game. You got to play the probabilities over the course of time. I agreed. Oh, quick recap of earnings this morning. Citigroup beat, JP Morgan beat, Wells Fargo beat. That's fuel to the rally.
Just looking at a daily chart, we are at 302 points of range in the NASDAQ so far. Daily ATR is 276, so we're above that right now. We could have another outlier day. Yesterday was 600 points. But two huge outlier days like that, back to back, anything is possible.
So much for summer doldrums, MP.
Oh, I know. We were just on Monday. We were like,
Monday.
This is how it's going to be all summer. This is how it's going to be. And the next thing you know, however many. What was yesterday's range?
600, 700 points.
Yeah, 600 or 700. Oh, just random 600 or 700 points just pops in there.
Yeah. Good. Like volatility around here. All right, JD. You want to do the hot streaks? We can do it. Everyone's flat here? Everyone's flat?
I'm flat. Short too. I'm from 35.
Okay, never mind.
No, it's we're fine.
Thomas Swinton, last Delta update about 20 minutes ago, plus 3,000 NQ, plus 4,600. Yes. An update. These guys are in trades, so let's watch them manage this trade.
Okay.
No, I'm just picking tops, Andre. Don't worry about me.
34. Oh, man. I see what you see, MP.
Yeah. Its tilt is so damn heavy. If it wants to keep going, it can keep going. But the 40s, you have the level 639s, last week's high, 660s value area high. So you have this kind of little area. And if
we tapped 40, 640.
There's your 40s.
Yep.
Snowplow. Plowing through. And being in college. Just
this market. Oh my gosh.
You left us speechless. Very hard to do.
I don't. Yeah, it's tricky. Like it's just.
Yeah, I don't know what to say right now.
You guys, yeah.
There we go. We got some liquidity come in. Let's see if it just gets bought back up right there.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm kind of watching.
Would it be crazy to see a 2% update?
If this rolls over,
no.
If this rolls over, it's a pretty interesting. I mean, because we've been rallying all morning. If it wants to call this as far as I think I can.
We've been rallying all
Am I
year.
going to review today and say don't sell a Friday rally?
I think that's
Yeah, we're gonna. I know. We got short all day.
MJ in the chat. Man, y'all suck. LOL.
Man, yeah. Hey, let's show that one. It's hidden, but let's show it. Man, y'all suck.
MJ, man, y'all suck.
Man, y'all suck.
MJ, send us your P&Ls. Show us what not sucking looks like, please.
You know what? Don't even do that. Share your
Shoot.
trade report. You can share it now.
Please tell us.
You can share it.
Yeah, you can share it now, right?
We
I've had a bad few weeks. I've had a bad few weeks, but I mean, my bank account still says I took 180K payout.
Y'all suck. Gee, golly.
Are you from the South? Y'all suck. Every time I hear y'all here in Aspen, I'm like, Texas. I look over, I'm like, oh, Texas.
All right, new high. We're
right,
plowing through every high.
40.
Sugar Booger says, y'all have kind of sucked lately. Hey. We were just catching strays, man. We were catching strays.
I'm up on the week.
Hey, I can't argue. All right, there's a reason I have a shoulder tap scheduled with Mick.
When air horn. Shots fired.
Do we need an air horn? Let me know.
Yeah, well, we're gonna need some room. We still got about 450 points to the upside here. S&P's
I gave up. All right, guys, get short. I gave up.
Anyone copying channel now?
He just look at that face.
Yeah.
Look I mean,
y'all suck.
Y'all suck.
Yeah, I mean, that's not.
This was the target area. This was the target area I'm looking for.
I know.
So
I know. I'm 50s. I'm going to sell the farm. That's where I'm going to sell it. I'm giving. I'm up like $2,000 for the week, or 1,500 on the week. I'm down 1,100 today. So now y'all suck because I'm still up 400 on the week. But yeah, I'm sucking thus far. So you're right.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie, we might need the air horn for the S&Ps. We're about 20 points or so from air horn. But NASDAQ got some.
I would love to sit on a short over the weekend, but I'm not gonna. But
please, can you not? Don't.
We got a comment from RTH Media. Says a couple words that would have got you muted, but someone let you through there. But you wanted to buy it at 560 and you're pissed off. Think about this. That trade is gone. Find another one. If someone got upset because they missed a short yesterday, they missed 600 points. So assess the market, see if it's still presenting you an opportunity to get long, and then take the trade from there. But that trade from 560, if you keep thinking about that one, what you're going to end up doing is buying the high as soon as the market turns around. So assess what's going on, and if there's another trade, take it. If not, leave that one alone.
Great stuff, Jay.
Fair enough.
Great stuff.
Great stuff. Yep, I'm short. I'm now 38.5. I'm risking 375. I'm just taking these really cheap trades as we go up. I don't want to risk anything too dramatic until I feel extremely confident on like a 5-bar reversal. But this is that zone. And just like we were talking earlier, do we reverse at the beginning of the zone or the end of the zone, or do we just blow through that zone? I'm fine with taking a little bit of risk at the beginning of the zone. But it's Fade Friday, so you guys
Friday rally.
enjoy this, because here we are right back up and getting wrecked.
I'm short as well. So
Michael.
What? I mean, y'all suck. So
Stop it.
You got to deliver. If you get branded, y'all suck. You got to deliver on your brand.
We're gonna make T-shirts. Y'all suck.
Yeah, y'all suck.
Wear them to Lala. Y'all suck.
All right. Well, that's constructive.
That was constructive. Yep.
Dakota, I think, Dakota, I don't know if you remember, I think the last time we had a huge move down like this, we were on TopstepTV and we saw the full thing retrace. I don't remember what day that was, but we saw the full thing retrace.
It was.
I'm seeing a 300 lot up at 29.55.
All the way up there?
It's just sitting there.
Just waiting. It's long from 560 like that guy.
It's a long day. It's a long day.
All right, hey Jay, just to recap, you said a 50% retrace of yesterday's sell-off would take us to 20,740.
No, 50% retracement from yesterday would take us to 680.
680. Okay. Oh, we can definitely
680.
680.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's well within reach.
I'm just.
I said it right in the chat.
I know.
What's the tilt? What's the tilt? Is this tilt still pretty heavy to the long side?
1% long.
Yeah, get it. Rockstar, great idea. Get it. Y'all suck. Thing. We'll embrace it. I'll embrace it.
Embrace. We'll make it.
I don't know why I got on today. I have a meeting here. I have a meeting here with one of the biggest. You guys know their name, 1,000% CEO of another funding company. I'm on here losing $2,200. I'm on here losing $2,200, and I was down $500, and I was up $500, and then now y'all suck popped in my head, and now I guess I'm just gonna spiral out of control for entertainment purposes.
He plays nice with other. He plays nice with the other firms and CEOs he respects.
100,000%.
Like
the ones that have screenshots of let's game them and I'll split the profits with you. Yeah, that's
brutal.
That's kind of not okay.
Suck too.
And the other one's just selling hope and dream too hard.
All right, new highs.
Famous words of Curly Howard. If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed.
There you go.
I remember that quote, Eddie. I remember that quote vividly.
Oh, man.
I mean, this is...
We're at the top of that range.
We're at the top of the range, yeah.
Yeah, we just looking for 640s to 660. So we're either going to reverse here or break through it. So far, we've been breaking through all these zones.
All right, low of the day. Go ahead. Yeah, I saw that.
You see Biden called his VP Kamala called her Trump?
I called the Ukrainian president Putin.
Oh man, try a different pony out. Try a different pony out, please, guys. If you want to win, to win, man.
I think we're gonna lose, Michael. I think my team's gonna lose. I think
the puppet strings. You can't even hold the puppet strings up anymore.
I think we're gonna get rolled. You call them Putin. Like, what are we doing, man? We're toast. We are toast. We're dead in the water.
I don't have a affiliation on either side, but it's just interesting.
All right, we're pushing. I mean, buyers just click buy.
It's consistent too. It's not like this. This honestly looks a lot like yesterday. Yesterday, I was looking to take some longs at some point, and you look for like the seller exhaustion move where you see a ton of selling and they can't get anywhere. We never got it, and we're not getting that on the buy side either. It's just consistent volume coming in. Really good follow through. Makes it hard to buy it, but again, wait for the pullbacks.
Remember when Jay? Where's the pullback? What's a pullback look like? This is like the rally. Let's just forget yesterday happened. This is what we've been seeing for the last 4 or 5 weeks, right? This is actually the trade we've been seeing the last 3 or 4 or 5 weeks.
If we pull back to 600 and hold it, I'll buy it.
Okay, all right.
That'll give us about a 50 point pullback. That anchored VWAP from CPI is 595 right now. So if we get a pullback to 600, we see some sellers fail there, I would buy it there. Is it the right trade? Do we just continue to sell off from there? Potentially. But again, I can't. This is like selling in the hole, right? It's buying at the highs here, and there's potential. I just won't do it.
Yeah.
Bezos selling more Amazon shares at all-time highs.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, John Jones. I'm bringing your chat in here. Hey, Gilmore. What does it say? Hey, Gilmore, you suck, y'all. You jackass. Can you, Eddie, can you try to get that sound bit? Because who said y'all suck? Said it in the beginning. You're like our Andy now, who came up with the fire drill name. Y'all suck.
We're on to something. All right.
Here we go. I'm short 5 now. I'm short 5 from 53 a quarter. This is one I really like. We had a nice little rip of liquidity and a break lower. So, you know what? This is either a fade me a Friday, and you guys can go ahead and get paid, but I am short 5 from 653 and a quarter. This is going to be, I like this trade. This is one I like. It's at the top of this zone that we were looking at, 660s. So I got the reversal. I like it. Just like David Green says, if my charts are open, I'm going to take this trade.
Absolutely, Dakota. Love the conviction.
I got short 15 right here.
15.
Yeah, you heard it.
I did. Let's do it. I mean, we're still going to Lala. We're still going to Lala, right? We're still going to Lala.
We're still going to Lala.
Okay, good.
If it makes you highs, I'm out.
All right.
Average price right here, right now, 46.
Agree, Dolby. I love when he says it too.
The tilt's been getting paid all morning. Are we still tilt
67
plus
67% in NQ Dakota, 63% long in ES. One time.
I mean,
that's still great to see because that just means they're taking profits.
That's the thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't get married to this MP.
MOC.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, you know me.
Man.
God, it's sitting right here.
That's raver.
Cool off for a second.
So you're short 15. Is this a house account trade or is this just on your personal?
No, this is personal tilt.
Hammer this damn thing one time. Hammer this market.
This is a personal tilt.
Just keep in mind, you know, the longs are lurking. If I buy a pullback.
Well, this is good. This is good. We'll have a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute if we get below 37. Maybe 37 would be that 3-bar reversal. So there is some buyers still coming in a little bit.
Let's do it. Did
I gotta go to this meeting too.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, meeting in 3 minutes. Taking heat on a trade. I'll be looking at the.
I'm looking for timing to buy this right now.
So are you waiting for pullback to get long?
Yeah, I am. Yep, I am. I missed one already. I'm not going to miss the second one. I'll take the risk. It is what it is. Yep. But yes, I am looking for a pullback to get long. Ideally, a 50-point pullback.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can. I think we can have a nice pullback here.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Adam says I've been waiting all day. Adam, I waited all day on this account yesterday, and I made some decent money. So I'm okay waiting.
All day. We're 90 minutes into the trade. We got.
Yep. I mean, did I miss 200 points? Yeah, I did. But
yeah,
if we do start to sell off, this thing could get ugly again.
I mean, there's so much built up bias along the way. And yesterday when that happened, the market just completely tanked. All right, guys, I got to really we're doing good for the industry. Yeah, I have my stop at the high of the day. The company I'm talking to, we're all about talking about how to help the industry. So that's what I got to go do.
Hammer this thing.
Okay, great.
All right, bye, Michael. Hey, real quick, did the guy at Snowmass Club take your feedback on the coffee that you gave him from the other day?
It was full today. Yes.
He listened. All right, great to know. Michael managed this trade.
Yeah, this is a great short. I'm in love with it.
Am I keeping this on? Because I'll scratch my day if I take it off right now. And I was down 2,200.
We just got a 3-bar reversal. We just broke down below 36. We could see a test of 600, maybe even lower, if we do get that momentum. Because this is a 3-bar reversal.
All right, I'm leaving this on. I'm sharing my screen. You guys can keep it. I have the stop in for the high of the day. This is my personal account. Dre, we got to pick up some house accounts next week. You guys have a good week. I'm going to try to go do some good in this industry to help y'all.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, take care. You always do.
All right.
Later.
Bye, Michael.
Yeah.
Right. What's your target?
I love it. I like a break of 600 here.
Now, seriously? You all suck!
Y'all suck.
Hey,
gone.
We want to talk
Robert.
about statistics where I have a really low win rate and I lose the majority of my trades. And then it takes something like this, where you've seen me lose. And then here I am. If I close out, I'm up $600.
Okay.
Math doesn't lie. And sometimes it's very difficult to take these losses.
Yeah.
All right, trading 31s. Jay's looking for an entry here. 30s trade. 20. I saw 29s trade in the NASDAQ. We're going to watch JD. We're going to come to you after Dakota loses trade.
Go ahead. This one's going to be a little bit longer.
All right, cool. All right, JD, let's get some stats in. We got some housekeeping to do. It's 10 o'clock here on Fast Markets Central Time. 10 o'clock Central Time, that is. JD, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's do some stats. I want to see what those payouts are. Let's do it.
We're gonna do the payouts in just a minute. Let's look at the hot streaks first. All right, we lost one trader on our hot streaks board yesterday. Alexander D, if you remember, hit the daily loss limit after a 26-day win streak. It was a good run for Alexander, and he's still walking away with a nice $6,000 profit for his efforts. Nice job, Alexander. Then Michael H, still on the board, picked up $202 trading the MNQ yesterday to extend his streak to 33 days. Dustin is now at 32 days, trading the Micro S&P. Jose, VJ, and Matthew are all sitting on 26-day hot streaks right now. Joseph trading the NQ, VJ the MNQ, and Matthew the NASDAQ. All right, here are some payouts from yesterday. Thursday's payouts. Chance, Eric, Patricia, Anders, and Michelle. Chance with 23 grand, Eric 17, Patricia over 13, Anders 10, almost 11,000, and Michelle $10,000 even. That's real money, folks. Real traders paying themselves with real money. We're switching things up a little bit today. We're gonna hold off on the leaderboard while we sift through some data and maybe change things up a little bit. But I'm going to be back in a little bit with yesterday's best live and XFA PNLs in just a few minutes. All right, guys?
Those are some nice payouts. I mean, I think all the time it's been six-figure payouts. There's a lot of them daily.
Big time.
We're working on getting a weekly payout number also, so we might be sharing that one starting next week too.
Nice.
So total payouts.
Big time numbers there.
Yeah, it's amazing to see something like that where traders are paying themselves, and there's no better feeling than getting a payout.
Oof, sir.
Well, here we are. Market's kind of slowed down a little bit. It's just after a little bit after 10, and we're just kind of consolidating here for a moment right here in that zone from 40 to 60. This is that zone that we were looking at. What's your thoughts, Jay? Are you still waiting to see if we could get down to get in long? Kind of just be patient type moment?
Yeah, I have no choice to be patient now. Like the trader that was talking, they wanted to be long 560. I feel like this is where it's really close to getting to taking that frustration trade and just saying, you know what, I should have bought it. I'm just going to buy it. The read says wait for the pullback. So I don't care what the market does right now. I can't take a trade here.
Beautiful.
And if I'm sticking to a long bias and never find a way to take a trade, I'm okay with being flat for the day. I'd rather that than take a trade I don't like and end up negative. I still like this market to the upside, though.
Okay, nice. Because you're looking for a 50% retracement. Or are you just going based off the momentum from this morning?
I'm going off of the pullback that we got when we started trending was 50 points, it was 61 points. So those measure moves, Dakota, from this high that we just had at 661. That same average pullback would put us at 600. Want to watch the market reaction to 600, and then I'll go from there. But right now, if I take a trade, it's in the middle, right? It's hoping that we just bounce here, or if I sell here, it's hoping that we actually get that pullback. The sell, if I had to lean one way, it'd probably be 51.49 to the sell side because I'm looking for that extra pullback. But yeah, I'm okay not taking a trade here.
Perfect. Yeah, fair enough. I just moved my stop loss. My new stop loss is now at 648.75, and I'm just going to trail this if we do start to break down on these pivots. So risk-free trade, worst case scenario, plus $450. And now we wait.
Mm-hmm.
Most big part of trading is waiting and being patient. Trading is really boring.
Yes, that's what you and David Green were talking about on Power Hour. It's like watching paint dry. Yes, it is.
It unfortunately is. If trading was fun and we're still profitable, I think a lot more people would do it.
It's not like the movies.
No, nope. Just gotta love what you do. Just understand that it's going to be boring, and just being patient. And you'd be. I think maybe you won't be surprised. There's so many traders here that just tune in Topstep TV for that entertainment aspect, right? Where it's like, hey, trading's boring while we're waiting. And I like Carl Hungus says, he makes the memes. Whatever it is, find something to do to distract yourself so you don't force yourself to trade.
Absolutely. That's part of the reason why we're here. Jeez. What's that? Where's MP with?
I'm tired of being patient.
Tired of being patient. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good to go. Who said that? That's pretty good.
Someone in the chat.
Yeah, that's pretty
be patient. And here we go. I just got closed out for plus 450 and right back up into those 50s. If this sets up again, I'm just going to take it again. So we'll see.
It will be time. Come on in. Who we got? Who we got here on Fast Markets? Come on in, Mr. Gabe.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, Gabe?
What's going on?
What kind of a
in the house.
background do you have there?
I don't know. Just something different. Trying something new.
Something different. Something
Fireball,
new.
yes.
Trying something new. Not sure. Yeah, I did the fireball for the fire drill. What's up, Jay? I appreciate the DM yesterday, by the way, man.
Oh yeah, my guy. That was a great segment with you and Coach Paul yesterday. What a lot of traders are going through, and it's really cool to see that one-on-one coaching. I know we don't do it as much. We don't do it at Topstep anymore. But Coach Paul is really good at what he does, and then you just being transparent with your process. Really cool to see.
Thank you, brother.
Yep, I agree. I had you on Slow Markets last night, and we're going to be on more. So I'm excited to have you join us. So
yeah, dude, that was fun last night. That was a very lighthearted way to turn around the rough day that I had. So
nice.
It was fun, man. I don't think we stopped laughing for a good 20 minutes.
No. Sometimes when you have a rough day, you just got to find some way to laugh about it, because it's just, this too shall pass. Tomorrow will come. As hard as it can be, you just have to try and do it.
Yeah. All right, Jay. All right, so Gabe, if we want to do a 50% retracement of yesterday's sell-off in the NQ, we're targeting 680. Correct, Jay? Can you confirm 680? 680. Cool.
680. The ES is back in the CPI candle from yesterday already, which was at the highs of the day. If so, that entire sell-off that was in the ES, obviously it was a smaller move than the NASDAQ. I think the ES was like a 1.5% move, but that full thing has retraced already. So
sure has. We hit 5700s. Can we hit 5700s? We're 13 points away. Yep, Eddie. Air horn. Air horn for YM. Air horn for YM. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Chad.
So what's that next level that you have on your chart right there, Coach Jay, at the very top that's red?
That would be my chart. This one up here in the 800s.
Yeah, what are you looking at in this market, Gabe?
I'm just plotting out some possible areas of supply where we sold off. I mean, the one that's I just mapped out that Fibonacci to get that retracement. So I see the 680 that you guys are talking about. But in terms of possible locations to get short, if we are, now once again, I was getting burnt going against the trend a lot yesterday. And if we're starting to trend up, not really too sure if I want to start calling tops, just bringing some PTSD from yesterday. But when it comes down to the supply kind of scenario or places to possibly get short, I like this little, couple base candles in the 5-minute with a breakdown. Came back up, tried to tap into that level, got to about 647, and then sold off. The The one above that you were looking at was this 3-candle kind of reversal, little drop base drop, nice momentum, nice consecutive motion. 3 down close, four down close candles in a row. It's a pretty wide zone. I mean, it's almost 40 handles. So you'd have to size down. But that would kind of be a possible location to short. The only thing is, if we get all the way back up there, do you really think the trend is going to be down? Like, you really think that's even a good location to go short if we get all the way back up into the 800s? At that point, I just think we're going to new all-time highs. So just plotting out areas that I see.
Fair enough. I mean, that's the one thing is, right? It's if you want the market to go up so you can have a decent, cheap short trade. But then as the market's going up, then it's always the question is like, well, now are we trending up? Or are we starting to become bullish? And just like you said, but I'm running into that same thing. I'm over here sitting in short 656 and a quarter and just running into the same dang thing over again. It's fade me Fridays. So everybody who's faded me is working out pretty well again. You could almost bank on it the way it's been. But I'm sitting in short. The setup, once again, showed itself, and I took it. I'm short 5 from 656. My stop loss is at 667. And here we go. We'll see how this one turns out.
Nice. I am up $5.99 on the day. So I know last night, Dakota, we talked about a gold short, and I had scalped, I don't know how many points or ticks I got on gold last night, but I was up $98 at the end of our stream last night. And
oh wow, okay.
This morning I actually ended up just taking a quick little scalp on NQ off of this supply. We were really overextended, and I just got in and collected a good, what was this 660 to like 640 ish. So just a quick 20 handles. But currently green, trying not to give a lot of that back. So that's another reason why I'm trying to not pull the trigger on the top right now, in addition to how I got burnt yesterday. So trying to preserve what I was able to squeeze out of the market today. Friday, which is usually one of my worst days.
Oh, Friday is my worst day too. I mean, there's a reason why I'm saying fade Dakota Friday. I mean, it's paid off for everyone doing that. And then MP came on here and he kind of said the same thing. He's like, hey, I was going to look to do this, but then he decided to do the opposite, and he made money doing the opposite. But then, yeah, it's just sometimes that's like that. And that's why I think Coach T is going to be amazing on Topstep X, because we could very clearly see what days that we're struggling with, and then what time of day that we're struggling with. And we could see it updated real time as we're trading. So I'm excited to have Coach T be able to review that, be able to review it here on TopstepTV. Traders are going to be able to do that. And so I love that I'm making the switch to Topstep X for that reason. And it's going to be a great tool for everybody to learn and hopefully become.
I'm excited for you. I think you're going to love it. I truly do. I fell in love with it, man. I used to just be all trading view, but Topstep X is, I mean, there was an easy transition, right? Because you got the trading view charts, the tools are simple. You have what you're familiar with. And then now we're coming out with a lot of, great additional value that I think is just making it more appealing and more effective of a platform. I mean, Tilt was already a great start to get, proprietary information specific to Topstep traders. I think that's huge for sentiment purposes. And then from there, the performance dashboard, that was a great addition. I'm excited for what we have coming up. I mean, there's a lot on the roadmap, and I know that people continue to make really awesome suggestions in the feature voting areas. We'll see what happens.
It's continuing to grow. Like I said, I'm making that switch. I'm going to be talking more about that with Mick on Shoulder Tap today. So, tune in. That's going to be an amazing segment for traders to get the insight of just a little bit of just stress on my end, and talking about my live account and switching over to Topstep X, because I now have my 5 XFAs, my 5 150K XFAs here on Topstep X. I'm not trading them today because I want to, it's Fade Dakota Friday, and I'm not going to trade my XFAs on one of my worst days just right now. And you were with me, Gabe, last night. I took $150 loser, and that's when I looked at Coach T, and it just said, yeah, you might have to reevaluate your strategy. It's like, oh my god.
lashing out.
Just one trade in, and I'm just getting wrecked.
One trade in.
OC just lashing out. All right, let's do a quick recap of the markets here. Trading near the highs of the day in the S&Ps. Last trade, 56.86 half. High of the day, 56.87 3/4. So about a tick and a half, point and a half there. Ooh, poll question in the chat. Gabe, are you considering locking out? Should Gabe lock out his account? Yes or no? Gabe, should you lock out your account?
I was the one that actually asked to put the poll up.
Oh, did you?
I want some opinion from our good old community that continues to encourage me on the daily. So I want to see what people think.
What's your position, Gabe?
Yes. I don't have a position on right now, but I'm up $5.99 on this combine. So
Nick for a tick.
Yeah.
Nick for a tick.
It's a great day.
You have to ask if you should lock yourself out. You already know the answer.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point.
Great point. Lock it. That's such a. Is that what size of a combine is that?
100K.
Okay, and you're up $500.
Nice start.
So that is
so
amazing.
the net balance is 264 up on the 100, but it's I went into, yesterday when I went into tilt, I reset that original account and then took another trade and talked about that on the road to funding, and that was like down 330 something. So I was in drawdown as of yesterday to the start of this account. So this would bring me out of drawdown and back above, ending the week in the green. So I'm definitely leaning more yes. I think here I'm going to vote for my own yes.
You're allowed to vote.
So,
just so I can see the percentage.
Leo had a great point. Lock out and all stress goes away.
Yeah, exactly, Eddie. That's how you could vote for it, is just by clicking that lockout button.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. Do it.
All right, we're locked out.
Can't reverse
Done
it, Gabe.
for Friday.
Well done.
Awesome.
Can't reverse it.
Awesome.
Now you got to take your shirt
Way
off.
to end the week. What?
Good stuff, Gabe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got to go touch grass with my shirt off. That's right.
Touch grass, take your shirt off.
That's usually my way to. Yeah, it's usually my way to decompress.
Go do that,
Right
Tarzan.
now, yeah, I need some longer hair. I need those dreads to kind of look more like Tarzan.
Yeah. To
And
each
probably
their
a
own.
tan. Yeah.
If that's your way, so be it. Market's starting to pull back a little bit. We're still chilling in that zone, Coach Jay. Well, that zone from the 60s down to these 40s, and like I said, I took that. I got stopped out for plus 500 or 450. The trade set up again. I took it. It's kind of like maybe trading the top of that range, looking for a breakdown towards 600. If we do start to break, I still think we could get some really amazing momentum to the short side, because people, but then it's fade me Fridays. Don't sell a Friday rally type thing, but the trade set up and I just have to take it. It's just one of those. I would beat myself a lot harder if I don't take a trade setup and then it works out and it screws up in all my entire statistics,
your numbers,
than just taking that loss. I am much happier with just taking the losses rather than
100%.
not taking the setups.
Yep. Dakota, say that again. When you look at your chart, what's your saying? See chart, take trade. What is it?
Yeah. So it was really David Green when I talked to him Wednesday. He's like, if I'm going to take the time and my charts are open, I'm going to take every trade setup that I see, because if I plan not to trade, then why would I be looking at my chart? So I like that idea, because we're spending time in front of the markets. You have your setup, you see it. If you have
what?
Sorry, so I lost my train of thought, and
You
then
sure
immediately
did.
when I did that, I was thinking about the press conference the other night.
Man, what? Oh.
You know what it is. I'm not going to be political on Topstep TV, but anyway, if your charts are open and you see your setup and it fits your rules, just take it. You could always change and understand your analytics there. That's the way I view it. Everyone else could be different. If you're not feeling right, if you're not feeling confident, then maybe just turn the charts off.
Yeah, I like that. Don't know. All right. MP's positions doing. This is now we're chopping. Now we're chopping around here. Train sideways.
Yep. It looks good. If we're gonna get that pullback, there's room down. My best friend
is that MP's
Poncho
position
is
right
in the
now?
chat.
I don't know. Is this his screen?
Yeah, it says MP screen.
Okay, sweet.
He's up $2,000.
Okay, unrealized. What's his target? He's just doing. He's in a
Yeah,
meeting.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see it.
He's got a 15 lot on. He's in a meeting right now.
I love him.
To be honest, it's kind of like Dakota falling asleep with 30 lots on.
It's crazy.
Hey,
15. It was a 15. Sorry. He's pulling a Dakota. I'm just kidding.
We love trading.
I gotta give you a little
Traders
crap.
trade.
Yep, for
Okay,
me.
traders trade. That's also the worst thing about us is that we love trading too much, and we could also be our worst enemies. So that's the reality of trading. It could be kind of addicting. It could be just one eye on the charts, one eye something else. You see something, you do it. If it works a couple times, it feels good. There's times where I'm on the golf course, I place trades. I made 10 or whatever, 10,000 on the golf course. Those feel amazing. But then, should I really be trading on the golf course? Should you really be trading in a meeting? Those type of things you ask yourself when you start to take that loss. But MP's probably in that meeting pretty happy if he's watching the markets right now.
Or he's stressed beyond belief trying to look at his phone.
No.
Yeah. You can hear when you're trying to spend time with your girlfriend or wife, you're like, you keep checking your phone. Why do you keep checking your phone? Pay attention to the movie. Pay attention. It's like, I'm sorry, honey, I just watching my phone. And then you're always glimpsing at the phone, glimpsing. And it really takes a toll on your personal life.
Yeah, you guys see the meme. I mean, there's plenty of them out there, but you guys see one of the memes that when a guy's laying in bed and his girl's on the other side of the bed, he's facing the outside, the exterior.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got his phone in his hand, and the girl's wondering what the heck he's doing, and he's on his charts. Full blown
where he's like, thinking he's like, he must be cheating, and
he's
it's
thinking about
exactly. Reality. He's looking at the charts in the market.
Yeah.
So we're getting at the bottom of this 5-minute range. Dobie, shout out to Dobie. He's a big range shader. This is that 5-minute range between the 630 up to 660. It's a nice 30-point range. If we do break down this bottom of this range, it's looking very what do we want to kind of say? Very good to go test the 600s.
MP. Can we go to MP screen real quick? James, we're gonna mind. We're all gonna watch this trade. I don't know if he's watching it.
And the text trade.
What is it? I can't see it.
He trimmed it.
Okay,
He
good.
took some profits.
Good.
He's up about 1,000. Looks like he took half off. Good trade, MP.
Okay, cool.
Good stuff, man. That was smart.
Someone asked what are thoughts on the ES. The ES very much looks like the NASDAQ. It retraced a lot more of the move. It traded back into that CPI candle from yesterday. The low of that candle is 681, 5681. So if you're long the ES, you want to see that hold. If we break through that with some strength, then there's potential for a retracement back to 5670. But the ES looks a lot stronger than the NASDAQ does right now.
Texting MP.
What are you texting him?
Don't close out of your position.
Don't close.
Diamond hands. I teased him the other day on Tuesday about is
his mouse moving?
Hey, real quick, you guys. I'm gonna sub Dolby in to finish out the segment just because I'm locked out for the day. Everybody have an awesome Friday and a great weekend. Looking forward to catching Sunday. Dakota's got a slow markets for the first time. Looking forward to hanging out on the weekend with y'all in chat. So we'll see you in chat on Sunday night. But in the meantime, you guys have a good rest of your week.
Nice trading, Gabe. Nice start to the combine.
Thank you all.
Later, Gabe.
Great job.
Easy.
Yeah.
All right, we got some housekeeping
market
to do.
coming Sundays.
So market's coming Sunday. Yes. You want to talk? Is that this
I need
Sunday?
to get you back in there, Andre. Yeah, I need to get you back in there. You
I want
joined
you to.
me that one time.
House
Maybe
account.
one day. Pajama party.
Pajama party. We got to fire up that house. The house account's gonna get fired back up next week. We need to do some paperwork, finalize some things on the house account. So we'll get back in there.
Just on
all right,
who's executing it.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So, all right, Dow's still making new all-time highs. We got some housekeeping. JD, hit me up where we are on the list. Whoever's on that. I think we still have some stats too.
Yeah, we could do some P&Ls if you want, real quick.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
MP's flat.
First,
all right, let's do it.
Nice.
Let's tee up those.
Made out. He made out, mother. Go ahead, JD.
Okay.
Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Oh, I just hit the fade button. I shouldn't have done that. I did that by accident the other week. All right, we're back. Okay.
Ooh. Damn,
Raphael, who is on the top of the leaderboard, tore up the ES, take home $35,600. I was looking at Raphael's trade report. It looks like he layered into a short position and just let it ride all day long, taking a huge chunk out of that move lower yesterday. So big trade for Raphael. Pinson trading crude oil in the NASDAQ for a tidy $9,800 profit. Nick for a tick is back, $8,500 trading the ES and the NQ. Big shout out to Nick.
Get on those shorts.
Matt S carved it up in the NASDAQ for $3,400. And Brian P, also on the leaderboard with close to $3,000 in profits trading the ES. Give me 1 minute to update that overlay with the XFA P&Ls, and I'll be back in just a second.
Sounds good. What's up, Dolby Time?
What up?
Raphael is just crushing it.
Yes,
that's a nice deal. That's a nice day.
I've seen him up there a lot. He's he's up there. He's continuing to just destroy these markets.
We see him in the chat. I love it. See him in chat very much. I don't think I've seen Raphael in chat very often.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I'd love to see him on TopstepTV.
Absolutely. All right. Oh, real quick. Top of the chat here in the forum is Pitt. Submit your questions for group coaching. We got JD. We got JD. You got Robert. Group coaching in the house. You already know. JD, Robert. Get those questions in for group coaching. Group coaching, 12:30 Central, about 2 hours from now. Get those questions in. Whether you want to talk about the performance dashboard, Topstep X, trading, Robert knows everything. Get it in there. He's got your back. Robert, I just told him you know everything, so pressure's on.
No pressure.
He knows quite a bit. I got those.
Go ahead,
I've got the XFA P&Ls. If you're interested, all right. Yesterday's best XFA P&L leaders. All right, Michael, Arnold, and Joseph, all with big days trading the NASDAQ. Michael with close to 24 grand, Arnold close to 22 grand, and Joseph with just over 18 grand. Jacob mixed things up a bit, trading gold, NASDAQ, micro Dow, and micro gold. $17,500 across those markets for Jacob. And Jeremy with a big day, almost $15,000 trading the NASDAQ. Always big numbers coming out of the XFA accounts. Those are your leaders from yesterday.
Those are big trading micros, right?
Yeah. Hey, yeah. GD, what was he trading again? Micros, NASDAQ, and gold?
Gold, NASDAQ. Hang on, I could break it down by
boy, just spraying all fields. Oh, gold was on the move
so
yesterday.
Jacob, $700 trading gold. $14,700 trading micro NASDAQ. $327 trading the NASDAQ. So did a lot better trading micros than he did minis. Almost $1,400 trading the mini Dow, and another $400 trading micro gold. So that's Jacob's breakdown there.
Nice job. Thanks for that breakdown, JD. I like those breakdowns. We should do more of that.
For sure.
Trader of interest. Yeah,
it's
when
rare
you
we
see
get
something
a
like that,
trader.
JD. Yeah, when you see something like that, trading 3-4 different products, I like that breakdown. It's good stuff.
Cool,
stuff,
absolutely.
Yeah. MP done.
Yeah.
Up $2,200.
Dolby.
Nice job.
Dolby time. Dolby time.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm back.
Oh, Dolby, just in time. We have a 5-minute range happening.
Yo, do we? We got a NASDAQ? Got one in crude oil too.
Yeah. Let's hear your read on these this range bound market. If that's cool. We could just like sub in. How's the market conditions? All right, consolidating. Bring Dobie in.
Range time.
Bullish. Yep. Yeah, I mean that would have been a real cheap buy at 626 in the NQ. Set a stop below that. If it breaks the 5-minute range, you're out. If it doesn't, you have a killer entry. You can kind of base a trade from there. So it just depends if you like being bearish, then yeah, 660 would be a cheap short, and then 627 would be a cheap long, in my opinion. Crude oil, too, also has a really nice 5-minute range as well. What
up? Talk about the market that's really moving today, Dolby. What's going on in the Dow?
Yeah. On the Dow, going up real fast.
What's going on in the Dow?
Fast. New highs. Pull up a daily chart, remove all the drawings. Being broke out of the daily range that we had from June 21st to about July 9th. So just straight up from there, 4-hour green candlesticks, 1 hour green candlesticks, 30-minute. Finally getting a little bit of red, but this is very, very bullish. I think the last 5-minute range that would have been fun to trade in the YM would have been this one at 925, 920s. There was an opportunity to maybe pick up 40,000s, 220s for a cheap trade. But after that, off to the races, broke out, and just straight up.
Nice. Shout out to the Dow traders, Aaron Trader, long 43.18 in the Dow. That's a great trade.
Yeah, SVA had a good one too. He got like 100 plus points in the Dow.
I don't think I've ever traded the Dow. 14 years, never traded it.
It moves at $5.
I haven't taken too many trades. Yeah.
Crude's kind of interesting. That could be a good breakout there.
What's your thoughts on this range on the NASDAQ then, Dobie? Let
me go to one up on my chart. Give me just a moment.
Waldo, yeah, well, it's over 14 years now. It's closer to 15 years since I've been trading. Legally, since I was 18.
Love it. So I had a level yesterday that was 20,370, and we kind of ran stops below there. So I think this is kind of a lot of liquidity to the upside after kind of running some of those stops, but broke out of the 4-hour range and just all green, 30-minute. Starting to consolidate, 15 minutes starting to consolidate. So you got that on the 5-minute manifesting. So 5-minute range. It's now in the NQ. I think there's some cheap trade opportunities there. I would take one.
You'd take one. What would you take?
Probably a long.
And then Coach Jay's over there being patient, waiting for a long. I'm sitting here in a short. At 656.
Nice.
Yeah, this is quite the market. Here's something to point out. While you have that chart pulled up, you see over to the left, there's that nice little, even further to the left, even if, let's see if.
Talking to me? Further to the left. Okay, there.
Yeah. Never charts open.
Are you talking to me? Go ahead.
Are you talking?
Incredible. That was an incredible moment. Dakota was talking to David Green. David, are you talking to me? Go ahead. Incredible moment.
Or we could pull up my charts if maybe that would be easier to pull up my charts.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Travis Bickle.
So,
you had it.
Yeah.
Talking to me? You talking to me? Huh? You talking to me?
We're clicking.
So this is something that I was looking at as well. Is we have had a lot of support and resistance right here in the 650s. Like this is a nice pivot. And if we start to zoom out and we're looking at it from that point of view where we broke down and now we're testing, this was some major support and resistance right here in these mid 600s. And so we're consolidating here once again. And maybe we just consolidate the rest of the day and who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, YM's
we are
all-time highs.
Yeah,
incredibly really bullish on the YM.
Was bullish on the YM. Yeah, interesting. Oh, we'll have Tuckman on here. Yeah, we'll have Tuckman on. We'll get his thoughts. Yeah, we'll have his thoughts on the Dow, well into the 40,000s now.
Oh,
What do you think about the
he's
rotation?
gonna have new hats printed.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he does. For sure has a new hat printed.
We're well into the
Always has
20,000s.
a-
All right. I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie. We are back on track, on schedule, on time here, Eddie. Let's get some plugs in real quick.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. All eligible traders who filled out that form yesterday received an email with the reset code this morning. If you didn't see it, check your spam. Also, if you received an error while applying the code this morning, please clear your cache, refresh, and try again. Now, remember, this code expires Wednesday, July 17th at 11:59. Code expires Wednesday, July 17th, 11:59. Also, if you want a spot in our new VIP experience, you will receive an email invite to get started by the end of the day. Yippee-ki-yay, MNFer. Stay tuned also. Topstep's birthday is coming up, and we may just give out a few more spots for that Topstep VIP. Wink, wink. Also, let's see here. Coach Robert. Yes, Coach Robert has recently released his new album. It's called Riz, Riz, Riz. No, actually, he released a 5-minute or less tutorial breaking down the new performance dashboard in Topstep X. And here is the link for free. I'm going to give this one out for free. There it is. I just posted it in chat. There you have it. And I think that is it. Andre, back to you, my friend. Let me try that again. Back to you, my friend.
I'm here.
Try that again. Back to you, my friend.
I'm here.
Back to the studio.
Back to the
Frank,
Sorry.
you there?
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Hey, thanks, Bob.
I
Back to
sneak
you,
it off.
Bob.
You got me. Trying to be smooth
Topstep's
behind the scenes
birthday's
there.
coming up soon.
Whose birthday's coming up soon?
Topstep's birthday.
It is.
Topstep's, yeah.
It is.
Nice. We're gonna have a party.
Yeah.
Speaking of that VIP
Real quick
experience.
here.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, if you did not receive that email, contact support, more or less you're using a different email address or something. Contact support, they will get it fixed. All right. Back to you.
Yeah, so big shout out to support. They're always really amazing to help.
Busting their hump.
And whenever there's issues, it's you have that confidence of knowing it's like, okay, they're gonna get to it. It's a matter of when, not if. And I love that. But talking about that VIP experience, Coach Jay, I seen on Discord we are starting to see those VIP chats. What's your thoughts on that? It's pretty exciting. I see some of the traders that won the VIP experience. There's some amazing conversations that's already happening, and wow, it's a lot. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to get started with it too. It is something different, I think, in the industry, and of course, it's Topstep to kind of lead that. And it seems like some really good energy in those chats to start, right? Where traders don't even have access to the VIP accounts yet, but you see the momentum building, and they're, hey, we're excited to start this. Traders teams, and how can we talk about trading strategies and wanting to win, and it's not a competition, but wanting to be the best VIP that Topstep has. So I'm excited to get started. We'll be getting started with those chats soon, and yeah, I think we got
a lot of traders in the chat asking what VIP is.
Right there, on the screen.
I have on my screen what it is. It's a Topstep VIP experience. 6 months in a free Topstep X, 100K trading combined, and 2 free resets a month, no activation fee, and the private coaching Discord that me and you were talking about, which you'd have access to the coaches. And I was in there the other day. I've seen you've been in there as well, Coach, and some of the other coaches have been in there just talking to traders, talking about everything. And it's so amazing to see that type of a community.
Yeah, 100%. I have a comment from AC Media Channel saying, hardly see me take trades on the stream. Am I scared to take a trade? Great question, right? Great, really, really good question.
That's the one you answered, Jay. That's the one you answered, Jay. I don't want to go ahead.
No, I want to talk about that specifically.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm on here for 2.5 hours, usually 3.5 hours a week. And if there is a trade setup during that time and I take it, I'll take it. There are, I don't even know how many trading hours that I'm not on stream, and we can take trades there as well. My reads of the market have been pretty good today. Trades haven't been. I think any trader can relate to that. What's more important, AC Media Channel? How is your trading going today?
Yeah. Or how is his media channel?
What's up, Jack?
How's the media channel also? And I took trades last Friday on stream.
Yeah, that's the thing. Trading on stream is completely different. To be honest, if there was no stream, probably wouldn't even trade. Like that. That really is the thing. Coach Jay's doing it the right way, where he's not forcing trades. He's not taking trades just to talk about it and for the entertainment purposes. He's on here for a reason, where it's like, hey guys, if the trade's not setting up, I'm not going to take it. I'm trading in my combine. I'm not going to be taking trades in my funded account because if something doesn't set up, and how boring would TopstepTV if we all just sat here and just put our hands and we all just, what do we call it? Grab.
So what is it, Dakota?
Just sit here, right? Just sit here and try and be entertaining for you guys. But that's the reality of it. Trading is, the majority of it is you're just sitting there watching charts.
And what I will say is, if I was just focused on trading, from my perspective, this would be a really boring really boring stream. We have the chat asking, hey, why is Jay not saying anything? Two completely different brains trying to analyze the market and provide information to viewers watching and taking trades. So, yeah, we'll go with that.
More trade, more air horns.
I saw that one too, Dakota. I love it. Oh, we're all slap happy on this Friday here at TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. It's trying to retrace 50% retracement again, 20,680 in the NQ. Take a look around these markets. S&P's trading about a couple ticks off the highs. Last trade 56.87 quarter. High today 56.80, 56.88 quarter, I should say. Gold pushing to chop around the highs here. About $2 off the highs. High today 24.18. Last trade 24.16. Call it. Crude seeing sellers.
You know what?
Hanging around that $83 even level. And, of course, Dow, the one that no one gets any love, trading all-time highs. 40,408. Make sure we'll check in with Peter Tuckman here in Power Players in about 17 minutes or so. Get his take on the markets. NASDAQ saw huge selling yesterday. Yes, saw decent selling yesterday. But here it is. Dow, maybe rotation into Dow 30. We'll see how that goes. All right, is everyone flat here? No, Talk to me.
No, I'm flat.
And NQ is right at the top of the 5-minute range. So if you like cheap shorts, this could be a very interesting spot. Probably risk somewhere between like 10 to 20 points, depending on your risk tolerance. But you would really have to have some conviction to the short side. But if you are bearish, I think it's a pretty cheap opportunity here. The 5-minute structure has been really, really good. So this is a very clean setup, something I would definitely screenshot, write down, and put it in my book of this is what a good setup looks like. You just got to pick the side. That's all.
I have a question for you with the range-bound trades, because you just said, right, if you're bearish, let's say you were bullish for the day and you see the market start to range, are you more comfortable letting go of that bias because you see the market's in a range and it's not necessarily switching bearish where you think the market's going to trend lower, but it's an opportunity to take a trade short? Is it easier to do that when you can identify that range?
Yeah, you might have to rephrase it.
So I'll say it from my perspective, right? I've been bullish all day. When we see, because we're clearly defining a range right now. If you have that bias, but then the market switches personality, right? It goes from trend to range. Is it easier for you to switch into range bound mode and let go of that bias, right? We had a trader ask a question the other day. How do you check that bias in the market? For me, I think a market structure shift and a market personality shift makes it easier to do that.
Yeah, I mean, probably I would just be stopped out at that point. Because honestly, you probably only get about 2 to 3 trades a day if you're in the trading combine. So you have to really, I think, just take like your best shots. I don't know how many times I would have the opportunity to actually like switch sides. I'd probably come into the market with, oh man, that short would have been
short Dolby.
Right
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
My bad. I started talking Dolby. I should have let you take the trade.
Yeah, no. That's not. It's my bad. I should have had an order in. I don't get proud about, having a level and having it work. Like I want to have the trade. Having a level but not taking the trade is not that good, in my opinion. So if I had the bias and like the market shift, I'd probably just be stopped out at that point. To be honest, I don't know if I'd have the opportunity to switch sides.
To switch. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I opened up a trading combine in my off to the side just so I could get like more reps, like practicing. And what I'm trying to do is like stick to a loss limit of like $600, and I want to make sure I can make more than $600, but I don't want to get in the habit of losing more than that. So I have to personally just get a lot pickier with my setups and make sure I have the 5-minute range that I want, and I'm following my system. So that's kind of where I'm at. I have to really do. I don't know about you guys, but like if you start putting on like losing trades, do you all start like digging into like your system and your journal like a little bit too much, and maybe getting too into the head and not just like kind of like letting things play out? I kind of feel like that's where I might be getting. I want to try to avoid that and just like pull back a little bit.
Yeah, I think I've heard Dakota say, you don't review daily, basically, right? You want to give it a month or two before you start reviewing, because you need to give things the time to play out. We had another good question from Jacob P. Do you have a method for determining that the market has switched from trend to range? For me, volume is going to tell me that, right? If we have my charts up, look at this volume pattern here, right? We have pretty high volume above the moving average. When we start seeing consecutive volume bars below that moving average, the market starts to trend, right? Look at this. I'm going to map out this range here, and then we'll look at the volume. Once that volume starts consistently being below that moving average, that was our trend. That was our range, right? So that's a good way to indicate that, right? Put the potential for a range-bound market when that volume starts to decrease.
This other thing too is like time frame, right? If you're looking at a really big time frame, like a 4-hour, like you could be range bound in a 4-hour, but trending on a 5-minute. So it kind of depends, like what time frame we're normally trading in, I guess, as well.
Right.
I want to try to trade the largest ranges I can find, because that's where I think other market participants will come in. But it gets tricky if you're kind of operating in between the lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Dolby,
oil really rolled over. What's up?
I think you might have taken that short if you were licensed via Series 3.
It's transition.
I know. Here we go. That's what I'm waiting for.
Dakota sits up in his seat. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this. I was just patiently waiting.
Also, you were talking about trading on the stream and the entertainment stuff. The prop shop experience is a bunch of guys mostly sitting around with over-ear headphones staring at screens all day and not saying too many words. So
anything, right?
We'll start another channel and do that. All right.
Jack.
Series 3.
Let's do it.
I don't know. I'll let you guys decide if it's hard or not. A customer with funds on deposit that exceed their margin requirements may A, withdraw the excess funds from an open position. B, use the excess funds to establish a new position. C, transfer excess funds to their stock account. Or D, all of the above.
D, all of the above.
They can do all of them.
D.
Yeah, they can do whatever.
Guys,
money,
it's
right?
Friday.
Hold on. Let's let the poll
now.
It's what was one of those commercials?
I'm just giving the poll. I'm just giving the poll a little bit of time.
Yeah, let's give the poll a little bit. Well, poll is just heavy. Heavy D up in the limousine. Heavy D. Heavy D. It's kind of. Poll is heavy.
Yeah, let's see how much of Juicy we remember while we wait for this poll. It was all a dream.
Yes.
Okay, let's see the answer. Salt and pepper heavy D up in the limousine. It is D.
There we go.
Yeah.
The limousine. All right.
After that one.
Well done. Keep more of those questions. Those are nice.
Yeah, seriously.
You got to finish the verse now, Dre.
D up in the limousines, hanging pictures on my wall.
Every Saturday.
Wrap it. All right, we can wrap it. Yes. We're old. That just means we're old. The youngins don't know who that is.
Right.
Legend. He's a legend. All right. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, there it is. Coop knows. You guys get it. All right. We got 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. And we have some hashtag Fast Markets content coming your way. I think Gabe's got some of that coming for you. 7 market. Okay, Dolby time. We were talking about that short.
That the one I didn't take. It's tempting. I mean, it's really hanging out by the high of the 5 minute range right now.
The only
getting
thing
like little mini Dorito as well. I mean, it is very tight. Just depends on your conviction, really.
Yeah.
What's that? 10-point stop is $200. Yeah, that's why I hate NQ. I would want like a 20-point stop in that NASDAQ.
Just gets tricky because the shorts are coming in. Okay, took a look at Tilt. Tilt's 64% long. Still 64% long. They've been long all day in Tilt or in NASDAQ.
So
okay, sounds good. Sounds good, James.
One other thing about this range-bound trade, if you're looking to take the range-bound trades, I think now is a great time to do it, right? What caused that range and from a volume perspective is lower volume, right? We're going into lunchtime and the probability of a high volume event happening is lower, right? We see volume usually through that lunchtime being pretty low. So now is the time where if you're looking for a little bit more confidence in a range-bound trade, now's the time to do it, right? In the NASDAQ, that moving average on a 3-minute chart is at 3,500.
Okay.
Until we see volume above 4,000 with conviction out of that range, I think we stay in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean, that would have been a cheap one.
We got 3 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Cut off a little earlier than usual, but this has been a really great session today. I want to throw it to James for hashtag Fast Markets. Let's get that in there, and then we'll wrap it up here on Fast Markets. It's been a hell of a session. James, what do we got? James, am I going to Gabe? Who am I going to?
I got it here.
My bad. All right, there you are.
No, I'm all here. I'm all good. Give me 1 second, though. Pull some things up.
So, yeah, I got this transfer. MP did close out. Go ahead.
There we go. So, starting off from Trader 27, we got trading on Topstep X Mobile while watching TopstepTV. Thanks for the content and entertainment. You're welcome.
Sweet.
I don't know what happened there.
Coming up next, we got Thomas Swinton sharing his setup.
Look at that
Not early than you're late. And he posted this on Twitter 8 hours ago.
Wow, 2 a.m.
Hanging around.
Like it.
We also got a fellow YM trader.
Nice.
A pretty good YM trade here.
YM, shout out to all the YM traders.
That's that tepid enthusiasm we all love from you guys.
Can't get too excited trading YM. You got to stay within a range.
Jack loves YM.
Purdue passed over 50K and a new 100K Topstep X combine. Congrats to you.
Thank you. Good job, Purdue. My brother went to Purdue. Yes.
We don't have Rips in the show today, but the Wolf of IPDA.
In spirit.
So what would Rips do with today's price action? Just close your eyes and buy it.
We're back to those days. Thank you, James. All right, guys. Good job today at Fast Markets. Oh, one more. My bad.
We got 2 more really quick. Lost Trader. Performance Data Coach T.
Who did that? Lost Trader's good. Lost Trader's really good.
That one's funny.
And finally, our Carl Hungus meme of the day for Fast Markets. Coach T, y'all suck.
Y'all suck. Forgot about that guy. You all suck. Shout out to whoever said y'all suck, man.
Seriously? You all suck!
Oh, man.
We got roasted.
That's all we got for Fast Markets today. Thanks for submitting.
Thank you, James. All right, we're gonna wrap this up right here, right now. Dakota, thank you for joining us all week. Tune into he's gonna call it Roast My Trades or Shoulder Tap. What is it, Dakota? We lose him. We lost him. Okay, he'll be on around. He'll be on here with Mick. We'll be on here with Mick. Coach Jay, Good stuff. Way to clap back at the chat. One of the great levels today, by the way. Dolby time. I will see you later today. Anyways, we're going to cut this off early. We got power players coming up next. Tuckman joining us in about 20 minutes. We got Dwayne. I saw him in the green room real quick. Anyways, power players coming up next. I got caught up there. Power players coming up.
everybody. Welcome to Power Players. Got a brand new Power Player, Dwayne from Canada. Welcome to the show. You are a Power Player.
Thank
Dwayne,
you.
welcome to TopstepTV. Could you please tell us
Thank you.
kind of a little bit about your journey, how you got to Topstep, and then we'll get into kind of what you trade and how you trade.
Sure. So, journey started in 2020, so approximately 4 years ago. I was actually introduced to Forex trading through a naturopath of mine, and it's been love since, essentially.
That's awesome. And did you start with? So you started with Forex. What moved
Yes.
you to futures? What was the shift?
The lack of a spread. That's what it was. That was the biggest thing for me. Yeah, it was dealing with the spread was so it was annoying because you could your entry could be accurate, but with the spread, sometimes you don't get tagged in or it hits your stop. It was it was very annoying at times.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So we've had several. Obviously the Forex prop space has changed a lot recently. Was that something you don't have to name any firms, but was that something that you dabbled in, and that's what got you into prop firms, or is it unrelated?
Yeah, I had actually started with one. I was unsuccessful, so I just kind of went back to trading my own funds, and I started hearing a lot of buzz about futures, so decided to check that out. And when I heard that there was no spreads, I'm like, say less. I'm all in. So yeah, that started my journey, and I guess when I became more confident, started looking for a prop firm, and Topstep was at the top of the list, so to speak. So here I am.
That is awesome. And Chad, I think you're really going to appreciate this because Dwayne here does not trade the NASDAQ, the YM, the ES,
What?
or the crude oil.
What?
He trades and is profitable trading Euro FX. Euro
So I
FX
used
futures.
yeah. So I used to trade ES, but on some pretty good advice, once your account balance falls below a certain amount, it's kind of unwise to trade the ES. So I went to Euro FX.
Love it.
That's
Love
awesome.
seeing.
Yeah.
Love seeing someone not trading. I don't want to hear, as you know, Dwayne trades NQ, ES, gold, or crude. So good to see people are being profitable outside of those four markets. We are seeing some sellers here, Dolby Time. That short that you were talking about.
That 5-minute range I didn't take. Yeah. That makes me thrilled.
You were spot on.
It's one of my big pet peeves is calling out a level and then not taking the trade. That to me is almost worse than anything else because you had it in the palm of your hand but just didn't execute the trade, right? So that's unfortunate. But hopefully someone in chat had bigger cojones than I, and maybe they grabbed a short around 616 NQ and are sitting pretty here. Dwayne, do you want to kind of take us through maybe like your system or what kind of framework you view the market through?
Sure. So I could access my shared screen.
Yep, I believe you're up right now.
Okay, so my trading style is time first, and then price action. So I'm usually trading the New York session between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. And what I typically trade are what's termed breaker setups. So what that is, yes. So you find a range in this case. So here's the range, and your focus is on the highest up close candle, which would be this candle here, and you'd be focused on the open of that candle. So what you're waiting now for is one candle to close above the high of the highest up close candle in the range. And once that happens, what you do is you wait for a return back to the open of the candle. So, and you're generally looking for these setups on the hourly time frame, and just to reduce your risk, you're drilling down to 15 minutes. So 15-minute time frame, the close actually of this candle here would be my entry and my stop here. But I've found you could reduce your risk even more by drilling down to the 5-minute. That's when things get really magical, because here we're looking at this 5-minute candle here. Your entry is here and your stop is at the low of this candle. And if I remember correctly, this is only 3 ticks. 3 ticks at one contract is only $18.75 you're risking. And in terms of take profit, what you're aiming for, you tend to aim for old highs and old lows. So in this case, we'd be aiming for this old swing high here. And if I remember correctly, I think the distance from entry to this candle's high is about 54 ticks. So you're looking at just over $300 I think at on one contract, and you're risking $18. You can't go wrong.
That's a winning formula right there, Dwayne. That's a winning formula.
Yeah,
hey,
Dwayne, I want to get Dre in here. Ask a question real quick.
Really quick, because we got Tuckman coming on. We'll come back on with Dwayne. But okay, so I'm taking a look at the 6E, right? You trade 6E, the euro.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so with ECB cutting rates last month, and now I'm looking at the daily chart right now. I'm seeing that we're kind of trading near the highs in the last couple months here, 109.36. Where do you see this going now? We're starting to price in rate cuts here in the States. That should be weaker on the dollar, right? So are you more bullish on the euro or bearish on the euro, knowing that rate cuts are around the corner here in the US dollar?
I'm actually bullish on the I'm bearish on the US dollar and bullish on euro.
Makes sense.
Euro FX.
Makes sense. Okay, yeah, rate cuts are coming. That makes sense. Weaker dollar. Okay, and your time frames, you said everything gets magical in the 5-minute. Why is it so magical when you get down to the 5-minute?
It's just, well, for me it's magical because I'm very I like to minimize my risk. I don't like to take a lot of risk, and I don't believe that you need to take a lot of risk on your trade. So 5-minute is it for me. Like three ticks and I'm a happy man.
Well, hey, that pays the bills. If risking 18 to make 300 all day. Go ahead, Dolby.
That's right. That's right.
I didn't have a question, Dre. Keep on going.
Okay. Well, listen, man. All right. So full disclosure, like you're driving, so I get a chance to trade. So I'm looking to take a trade right now. But
you're trading, hey, my man. Here we go. Get in there.
I only get a chance to trade. I've seen a pullback here in the NQ and ES. But Dwayne. Okay, so Dwayne, go ahead.
No,
I'm looking for trades, man.
Trade. Get out of here, Dre.
I'm looking for trades, man.
Enjoy.
Go ahead.
Enjoy. So, Dwayne, what would be some? Every market has a personality, right? There's like certain things, certain news events, certain times of day where volatility comes in. For someone who hasn't traded Euro FX before, and you had to kind of take them under your wing, what would be like the first things that you would teach them about Euro FX, just from like a structural and kind of like news event? Important time frame aspects.
I would say in terms of volatility, you're looking at the 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock time frames.
Eastern or Central?
Eastern
Okay.
Eastern time, yeah. And between those times, you're having big news events releases, and yeah, you typically will find a lot of volatility between those two time frames or 2 times.
Okay, and then do you also watch the European news events as well, in addition to American news events?
No, I don't really. I've noticed that a lot of European events happen during London session, and between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I used to trade London, but it got too much. Lack of sleep, and then having to go to work it was too much. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you? So you're working as well in addition to trading, then, right? Do you have like a day job that is paying the bills? So
I do.
That's what I did.
I do. I'm a professional painter.
Oh,
an artist.
Oh shit. Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I paint homes.
Oh really?
Whoa. Like for like commercial, like
yeah, residential, commercial.
Yeah, whoa. Do you have like an Instagram with like pictures and stuff?
Promote that.
Photos?
No, it's I'm old school. Like it's all word of mouth advertising.
Damn, dude, you're like a professional. You don't even have social media for your art. Yeah,
it's like a real
one.
Yeah.
No, well, I took over the business from my father, so I had a big pool of clients already, so I didn't really need to market.
Very nice.
Hell yeah.
So then, what do you get time to trade then? What do you get time to trade then, Dwayne?
Well,
why is that funny?
That's the thing. I'm actually trading at work. So
don't tell your dad.
It's not. Well, he's retired now. I
okay.
Now, but yeah, it's not that difficult to spot certain setups. So yeah, I tend to take them on my phone while I'm at work.
Mobile.
Yeah. Do you ever like paint like a rooftop and you're like, oh, there's a double top right there. I'm gonna do the gutters and there's a downtrend.
No, I'm not. I'm not that into trading, but I've seen a lot of memes online, and they're hilarious. I tend to send those out to a couple of my buddies, and we have a good laugh.
Hey, his Royal Trades in the chat says Dwayne seems like a very chill dude. Seems like a solid dude. Dwayne, are you indeed a very chill dude? And if so, how chill do you stay when you have a couple losing days back to back?
Good question. That's when I guess my trader mindset or entrepreneurial mindset kind of comes into play. As a trader, you have to be strong-minded. When you're faced with a string of losses, you have to be able to tell yourself, the next day is going to be better. The next day is going to be profitable, because if not, you start second guessing yourself. You start second guessing yourself. You start missing out on opportunities that you would usually or entries that you would usually take, and that could be detrimental to your growth. So I would definitely recommend that. Strong positive self-talk is huge for me.
Are there any parallels to painting and trading that you can draw, unintended?
Lots. I mean,
really?
Learning to trade reminded me a lot of learning to paint. I looked up to my father. He was my mentor, and at the time when I was learning, the things that he was able to do was like magical to me. And it's similar to what some of these master traders can do now in this landscape. I look up to them and I see how easy they're able to make profits and the amount of profits. And right now I'm in the wow stage, but I'm starting to see success, and keep telling myself that one day that's gonna be me. Definitely gonna be me.
Yeah. Nice. We're still waiting on Tuckman here, but I'd let him know that maybe he can join in like 10 minutes. So let's just keep on going, Dre.
Well, yeah, for sure.
I'll
take a
keep
look.
this
Look at
posted. I got a text thread with him right now.
Okay, cool. Yes, Johnny K. I'm watching Copa America. Go Argentina. They play beautiful soccer. Uruguay does not. Colombia does not either, really. But yes, Canada. Hey, did you watch the Copas, Dwayne? Did you watch it at all? The Canada game?
No, not really. No.
I saw Drake put a big bet on Canada, and they lost to Argentina. I wonder if that made its way through the wire there in Canada. All right. Dobie, I'm looking to take a trade here. Nothing really popping. D gave me a level of 69. 69, 56, 70 in the ES. So let's get that pullback. We get some supply there, perhaps. Definitely look to take a long if I can. Jay wants England. I'm sure there's a lot of England. It's coming home, right, Jay? It's coming home. That's what they tell me. But yeah, we're looking to take a trade here. Tuckman's supposed to be joining us. I'd like to know what his thoughts are.
You want to do the fun question with Eddie? We could get that in too while I try to get this set up here.
Eddie's ready to go. Yeah, he did.
All right.
Yo,
all right. We are here. Hey, Dwayne, how are you, partner?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I am fine. Thank you for asking. Okay, I got questions 1 to 21, and usually we do this with our power player. Any number that you'd like to choose, and we will pick a question and have fun answering it. 1 to 21. Pick a number.
1 to 21. Let's try 16.
Oh, good.
16. All right. If you could trade places with any historical figure for a day, who would it be and why?
Oh, that's a tough one. Historical figure. I don't know. I'm not a guy that likes to be in the spotlight. So,
all right. How about this one? All right. What's the most memorable trip or vacation you've ever taken?
The most memorable trip, I would say it was when I went back to my parents' country of Guyana, and I met some of my relatives that I haven't seen before. Since I was a little tot. Yeah.
Tell us about Guyana. I've seen pictures. Obviously I've never been there, but that would be on my bucket list.
It's a beautiful country. A lot of nice palm trees and whatnot. It's third world country, so things are not as they are up here. I didn't like the fact that when I had to go to the bathroom, I had to use an outhouse. Didn't smell too nice in there. There's a couple flies and whatnot, but beyond that, it was nice to meet my uncles and other relatives.
Yeah, it's good to see family, especially when you haven't seen them in a while. Thanks, Dwayne.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely. No problem.
Dolby, I saw Tuckman did log in. How are we doing? So it's Tuckman's jumping. I think he logged in. Yeah. So I'll ask him how we're doing this, Dwayne. So Dwayne, did you ever dabble in equities at all, or did you go straight to 60? I know you did Forex, so maybe that was a natural transition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I dabbled in gold for a minute.
Okay.
But
got him.
Or that's a commodity, but yeah, I didn't like it too much. It wasn't too profitable.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll bring in Tuckman. I'll jump off. What's up, Gabe? I'll jump off then. Bring in Tuckman here real quick.
Yeah, we're just going to drop to a 2 up real quick, guys. Now that Tuckman's in.
Cool.
Dwayne, just hang tight if you want to mute your mic for the moment, and we'll bring you right back in once we're done here. We'll wrap up the segment.
Nice work, Gabe.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys.
Cool. Thanks for being flexible, all. Whoa. I think he's on mute right now, but let's get his mic going, and we're off to the races. Can we
Should be
fix
good now,
the
Peter.
Tuckman audio?
Good, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Bam, there we go. Peter Tuckman, everybody, from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange from Wall Street Global Trading Capital. My goodness, Peter, yesterday quite the sell-off, but now we're already back up again. What do we think this whole sell-off was about?
You know what? I think it was completely a rotation. People were really waiting for different numbers. The numbers came out. It was, look, if today had been a follow through on the downside, I would have said this was a technical level and that it was time that the market sort of came in and consolidated a little bit, and we're going to see a bit of a sell off. But today's rebuff of all that just showed that yesterday was a one off. Right, it was literally a rotation out of the higher beta tech names. Right, we're seeing, and then into the Russell and gold. Yesterday, the Russell was up 3.8%. Gold was up $50. It was a complete sell that buy this situation, and I think that's all it was. It was a reaction to the number that came out, which was not, look, a lot of the economic data. Jay Powell's conversation last week was not that exciting. The market did not react at all to his talk in front of Congress in those 2 days of whatever he had to say. And so everyone was sitting on the sidelines, and they just finally got impatient. And they said, you know what, today's the day. We're going to dump that, buy this, and move on. So the Russell are the small and mid-cap stocks, right? A lot of them are tech stocks that are, a third and fourth derivatives of the AI game. And so literally they see, all you did was you saw the Dow was up 30 points. The SPYs were down 50 points. It was a very tech-centric sell-off. It was short-term. There was no follow-through today. We're back to the races. Now look at the graph on today's market. It's lower left to upper right. The market looks like $1 million. We regained the 40,000 on the Dow. We're at 5,600 on the S&P. I mean, it looks like it's got that feeling like there's never another down day on Wall Street feeling.
Yeah. Would you ever make yourself a NASDAQ 21,000 hat?
You know what? If you want me to, I'll go make it tonight.
We got a lot of NASDAQ traders here. We got real close to hitting it. Okay, you know what? I will happily do that for you because look, it is obviously, and I have to say this because this is my home here. It is by no means the New York Stock Exchange, okay, but it has been around for a long time and it is an old institution, and that's all fine and good. If anybody wants to IPO, they should come to the New York and not the NASDAQ. Yep. But in its own right, it is where the futures trade. It is where a lot of the tech trades. Only 347 of the S&P 500 trade on the NYSE. The other 153 trade on the NASDAQ. So there is a high significance of the components of the NASDAQ. So we can't poo-poo it at all. And look, yesterday clearly was a one-off. I thought there was going to be follow-through. I thought that we were going to see a continuation of the sell-off because, once again, for the same reason that people are impatient, waiting for the economic data to point us in some direction. But I really think it was just a one-off. Just a one-off, nice. And then for next week, I believe we start having some earnings coming in. It's got BlackRock has earnings, Goldman Sachs. So the banks are starting to report. Any insights on what the banks might be saying?
You know what? No, I mean, I think you're seeing that you're seeing them not act well. Look. Earnings are one thing, guidance is one thing, and then how does the stock react to the information? In the old days, I was just on Fox News with Neil Cavuto, and he asked me the same question. So, you know what? He's an old veteran. You're asking good questions, Nick. At the end of the day, we're not like the old days. The old days, they predicted good earnings, good guidance. You would buy the stock, the earnings would come out, it would go up $1. Everybody sold their position, and it was a beautiful thing. That's not what happens now. The stocks now can come out with good guidance, good earnings, and go down $50, or have bad earnings and go up $50. There is no rhyme or reason to the information, and surely no rhyme or reason to how the stocks react. That's why I always say you can be lucky for $1 or wrong for $50 when you play the earnings game. These moves are outrageous. If everybody goes on marketwatch.com and they go on the economic calendar, or they go on and they see the projected move in a stock, you can actually see MarketWatch will come out with a number, what the projected movement is post earnings of a stock. Well, right, the earnings are coming out. We're looking at this, and this is the projected move of the stock, up 18, down 20, up 50, down 30. They will tell you what the projected move is in a stock, right? We do that when we trade some stocks as opposed to trading futures. But the moves are outrageous, right? The volatility is insane around earnings. So everybody should be really, really careful. You're way much better trading futures around earnings time and get the moves of that rather than trade individual stocks. Because net, as I say, you're lucky for $1 and wrong for 50.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, the volatility has been extremely interesting this summer. Is this typical for summer trading, or is this a little bit more volatile than you expected?
Anything is typical in this place. Every day is a different day, and it's just extraordinary. I will say one last thing, everybody. On July 17th at 8 p.m., Wall Street Global Trading Academy is having a live free webinar on futures trading, on a master class on futures, talking about Topstep, talking about your platform, talking about NQs, MES, what all that crazy stuff, talking about technical analysis and risk management. So you all join us. Go to the link in my bio on Instagram, Einstein on Wall Street. Go to WSGTA.com and register for the webinar, and we'd love you to be there. And now
Peter,
I'll pass.
I love it. Just put your link in. Hey, Peter, thank you so much. We know we got you in the middle of this segment, but we really appreciate you stopping by. Have a wonderful trading day and enjoy your beautiful summer weekend. And we will see you again on Monday. Everyone, please check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. I put the link in chat. They are doing a free webinar. Of course, Peter, I got you. Have a wonderful one. He's out. Let's get everyone back in. So nice little hit and run by Peter there, but we always love having Peter Tuckman come on by. Dwayne, have you seen that face before? You're on air.
I believe I have. He looks face looks familiar. Face looks familiar.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, are you actively trading right now? Do you have any trades in? Are you even in the mindset to place trades at the end of the week here?
Yeah, no. Typically, at the end of the week, I just start winding down and start preparing for the following week. I mean, I missed that trade this morning that I had on my screen there, but that's okay. You know, if you miss today, there's plenty of other opportunities.
As always, that's, you don't want to have that FOMO, right? FOMO is not good when you're trading. So we got about, let's say, 10 minutes left in the segment here. We've had do a little market recap. Looks like the YM kind of did a double top projection of 40,400. NASDAQ rejected off of 20,660. It was a 5-minute range high that I was talking about earlier. And then I might have to get the Euro FX up here. I'm going to star that one since now we actually got someone on air who watches that. And what are we looking at here? You want to kind of take us through maybe it's like some typical patterns that you see in the Euro FX? This is not a market that I normally look at all.
Typical patterns. Right now, I'm only focusing on that one pattern that I described earlier, which is the breaker, the bullish breaker or bearish breaker setups. And the reason is I'm just trying to train my eye to spot them more easily. But yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, this was one here. If we so here's a range here. Let's see. Okay, so the price didn't come back down to this to the high of this up close candle here, but it did on this one here. So we have this range here. This candle here closes above the high of this up close candle, and the very next candle, the low dips into the high of it, which could be your entry, and away price goes. Like, it doesn't look back, And so just going back and kind of viewing this type of price action and helps kind of, again, I want to train my eye to spot these easier so that I can start taking advantage of this type of price action and profit, so to speak.
Yeah. So you sound like a very like disciplined kind of patient trader. Do you have like a morning routine that you go through to help get yourself ready for the day?
No, I'm boring, man. When it comes to trading, I'm boring, and I've heard from many mentors, that's the goal. You know, trading should be boring. Nothing new. You know, you know what what to look for. You know what times of the day to look for it, and you just wait for it to appear. You know, I mean, when I was starting out, it was very nerve wracking. Like I would be very anxious when I'd be in a trade, you know, hoping and praying it would go in the right direction. But with a lot of I guess experience and a lot of insight from mentors, that anxiety's kind of calmed down, especially now that I can control my risk or minimize it to a very small amount. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with taking a loss. Like that trade I outlined this morning. I mean, if price went against me, you know, I'm losing less than $20. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah.
So are you taking a lot of trades then and getting stopped out frequently, but hoping that your winners will run and make up the difference?
No, not really. I take one trade a day. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
One trade a day. And just whatever the best setup, you just take it?
Yeah, whatever setup I see between 7 o'clock and 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's me right there. You know.
That's beautiful discipline.
Yeah, I may be actually reducing that to one trade a week. I've just seen a weekly, I call it the weekly breaker setup, where you know you're seeing 93 to 100 ticks every week, and that's fine with me. I mean, in my perspective, you don't really need more than that. I mean, if your account balance is up to a point where you know you're able to trade one or two contracts without you know risking too much, you multiply that by you know all the weeks of the year, I think you'll be a very happy person at the end of the year.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, chat is loving your stuff right now. They're really appreciating your patience. So last question here. I got a couple minutes left. You said you had a mentor. I won't necessarily ask who it is, but what advice would you give to a new trader who's trying to find a mentor? What characteristics do you think are important in finding a mentor for yourself?
One characteristic is I don't believe that you should shell out a ton of money to have access to a mentor. You know, I guess number two is you want to be able to see them trade live, to make sure that you know they actually are a mentor. There's a lot of people out there that are pretending to be mentors and just scamming a lot of people, and that's not cool. And a lot of people out there, you know, we work hard for your money, you know, and to find out that you've been scammed, that hurts. And for some, it may even hurt to the point where it turns them off of trading. You know, they're no longer interested, and it's kind of sad.
That is sad, because trading is a beautiful thing, and it can really help, I think, grow the individual. Have you found that trading has helped you grow as like a man per se, or as an individual?
Definitely, it's helped me grow in just meeting new people. I've met people like all around the world, and it's fun to share a common passion, and I'm always interested in how the next person trades. You know, how do you spot setups, and what times of day do you trade and whatnot, and compared to mine. And I always do that, because you never know what you may learn from another person that may benefit you, or sometimes sharing things with friends benefits them, and you don't even know until they say, "Oh, hey, I didn't know that."
Yeah. I mean, that's great advice. Dwayne, chat is loving everything you're saying right here. I think everyone in chat is feeling very grounded by your voice, your patience, your very chill and relaxed attitude. I think that's what we all love seeing, as well as very humble as well. Very, very humble.
Oh yeah, that's me to the T.
Yeah. To the T. Yeah. Is that like did you learn that from your father? Is that like passed down, or do you have to develop that on your own?
I think so. He's a very humble man, and I think working alongside of him all these years, I've picked up on that.
That's awesome. Well, shout out to your pops for raising such a wonderful kid with excellent discipline, patience, doing the game with Topstep. This is Dwayne here, funded trader, and finally,
yes,
everybody,
sir.
we finally found someone who trades FX currencies. We got our guy. We got Dwayne. So next time we need some insight on what's going on in the FX markets, we're gonna have to hit you up and get you back on here. So Dwayne, thank you so much for coming on. We do have everyone's favorite segment. Oh yeah, anytime. We'll have Tim contact you, try to get you on, maybe play some trades one day with the market of your choosing. And I think that would be fun, as long as you're open to it. I think we certainly would be as well. But everyone's favorite segment is coming up. We have Top Quiz. It's an opportunity to win a free reset. You get entered into a raffle if you get enough questions right. And the host of Top Quiz today is going to be Jack, and everyone's favorite guest, Vanessa, will be helping Jack navigate Top Quiz. So let's wrap up this segment, give everyone enough time to get settled, and we'll be right back here with Top Quiz.
Hello, everybody. It's Friday. Bump, 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 bow. I am Jack, joined by Vanessa, which is always a pleasure. Vanessa, how are you doing?
Dandy. How are you guys? Audience,
Great.
I guess. I don't know.
It's a beautiful summer Friday, Vanessa, and where else would I rather be than inside behind several screens with the curtains drawn? But I am happy for Top Quiz today. Click that link to join. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be in the running for a raffle of one of 80 free resets. The top 5 get them of those 80. Answer the questions as they appear on your device. If you answer in chat, those don't count. I'm trying to think if I hit all the bases there. Yeah, I think that's about it. So, Vanessa, we got some fair questions today. That is all I can say about them.
I'm excited. Oh. Somebody told me one time that like I should study for these. I'm like, how do you study for these? Like, there's no idea. There's no. Anyway.
All right. Amir is saying my voice isn't synced. James, you back there? Is that a problem? Is this something I gotta work on?
It looks good.
Oh. Okay, cool. All right, with that, there's a bunch of you in there, so we're gonna get started right now. Vanessa, are you ready?
Ready as I can be.
Let's rock it. Top Quiz Friday. Here we go. Question number 1. Which of these stocks has MP not talked about owning on air? GameStop, Chewy, Rivian, NVIDIA. One of these 4, to my knowledge, has not been part of the MP portfolio. Any thoughts here?
Maybe Chewy. He didn't have any animals, I don't think. So maybe Chewy.
Chewy was a recent addition to Patak Capital, following the steps of Roaring Kitty. GameStop, Chewy, Rivian he has. NVIDIA, he is not, but maybe one of these will be the next NVIDIA. After 1, Bad Boy Goku, Eagle-Eyed Tiger, who might be related to Eagle-Eyed Cherry, Raph, Tao, and our old friend Chirogaster is in 5th place. Ready for question number 2.
Here we go.
What company was initially known as Blue Ribbon Sports? Was that Nike, Adidas, Wilson Sporting Goods, or Fila?
I have no idea. I don't think it was Fila. I have no idea. Oh my gosh, Jack.
It's not Fila.
No. Circle.
It was the Big Daddy.
It
was Nike. What do you think? I think, it's hard to know with all the marketing in retrospect. Like maybe Nike didn't sound good at the time, but I think it was a good choice. I don't see a lot of people rocking Blue Ribbon Sports brand shoes.
I'm always confused. Is it Nike or Nike? I think other countries call it Nike.
Other countries. I was saying, who do you know that calls it Nike? That's insane. Who are these people?
I have a lot of friends.
Okay. Coder, Top Tickle, Jackson Bong. I don't know what I'm doing in Chirogaster. Here we go. Number 3. The highest number of points you can get in one round of darts. Is it 50, 100, 180, or 240?
I also have no idea on this one. I feel like, I don't know, circle, because it's in the, I feel like it's high, but it's not too high. I don't know.
You are correct. And I had to be, I don't know if you heard me, Vanessa, I had to be very restrained saying 180 because they'd give away, because in the darts announcing, they're always going, ton 80, 180. It's quite something.
Would have never known that.
You don't watch darts on TV? Okay, well, this
Is
isn't
that
for you.
common? Do people do that?
We'll watch it once. We'll throw a poll up at some point. Okay, last question today, Vanessa. Here we go. Oh, that's dumb. I don't know what I'm doing. Connor, Jax Bong, Bears are poo. We'll show you. We're off-season champs already. And Tetra. Last question. According to court documents, why was Madoff Investment Securities informally known as the North Pole? Was it because only Santa Claus can give those returns, because they were on top of the world, because they were doing so much cocaine, or because they turned the heat up to 60 degrees to save money during the winter?
I have no idea. I'm going for cocaine. I have no idea.
You know, this isn't good life advice. But when in doubt, go to cocaine. Yes. Into court filings. They was known on the street as the North Pole because they were doing so much cocaine.
Awesome. Not awesome, but awesome.
No. I mean, kind of awesome if they weren't doing the other stuff they're known for. All right. Let's see the winners today. Toby Blue.
Out of nowhere.
Kyrogaster. He knows what's up. Congrats, Kyrogaster. And in first today is my bong.
Yay!
My bong has become sentient. Vac and Janessa in fourth. And dope music something. Radio. Okay, well, that was the quiz. Stick around because we got, and I have it right today, Shoulder Tap is coming up next with me and Mick and a special guest. So stick around. Vanessa, thanks again. Have a great weekend. Always love doing this with you. All right, we'll be back in just a few. See you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a special Friday edition of Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Risk Manager Mick and Coach Dakota. What's up, guys? You'll never guess where I'm going after work today.
The golf course.
Hopefully. So that's what we got looking forward to. It's a nice summer day here. But we thought we'd do kind of a freewheeling shoulder tap today and talk about some risk management stuff and maybe some learnings, etc., for the future. So Mick and Dakota, I'll hand it over to you guys to start this.
Yeah, I thought it would be appropriate to have Dakota on. Nice to be on. Dakota, you and I haven't shared the spotlight yet, but we've had conversations multiple times. And, you know, as every one of our viewer knows, we got our top dog live trader on here. I think he shared some updates with the viewers recently regarding the live account. So thought it would be, you know, appropriate to get him on here and talk about some of the recent trading that he's had. You know, things that went well, things that, you know, maybe we could change in the future, and basically share some, you know, stories and learning experiences with the rest of our group here.
I don't know what to say.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll start off.
I would say this. If I could do everything over again the past 6 months, I'll do it exactly the same.
And I don't disagree with that. There might be one or two things that you might have changed.
Set a louder alarm clock.
So I for those of you that haven't heard, you know, Coach Dakota has been our top dog, number one on the live trader leaderboard for a while. He had built up his account over $250,000 in very, very short order. I think, I mean, Dakota, you had about 100 and something active days. Actually, I look at my cheat sheet, 103 active days trading in the live account. Really were, you know, as JD says, on a heater for a good part of that. So not only was it an extremely large account balance, but, you know, you found wild success in the markets to the tune of like taking $184,000 in payouts out. And
was it
yesterday? Yeah, I think it was 184, almost 185. Do I have my numbers crossed? What's your bank account say?
That sounds about right. The last payout like just hit yesterday.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, yesterday his live account hit the $0 account balance. So max loss limit. It was, I think you came in with about
negative. Right. I think it even
hit and exceeded zero, which we'll talk about with the slippage, because you had about 17 or 18,000 left in that account yesterday. Coming into the CPI number, you had a 15 lot on market, you know, spiked in one direction, went against you, auto liquidation triggered at the $0 mark. And yeah, I think the account went into about $4,000 debit with slippage based off the volatility during the time of that release. So the live account's been closed. I know you'll be back though, because you've got a great eye for the markets and truly good money management. You know, this is not luck or chance that you had grown the account to such a large amount, and then also, you know, taking, you know, pretty staggering payouts as well. So why don't you walk us through a little bit what happened yesterday? I know you kind of hinted towards it a little bit earlier regarding the alarm clock, and maybe all that good trading has allowed you to sleep a little bit too soundly at night.
Right before Dakota starts,
like I said,
wanted to say, Dakota, that like, and people in the chat can answer this. Have you ever slept through something important for trading? Because I know that I have, so it's not. But go ahead, tell us what happened here, man.
Well, let me start out. What was I going to say? Dang it, Jack. Let me make sure I get this straight. Yeah, 184K in payouts. That was only a minus 16K day based off my account balance, $17,000 a day. And you know better than any, Mick, that is. No, I wouldn't say average, but I've had a lot bigger swings. We had that fun roast my trades where I've had, you know, bigger P&Ls where I was up like 40K for the day, finished down or like positive 20. You know, that was a $20,000 loss. And these bigger swings is something that comes along with this when you're trading bigger account sizes. Yesterday, me and you talked for a little bit, and surprisingly, yesterday was one of my best days of the year in my personal accounts, unfortunately. And I'll walk you guys through it. I walked everybody through it for slow markets. That's the benefit of being on slow markets, is you guys get to find out all this stuff before it comes on to the daytime show. But yeah, everyone seen me in a 15 lot short yesterday. Probably one of the only shorts that lost money in that account. And yeah, I went to bed, put an alarm for, it would be 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, because the CPI news comes out at 6:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. And I slept through it. I woke up, I seen the market was down like 200 points. Got super excited. I checked my personal live accounts and I was stoked because I had a lot of covered calls and puts on Qs and some of the indices. And it was one of my biggest days I've ever had in my personal accounts. Then when I logged onto the computer and I seen my TopStep live account, I was like, what the heck just happened? Yeah. It was CPI, right? that it just whipped right up and then turned around and dumped 200 or 500 points, maybe even whatever it is from that high. So I was short around 20,892 is where I was short from. And then, yeah, the rest is kind of history. There's some irony, though, to this, Mick, because the day before we were just talking, I sent you a message. I said, this new statistics on Topstep X is amazing. I want to switch. I'm going to be looking to switch to Topstep X. And the way to do so is just withdraw my entire account balance, which was down to like 16, 17,000 because I've took so many payouts. And so, yeah, it's kind of ironic. And it's kind of funny because that same day, I passed 5 150K X or combines. So now I'm sitting here with 5 fresh, 150K XFAs in Topstep X. So, of course, I would have rather just withdraw that money and have that in my pocket and then make that switch. But I'll lead by example, right? And that was my mission since the beginning of the year when I first started trading combines here at Topstep, was trade by example, show traders, not only am I wanting to coach here at Topstep, I want to show that I'm a coach for a reason. And like you guys said, it's get while the getting's good. The markets was amazing this spring, this summer, and I've done really well. And then the markets just turn into just a very tough for a trader, especially when we're just continually to hit highs. And so going through a drawdown, now we got volatility back into the markets as of yesterday, and it's been really well. And then part of that, right? What do they say? It heavy holds the crown, or whatever that saying is you guys
heavy lies the crown.
Yeah, you guys have to take the bad with the good, and that's part of leading by example. So you guys get to see all this stuff, what it takes to take payouts, go through that, and of course, like we were saying, it's like hindsight's 2020. If I wouldn't have taken so much in payouts, I would still be sitting here with $180,000 account balance. But I would rather have that money in my pocket than sitting in that account right now.
If I could touch on the payout piece of it, Dakota, or Jack, did you want to go with something before I get into the payout stuff?
Well, you could do it too. And Dakota, we've been talking to, and me and JD have been looking at this for a while now, of like, ultimately is a good thing to take, $184,000, 185, whatever it was in payouts, and not to be, we show that top 10 list, and we're trying to find something, be it if it's like includes the payouts this year, like it's a yearly tracker and we start again each year. We'll talk it out in chat and stuff like that. But it'll be interesting to see how we want to do that.
Yeah, because we're ultimately, and what's also motivated me to keep trading in Topstep accounts is that trading competition. I'm super excited for that. We have that VIP, we have the trading competition, keeping track of the statistics. Now, all that being said, the leaderboard's fun. And I know Mick knows this for a fact. When we see someone make, 100K in a day, or, do so well, and then they just keep talking, I'm going for the leaderboard, I'm going for your top spot. And that distracts from what they should be doing. It's process over profits. So even though the leaderboard's really fun and it's exciting, it's something to take with a grain of salt, to not because we're all competitive. We're really all competitive as traders. But yeah, we talked about that, Jack, a little bit. I know some other traders have been talking about that, is understanding what's the year-to-date P&L for all the traders here at TopStep, and then breaking it down by quarter. We could be able to track it. It's because I've had that conversation. It's like, hey, if somebody was trading this month, they're doing so much better than me. I don't deserve to be on that top spot for this month. You know, somebody needs to have those highlights who's being able to do really well in this type of a market condition, rather than me just sitting at number one. So there's a lot that I'm excited to continue to work with you, Jack, on, and you guys are, you know, on top of that behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think to be transparent, we'll show both. So yeah, thanks for talking that out. So Mick, go ahead.
Yeah. I think it's only fair too. I mean, regarding the leaderboard, I want to get back to the payouts, but what you just mentioned, like the leaderboard can be a distraction, and you, Dakota, talked about leading by example, which is, you know, something really good. But I know that there's one of our other traders that's been trading really well who said, you know, he wanted to chase you down. And we had talked about, you know, how that's really not a good thing. Like trading is a highly competitive individual sport. Focus on what you're doing. And then definitely, you know, one of the rules that I have tried to live by with my trading is separating your desire from profits from your trading. We're all here to, you know, make money, but everybody wants to make money. Your trading should be isolated to what the market is doing, and the money is a byproduct of that. So going back to, so that's my take on, you know, the leaderboard and stuff like that. People should be focusing on the trading. Money is a byproduct, and your spot on the leaderboard is going to be a byproduct. Regarding the payouts and leading by example, I know that you had got that account up to, like I said earlier, $250,000. There were no payouts taken. I think there had been a number of people here at Topstep that were nudging you to take payouts, including, you know, Michael Patak himself. And I had heard that, you know, you had kind of turned him down on the payouts. And I was like, well, I certainly don't carry as much weight as Michael, but I'll see what I can do. And we had a conversation one evening, or at least I messaged you one evening, and I think you might have gotten back to me the next day. And I was like, hey, people look up to you. You are leading by an example, just as a coach would. I was like, there's so many people that find short-term success. They build their accounts up to, you know, a nice balance only to give it back. And, you know, I talk about that a lot on the shoulder tap segment, you know, big profits coming and going. I'll follow up to the story here this week on Shane, that guy in the XFA who had made $130,000 in one day across 5 accounts. He is now on his 7th day losing across those 5 accounts. So he's given back 124 of the $130,000 in 7 days across those 5 accounts. But I was like, you know, it'd be really important to show people that they need to pay themselves, because it's what we're all here for. And a lot of people get very fixated on this number that you can see on the computer screen, your account balance and stuff like that. But any money that you keep in your account is risk capital. Dakota, like you said, if you hadn't taken 185,000 in payouts, you'd still have an account balance of this much. Despite that account closing, and I know you'll be in the live markets again here probably in very short order. I mean, you have 184,000 to show for it. And, you know, that's a very large sum of money, even on a smaller scale for traders who are not assuming the same kind of risk, or may not even have the same risk tolerances that you have, and may never even get those. There's something to be said about, you know, Jack, you and I talk about it. It's like, hey, they might have lost this account. They might have done X, Y, and Z incorrectly, but they still have something to show for it. And that's a big piece of the journey, especially as people continue to grow and develop in this business. So I was very happy that we were able, Dakota, you and I were able to come to some sort of an agreement that I think I'm going to give you a little jab here. You and I talked about, when it came to the payouts, Dakota and I had agreed upon, he's like, all right, I'm going to maintain a $250,000 account balance, and anything over that, I'm going to take half of it every 2 weeks. I'm like, okay, that's great. And then I think it was only a matter of days later, I was, you know, doing something, and I'm in the office here with JD, and he goes, Dakota just took 130,000 out in a payout. And I was like, what that's not what we talked about. It was so far from the plan that you and I had discussed. So I was really caught off guard by it. I think part of that, and you and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, Dakota, totally like part of it was for entertainment, and certainly good, juicy entertainment. But I was thinking, you mentioned earlier when you got on, you wouldn't have done anything differently in this live account. I'm curious would you have done that differently? That's question number one. And question number two, is there anything, I know you mentioned you wouldn't have done anything differently, but like realistically, is there anything that you think you did incorrectly in the account that is a learning experience for yourself and something that you could pass along to everybody else that's here watching?
That's a good question, Mick. So number one, I don't regret taking those payouts. To be honest, of course, I would still have 180 plus K account balance. I'm glad I took those payouts because I'm using that money, and I've already put it into like a CD, and then some in a Roth IRA and a few other areas. And the one that I just got yesterday, that paid for those combines. And so it's kind of a great thing that I took those payouts, because if not, I most likely would have just withdrew everything anyway to switch to Topstep X. So it didn't really matter too much. The biggest regret was basically just yesterday, leaving a trade run through news. And we teach that. All the coaches know. I say it all the time and preach it. And I even said it that night before, was, I need to make sure I'm out of this trade before the news hits tomorrow. And then I sleep in, and then this happens. But yeah, I think I don't have anything else. I think it's great for the traders to see like how everything goes. But in terms of, like you said, as a trader, how much money are we putting in? At the end of the day, this is a prop account, right? And that's what I was just having conversations with some of my friends, like, man, this is a prop account. I paid for a total of 6 combines, 6 times 150, right? So plus another 6 times 150 for the activation fee, and that's my cost. And so, I keep everything, and I mean, you could do the math very simply, right? So it's like basically 12 times 150. So my investment into this live account, $1,800. And I'm sitting here with, over $180,000
more than that. Yeah.
Minus the time and my trading, right? Because of course there's always that, what's it called? Opportunity risk, or that lost opportunity, where if I was focusing on maybe my personal accounts, I could have made more. But I think being able to help the traders here at Topstep has provided a lot more value to me than if I was to be trading my personal accounts and making, would have made a lot more like money possibly. But you never know.
Yeah. I mean, like, we should lighten the mood a little bit here, like just in general. Yeah, people are commenting that we seem like a little like dour or something. Basically, yeah, you slept through your alarm. You did it. It's not, you took out 185K. It's fine. I have resting concerned face. So when I'm listening, I just look like I am scolding that. No, all in all, you did great. Also, let it be known, I am not roasting you today. I really am not when I said that, because I was we hadn't talked in person, so I didn't. Well, I am doing some roasting, not of you. But you never know what's going on with, like, how someone feels about that at the time. So I didn't want to try and make light of it. But it seems you got a great, you're at 5x of A's. You're doing great. We just wanted to be transparent, so we're just talking about this. But Mick, I did, if you want to roll to him now, somebody was talking about the Coach T one-liners.
Okay.
That are coming out. And I scoured the internet trying to find people to give me the worst things Coach T has said to them. And Gabe, I think we have a few of those if we want to share with the audience right now.
I got one last night.
I bet you did. Trading can be a lonely profession when you're in front of the screen all day. If you traded better, more people would probably hang out with you. Oh, yeah. Coach T, getting it. We got a few of these. This might have been the one you got. I feel so stupid for saying this, but CPI's in 5 minutes. You already knew that. I mean, it's the biggest release of the month. If you could remember one thing about the markets, it would be this. Thanks, Coach T. What else we got here? I see you traded the Dow today. Thank you for your service. You truly are the greatest generation. Oh, that's a bit ageist. Your least successful trading time was between 12:01 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. You might want to avoid trading during this time. I think that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's funny. There's a really quickly on that one. I have something in the office at home that it's a chart, and it says the most dangerous months of trading throughout the year are the ones that end in Y.
Yes. Let's just show this. We got two more. I don't know if we're going to read this one. Preparation is key. Have you considered removing all firearms from your home? And lastly, I think it's become self-aware. Just be aware that you can actually hurt Coach T with your trading and kill it, a la.
Oh, man.
Who came up with all these?
It's the AI, man. It's just been feeding off of comments from all of our coaches and stuff like that, and it's getting a little bit feisty. I mean, what about removing the firearms? Is over the.
I've got something funny here. So years ago, before everything closed down for COVID, in our old office, Jack, you remember you were there over on the marketing side of things. My desk was very close to marketing, and out of all the conversations I had with traders, the marketing team started a Google Doc, and it was like Mickisms or something like that, and they took quotes from the calls that I had, and they built this Google Doc up. And there's some of them are very, very funny if you especially not knowing the context of the conversation. And we had T-shirts made and stuff like that. That could be fun to pepper into this AI.
I still remember one of them still sticks with me about you were talking to someone who was saying something about Paul Tudor Jones, and you were just like, that guy's a billionaire.
Yeah,
they were comparing.
there were some good ones.
Well. Yeah, I'll see if I can find those, but we're about out of time here. Dakota, keep on doing what you're doing. As you said, no regrets about the last 6 months. You've been killing it. Keep trading those options. You're a great friend of Topstep and traders, and that's all so it's a reverse roast, and that's as far as I'm going to go. So thanks for joining, Dakota.
Yep, no problem. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Take care.
All right, we'll be back with group coaching just after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is 12:32 in the Central Time, 12:32 Chicago time. You submitted your questions. We got them. I'm JD behind the curtain. You're looking at Coach Robert right now. We're going to actually do something a little different for group coaching today. In the, as Jack said during shoulder tap, in the spirit of freewheeling, we're going to try and mix things up just a little bit. So Coach Robert took all the questions that we received in the form that was pinned in the chat, and he did a little something special for it. Robert, what's going on for today?
Yeah, it's doing good. And ironically, I was on lunch when that shoulder tap was going on, so I definitely need to go back and watch that one. And we kind of prepped this before. I'm like, JD, let's you can look at the timestamps, folks, if you want to. It's like we kind of came up with this before that happened, unless they did the same time. But it's okay. We're a team here. It's how we all work. So just irony that they did that. I didn't get a chance to hear it, but I did hear it was good. So so what I did was I wanted to make sure that we get to all the questions. We get so many submitted. I just went to my little chat GPT buddy and just said to summarize them. And we're going to take a run through that. And I'm going to bring it up on my screen. But before I do, I just wanted to share something. Over the past week or so, maybe a little more than that, since around the 4th of July, did a lot of reflecting and looked back at a lot of my notes during the time off over the 4th of July week, holiday, and then that weekend. And I'm going to do some more this weekend as well. And the notes aren't just for me personally. They're notes that I take along with what I'm doing right here with group coaching and with other segments as well. I don't do it right on screen, but right afterwards, I'll jot a few things down. And something is really standing out to me, and I just wanted to share something that's really helped me out. It's more of a life experience thing, but it's directly related to trading. And that is to take ownership and responsibility for the trading. And if something happens that you didn't expect and it happened, it affected you in a negative way, good. It's a learning experience. If you did well, good. Now you have something to build on. If something wasn't in your control, good. Now you'll find a better way to possibly avoid that in the future, or a better way to handle that if it does happen again. They're all experiences. So I got this here. I'm going to share this link. It's a free, very, very short clip. It's from Jocko Willink, if anybody knows who that is. And it's called Good. So this is not my idea, but it really hit. It's from 8 years ago. But I like to follow a lot of this stuff. It's not the type of motivational stuff like a Tony Robbins type. Not that that's bad. It's just it doesn't resonate with me that well. This type of stuff does. Tom Bilyeu, David Goggins, Jocko Willink, they just seem to resonate with me. So all I'm doing is sharing my experience. Like it, don't like it, just say, hey, whatever, don't look at it. Totally, totally fine. But I would really like to share that. It's clean, so you don't have to look at it now, but I'm going to put it in the chat. It's only about 2 minutes long, so wait for the segment and then wait till after Strategy Lab next with Anne Marie and Gobi. Wait till the end of the day and the weekend. So there it is right there. It's simply called Good. It's from a little podcast that he does. I found it very, very helpful. Taking responsibility for it. If the market hits your stop loss, try not to say, hey, the market stopped me out. No, it didn't. You put a bad stop in. That's what I'm talking about. If we could put it on ourselves and we take that full ownership, that's how we can excel. Okay? We get these experiences and we get these issues. I just thought about this a lot over the last week. Had a couple of things recently personally happen in my life, going to allow me to make some changes and adjustments as well, all for the better. Sometimes the bad things happen, so you can learn from them, move on, and get stronger. Okay, JD, thanks for letting me get that out of there, because it's I did really feel that's important. I'm going to go back and watch it and make sure I get the point home. But take a look at that video, folks, and share with me if you hear anything as well. I would love to hear that. I'm a constant learner, and I thrive at it. So without further ado, JD, what do you say we tackle this thing? I'm going to show you what I did over here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
really interesting what Coach Robert did here. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and explain it.
Okay, this is it right here. It's just a straight GPT. I just literally chat GPT. I paid for the version, so I have the greatest one. You can choose previous ones, and 3.5 is free. I have this one. I paid for it. It's not much, but it's totally worth it. All I did was say, I added this top line, and I'll read it if someone's listening. What is the common theme from these submissions? And then all I did, there are no names here, no private information. All I did was copy the row, the cell, all the way down the spreadsheet when you enter the questions in for group coaching. And every one of these is a question submitted by you, the viewers. And I asked ChatGPT to come up with a common theme. I'm going to scroll down so you can see how many questions we get on group coaching. And if you want to go back and watch and pause and read them, that's totally up to you. Again, there's no information in here that cannot be seen publicly. I made sure of it. These are all the questions. So let's go to what ChatGPT said. Common theme in these submissions revolves around various challenges and questions related to trading, specifically within Topstep platform and futures trading. These topics include, okay, I never told it about trading or anything. I just said a common theme. And this is what I like about the GPT stuff, is just it figures it out. All I'm going to do is read the 5. There's only 5 of them. It broke down into 5 categories. And then JD and I were just going to bounce around and maybe just pick 1 or 2 and talk a little bit about it. Just a little bit of different format. And he'll still watch the chat for us. He's super good at that. So it broke it down into 5 categories. Technical trading skills at the top. Number 2 was psychological and emotional aspects. Number 3, platform and account management. Number 4, risk management and strategy. And number 5, general trading education and advice. So overall, the submissions reflect a blend of technical, psychological, and practical aspects of trading. They focus on improving performance and overcoming common obstacles in our trading journey. Boy, does that spell it out. And you know what? I bet if I go back to every single group coaching form, copy, paste, and say, do it again, I will nearly guarantee you it's going to be 90% the same. Okay. The very first one, JD, do you want to take the first thing? Because I can comment. I got something prepped if you want to comment, if you want to look at it for a second.
Oh, sure. I'll read it off and then we'll go through your prep. So part 1, technical trading skills, marking levels, understanding order flow, using Fibonacci and volume profile indicators. These are all things that are available on your TopstepX platform. And it's really important to be familiar with them. Coach Robert actually put together a bunch of videos, TopstepX in 5 minutes or less, that you can find on the platform. But simple things such as just marking levels, drawing trend lines. There's a whole toolbar on the left side of your screen with everything that you need for marking up your charts, drawing your levels, putting in those Fibonacci retracement levels, applying your volume profile indicators. I get volume profile can be a little tricky because of different time periods that people trade. When you see like myself or Hogue in the morning doing the opening call, I set my profile to regular trading hours, the old pit time trading hours. So it'd be 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 p.m. 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Time in the equities. In crude oil, it would be 8 o'clock to 1:30 Central Time. Gold is 7:30 to 12:30 Central Time. So yeah, those times are different, and there is that nuance to them that I suppose we could do a little better at sharing and keeping you more informed about. But yeah, as far as utilizing trading tools, how do you use the dome to read the tape when you're trading? Do you have those? Do you have that level 2 data? Can you see beyond what the current bid and offer is? But Coach Robert, what's your take on technical trading skills in using your platform really to your advantage, not just as a form of execution, but using the tools on there to improve your exits, entries, and just improve your trading in general? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all there for you. What works for one may not work for another. I like to keep the charts clean. It's a personal preference. Some traders need a little bit more to see. That's totally fine. But as long as you're not going overboard and it's really slowing you down to make those decisions, everybody's going to be a little different on it. So yeah, depth of market. I just put it on my screen. We can see we have level 2 here. It is an upgrade that you can purchase through the platform for level 2 data. Otherwise, you'll just get the last price and then the bid, one level up for the bid over here in the green, and one level down up on the ask side here. So green and red. You get one above and below the bid and ask. I don't have the YouTube up. I can probably grab real quick. JD, how many viewers do you see are watching YouTube right now, please? I'm going to do a quick little math thing on it here. I'm going to hit the top step right now. I think I lost JD here for a minute. So right now there are 3,000 watching. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. So 3,000 watching. Okay. I want to talk about the trading skills. There are a bunch of different instruments, a bunch of different personalities and characters. The majority of traders are trading NQ. So we have 3,000 watching. Well, not 3,000 trade NQ. Let's call it 2,500. Let's narrow it down. 2,500 are trading NQ. But it's probably only good for about 25% that are watching. I mean, not good for 25% that are watching. So if we have 2,500 and 10% would be 250, 20% would be 500. That means that there are 500 traders watching right now where NQ trading may not be a good fit for them. And I'd like you to ask yourself, am I one of those 500? It's going to make a big difference once you find what works. We see it all the time. Adobe just did a great thing. It's like, you know what? I'm done with NQ for a while. I'm going to YM. It's safer. I can stack my orders up. It's better at trading. This NQ stuff just moves too far, too fast, stopping me out. Made a big boy decision. Said, you know what? I'm gonna get off this for a little while. Maybe you should look at that and do that as well. And that's part of the trading skills, technical trading skills, not just the marketing levels, but understanding what you're using and what is going to work for you. So I just did that. I'm really trying to help out here and get the traders to just, it's a popular instrument and it's fun and it's fast and it moves, but it may not be for you. We just did that math. Right on 500. Are you one of those 500 that's trading NQ that you probably shouldn't be? Give us some thought. Give us some reflection. JD, what about number 2 here, the psychological and emotional aspects? We still got your back there?
Yep, I am still here. All right.
All right, buddy.
Part 1, issues with confidence, conviction, and holding trades. These are things we talk about quite a bit on group coaching. These questions come in all the time. For the sake of sounding redundant, I think we answer one of these questions every single day, you know. What's affecting your confidence? What issues are having with your conviction, your confidence in your trades, and holding trades for longer? These are all things that, as we always say, you know, confidence in your trading system. The more how do I want to phrase this now? The more experience you have,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Just had 100 thoughts running through my head trying to spit it out in one sentence. Didn't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, maturity comes with experience in trading, and the longer you do this, the more screen time you have, the better you'll get at it. There are times when it is a see money, take money type of scenario, but holding on to trades, a good trade for longer comes with maturity and experience in the markets. Coach Robert, what's your take on that?
Take is exactly the same thing, JD. Yeah, Jay, what did Jay say in there? Confidence.
Confidence
practice,
comes
process.
from evidence. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, I agree with all of that, JD. And on the psychological side, how are you dealing with these? How are you dealing with not just a loss but a win? How are you dealing with your own frustrations? How are you building confidence? Exactly what we talked about earlier. Man, I just didn't do that. You know, the market did this. Yeah, the market's going to do that. You just made a bad choice. Own up to it. Learn from it. Absorb it. Make the adjustments and move on. Try not to hold that. I'm not saying it's easy. It's just try not to hold that with you. I struggle with it too sometimes. Still, just the other day, but yesterday, like no. But it just happens. That FOMO stuff is really something out there. We see it here, coping with the FOMO, fear of missing out, in the analysis paralysis. These are all common things we get from these group coaching sessions every single time. It does take time. If you choose something that works better for you, the instrument, like I said earlier, it's going to be less pressure and less stress on you. And if something bad does happen and doesn't go your way, good. Seriously, good. Learn from it. Make the adjustments that you need to make and get better. Okay, JD, risk management and strategy.
I just want to add, one of our tip of the week a couple weeks ago was recognizing what your triggers are. And it's a great point to make here. You know, the more time that you spend doing this, the more familiar you're going to get with what triggers you and what is going to affect your trading for that day. And you'll know this is not my day to trade, or this is going to be a great day to trade. So recognizing those triggers early on and being able to work around that is also a huge asset and will take you a little bit further in your trading journey. All right, next up, platform and account management. Let's hit up Coach Robert on this one because, again, he's the TopstepX platform guru. Technical issues and queries related to the TopstepX platform, such as signing in multiple devices, saving settings, and trade confirmations. Talked about this a little bit already. There's an entire help center for you right on the TopstepX platform. We'll run through that one more time.
Yep. On the left side, there's a question mark. You can hit the question mark. That is our feedback and roadmap, where you see all of the stuff that is coming up in TopstepX. And then right below that is, it's called feature voting. And right below that is TopstepX in 5 minutes or less tutorials. And you get to deal with a whole bunch of me going on there. Each one is its own episode. They're all under 5 minutes. Incorrect. There's one that's a little over 6, but there was a lot to go through on those. So that's where you find them. They're also in YouTube. I will post the link in chat for the entire playlist for all of those on YouTube. Therefore, if you're not in TopstepX, you can still watch these and be like, oh, that's a cool feature. Maybe you'll subscribe to a TopstepX Combine. So let's take a look at that also. All right. So the platform, I'm not going to go through every single thing on there because we have all those videos out there. But I'm going to reiterate again what this is about. Take some ownership. This isn't working. Yes, it is. You just did it wrong. My charts aren't linking. Yes, they are. You don't have the link on. So take some of that. This is the only way we can go on and grow, is to have a little bit of struggle in there and not be. We're here to help, so don't get me wrong on this one. If you have a question, absolutely question. Hey, how do I do this? Where do I find that? That's great. Coming in and saying this doesn't work. I don't know. Sometimes we can have a little hiccups. It happens. But hey, my charts don't work. Yours does. This is bad. No. You didn't link both of them. Just little things like that. I just really want to push that home. It's like, grab onto that. Own it. This is work. We don't just come on here and just like, hey, I signed up. Where's my Lambo? It doesn't happen that way. Take some time, do some learning, some due diligence, and get some education there. JD, we got you got in the risk management stuff too. We got about 5 minutes left. We want to make sure we don't go over time. We can get into strategy lab. So let's go through these last two.
I want to hit on one more point under platform and account management. The second bullet there, understanding and navigating account management, resets, payouts, and trading limits. These all fall into the category of risk management also. Your job as a trader, aside from making well-informed decisions on your trades, is also to preserve capital. And that goes farther than just your trading combine or funded account balance. That goes into your personal life. You have to set limits. Don't spend more than you can afford on anything, right? So set limits on resets, set limits on how many accounts you're going to purchase per month and whatnot. These things all add up. And one of the key ways to find longevity as a futures trader is to budget appropriately. And that goes, like I said, outside of just your account balance. It goes into your everyday life also. But if you have anything you want to add to that, Robert, we could skip right over to risk management and strategy.
Yeah, we only got like 4 minutes, so let's hit the risk management and we can close it out with the some general advice. That would be really good. We want to make sure we keep this moving. So risk management, that is key. We always talk about that's key. And I'm going to make these 3 points because we're going to talk about this in Strategy Lab also. There are 3 entries. We have our entry, we have our stop, we have our target. We know our entry because we're making it. We know our stop because we know our risk, or hopefully we know our risk. We don't know our target. So we're going to go through a little bit more of that, but you want to keep those based on your strategy. Some like to have them close and get stopped out, and then take a long runner. Dakota did that today. And that's kind of his MO. Some of us, I like to get in and out for my strategy. And if I lose one, it's generally a little bigger than the rest. So it's not this like practice what you preach thing. It's just going to match your style. Quick thing for you on their risk management or strategy, JD, we'll move on.
For sure. Should we hit the last one? General trading education and advice. Seeking advice on how to improve trading skills and strategies. Questions about educational content, such as understanding brokers' payment structures and market mechanics. Requests for tips, pointers from experienced traders and coaches. Well, you've come to the right place. First, your simplest option, go straight to our website, topstep.com. Look through our blog. We have plenty of trading material there for you. We have entire trading 101 video course that Hogue did a couple years ago. 16 hours. 16 full hours of trading education starting from the beginning. What is a futures contract and what are you doing with it when you trade it? All the way up to advanced market profile. So there's plenty of stuff on our website. Discord, Coach Robert is involved in Discord all day and night. Why don't you talk a little bit about that, Robert? What happens in Discord?
Yeah, there's a lot of Discord. There's a whole section of coaches areas. I'm in there. I try to check it once at night. Was just so busy with the broadcast during the day, really can't get in there. So it's off pretty much most of the day. So if I don't get to check it at night, I will first thing in the morning. But it's not just me. All the coaches are in there. The channels are right on the side of it, all in our coaches section. You're more than welcome to jump in, ask any questions. You might like what one coach has to say about one thing, another coach has to say about something else. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And that's where you can find the advice and the education, especially on TopstepTV. Hogue has that whole library, like JD said. There's a mountain of information. TopstepTV website. You get all the levels in there. You get our glossary that we have, some fun stuff in there as well. The kerfuffle, I think, is on there. With Emery's going to get on me on that one here in a minute. But there is so much information out there. Just make sure it pertains to you. And as I always say, it's an Occam's razor approach. If you have all this information coming into you, it might be kind of hard to absorb it. If it doesn't matter to you at that point, forget about it, at least for now, at least in the learning phase. We have a lot of new traders here. And to jump right in and load up charts with things and try these all advanced types of strategies, it can be overwhelming. Trading is hard enough as it is. Just don't make it any harder than it has to be. Right? This is why I wanted to do this. I wanted to make sure we summarize all of these things, and anybody is going to be happy to help you out. And everyone, all the coaches, everybody on the team, everyone in production, everyone in TopStep, if we don't have an answer, we're going to find it for you. And if we don't think we're a good fit, we're going to put you with somebody or suggest somebody that does. Okay, That's what we're all about. We really want to do that, JD.
Yeah. And as Dolby would say, one of his great lines was, trading is only as hard as you are on yourself. And it's 100% true. So think about that one and keep it in mind. Anything else you want to add here before we close it out, Coach Robert?
No, I just wanted to thank you for JD allowing me to, helping me, working with me behind the scenes, getting this ready and jumping on board with a little bit of a different structure on this one. I do the same thing each time. So I just really wanted to mix it up a little bit. So I appreciate you jumping in there with it and just getting on point. So yeah, let's do this. This sounds really, really good. And also for those that are listening, take the responsibility, take the ownership, push yourself, move your boundaries, get out of your comfort zone and try something else. It doesn't matter what it is. Change one thing. And it could be in your personal life. Hey, if you're having, dietary something, just stop high fructose corn syrup. Okay, great. How about this one? Drink more water, right? It's just something we need to do for ourselves. One thing, make one little adjustment and do it over and over and over again. If you really want to take it to another level, brush your teeth with the opposite hand. That'll really blow your mind.
It hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that, right? All right.
Exactly.
That's about all the time we have. Coach Jay, I see you in the chat. Sounds like he put on a nice trade a little while ago or threw out a good level. Sorry we missed that. But it looks like a few people caught it. So nicely done. With that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thanks, Coach Robert, for introducing this new format for us. Maybe we'll do this again next Friday. With that, stick around. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie coming up next. Coach Robert's going to stick around. He's going to be joined by Dolby and Anne-Marie. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Coach Ray, and myself. We've got a little special segment planned for Power Hour, too. It should be pretty exciting, so make sure you stick around for that, too. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
And here we are. Welcome back. As JD says, you made it. It's almost the end of the day. Friday, July 2012, 1 p.m. roughly. Central Time, or Chicago Time, as we like to say. We're here with Dobie, with his glasses, his wonderful glasses, and we're here with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie she's kind of like the mom of the group, and Dobie's my dad, so we get the whole family here. This time.
No, you're my dad. I'm your kid. You're the dad.
Okay.
Let's get that straight right now.
That's right.
The scene is too long. We got a great show for you today. We're just going to talk about some levels. We're going to use the levels for Topstep. We provide them to you every day. Hogue is a wonderful job. The man on vacation right now. I hope he's catching all that fish. And he'll be back soon. So we use his levels, day levels, weekly kickoff levels, and all that good stuff. This is the levels session. Hopefully we get some level-headed answers out of us three clowns over here. So Anne-Marie, how are you doing? I'd like to start with you and those glasses. This was kind of your idea to talk about these levels. So we're going to share some good stuff. How are you today? And why don't you kick us off?
So, we have these great levels, and I think that Robert might drop those in the chat there for us. I would pin those somewhere on your web browser so that they pop up. You get the brand new ones every day. But this is just how it looks. And every day you just refresh it and it sits in there. And a lot of instruments, right? The ES, the NQ, crude, gold, Dow, corn, and soybeans, right? And those are a lot of instruments. Most of us sit around in the first 5 of them with, the stragglers on the end. And as Robert mentioned in the segment before, you have to get a feel about whether the NAS is for you, but we do have these levels. So what I would like to do, as I remove these Maltese lenses here and set them over to the side so I can
I can't see anything.
My screen.
I can't see anything.
I know.
Just go long, Dobie. Just go long. Just go long. Yeah, right?
So I was wondering, Dobie or Robert, do you have a feel for which instrument we want to hammer through and then bring? How do you look? My thought was, hey, listen, if you see all kinds of things, how do you sort of pull that in a space where you go, oh, I see what the traders are highlighting and how I can make an adjustment for risk, an adjustment for size, whether I wait on a move or whether I engage in a counter trend move. So which one of the instruments should we hammer in on?
I'd like to start. I'll kick this to Dobie. Kick it. I say that a lot. I'll pass it over to Dobie because Dobie, you did something yesterday. I want to say it was during Power Hour or maybe it was earlier, but you were doing the NQ and you're like, I am just sick of this thing. It's just being too weird and like wicking all these things out. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So I'm done. I'm going to go to YM. So why don't you start with that and then go through all the levels there? The floor's yours.
For doing the levels for YM?
Yeah, it's that way. It's a little bit different. Emery wanted to see what instrument you wanted to take a look at, and since most of us are looking at NQ, you dumped over to YM. You talk about those levels, and maybe into the power hour stuff, you can go through your zones.
Yeah. I don't have Coach Vince provided all the levels for the Dow. I don't have my own levels in that sheet quite yet. But levels that I would look at, or how I do go about grabbing, my levels, is I could start at the daily and go down to about, I'd say like the 30-minute or so. But I'm just trying to find blocks of candlesticks that are kind of smushed together. Some call it consolidation, range bound, or bar coding. So if we start, I'm on the daily chart right now, and it's pretty easy to identify, right? We got a big chunk of daily candles approach the high, and now we've broken out. So there's no consolidation on the daily. It looks very, very bullish. And so we're going to go down to a smaller time frame. And lo and behold, what do we see? Hey, there's another consolidation or range on an even smaller time frame. We have a 4-hour, and it's like, whoa, it broke out of the 4-hour. Let's go to the 1-hour. All to the up and up. Still pretty bullish. And probably not until you get down to like the 15-minute, maybe even the 5-minute, do we get a little bit of a 5-minute range. We saw one here at around 9:30 Central, and then we had a second range as well at around 11 o'clock, 11:15. And so to me, these just offer the smaller ranges, like anything to like 5 minutes for me is like a entry opportunity because it provides a cheap trade. But for longer term stuff, I'm looking for big levels on big time frames, big ranges. So, once we were out of, let's say, 40,200 out of the YM, I would just look bullish because it's a bullish breakout. So the bigger the range and the bigger the time frame, the more powerful it is when it either breaks out or breaks down.
I'm going to ask the question, why? Why do you think that happens, Sophie? Or I'm not why you think, but I know why it happens. So
yeah, it is.
Why does it matter if the larger time frame? Why does the larger time frame have more weight like that? Why does it have more power behind it?
Longer term buyers, longer term sellers. These are the people who are really pushing capital. They have the most patience and the most funds at their disposal to push price. And when you look at daily levels or 4-hour levels, I think you get a lot more market participants kind of involved in looking at that. And so the more you can try to find a level that other people are looking at, there's a greater chance that you're going to get the price action that you want at that level because other traders are also seeing a really big obvious level. I'm trying to find levels that are obvious. I want the obvious stuff because that means other people are seeing it, and that means other people are acting on it.
That's a great answer. Anne-Marie, what do you think?
So, I wouldn't disagree with anything that Dolby just said. What I do want to address, however, is if we're newer and we don't quite know how to frame it out, and we have someone like Coach Vince, who is indeed a veteran in the space, and he gives us some levels to watch, the question would be, all right, what am I looking at right now that is close to any of the levels that he's talking about? And so this is the reason that we might want to use, someone else's levels to help us figure out what's going on, and then sort of measure that from that space. So for me, if I look across here and I see that we're up at, 40,522, I notice that we are well over all of his levels. Yeah. And so I'm going to look for his lowest level of support and his highest level of resistance to give me the widest range. And then I'm going to show you what I'll do with that. So 39,880 and 41.75. Now, my thought was that we would give back a majority of this fade because implied volatility is still too low. So traders are going to buy no matter what instrument we're in. They're going to buy the dip because nobody's buying insurance, which are put spreads that are off in the distance. And so it's going to tell us we've got higher rises. So His edge 41.75 is somewhere right around here. Yeah. And so I'm going to draw a GAN box from this 41.75-ish zone. I see where it is there. All the way down to his 39.880.
Wow.
He's got a point of control that's below that, but we're just looking at support. We're looking at his edges of support and resistance. And here is the 39. Oh, son of a gun. Oh, I have Shrek fingers. 39.
Careful, you're going to get a new background back here.
Yeah, that's right. Be careful what you say.
I gave you a really nice one. While you're doing that, I'll just pop my head off of here. I gave you a really nice one. We're talking levels. We got a bunch of mountain levels on there for you. So there you go. You got it.
Yeah.
Come on in, Marie.
All right. So here's his 39.880. And I have a wave drawn from the recent low to the recent high on a daily chart, not counting this current move. And so we've got probably some Fibonacci expansions that could take us up into those higher ranges, but I am going to take my range that I drew from his highest high to his lowest low, and I'm going to clone it. And why? Well, he's given us that range of market motion and whoops, I moved the wrong box, knucklehead.
So this would be a measured move, correct?
Correct. So the measured move takes us out from the box and up higher. Wouldn't you know it, look at how well the segments of this box match the majority of either my retracement formations at the 38.2 or my expansion formations, and that's the Fibonacci in the backdrop that we didn't notice. So his line for expansion and the measured move from his high resistance to low new support gives us this edge that says, you know what, we could be on our way to this 40,800, somewhere around there. Could it be the rest of today? I have no idea. Could it be tomorrow? I don't know. But that's likely a space. So something that you could do when you come into the morning, let's say you come into the morning and right out of the gate, you break out of a number that he has called resistance, and that's 40,175. If he's called that number at 40,175, I want to show you what happens as the price action comes into those levels, because these traders are so very good at what they do. I want to show you what happens here. So here is our 40,175 zone right here. Now, this is a 5-minute chart on the left-hand side. So you can see, take a look, 40,175 right here, pre-market. Resistance, 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 and then boom, breaks out, moves up, and then all the way back down, and then recovers this resistance zone. What does old resistance become after it breaches and then recaptures? What's the word for that?
I'll support you on that idea.
Yes, exactly. And so if you go, oh my gosh, it's over his level. Let's say you come into the day and you look at the number and you're like, all right, here I go. It's over that level. What should you do? Well, the first thing you want to do is see if it's going to fail. And if it fails, make sure that it ends up recapturing the VWAP and then it recovers that level. After which, folks, you could just walk it up with any moving average of your choice. Nothing too big, right? You want to do like a 14. You don't want to do an 8 or something like that. You know, a 14 exponential, 20 exponential, something like that, that just keeps you in the trade. And you can see that the long formation literally holds all day. There's one space where you go, you know what, I probably ought to take some profit here, or I might want to get out here. But again, anytime you come into a level and it holds as support, bounces, and then you get another higher low, it's just telling you to re-enter. So the big things to look at, yes, value area high, value area low, anomalies, whatever. My thought is the biggest numbers you go after, and they're going to be support and resistance. And those levels are going to be either higher support or higher resistance, whatever that number is. Watch for it and watch how price action behaves around it. And so you can go right back to the space and say, let's say that he's had that number on as a resistance zone for weeks and weeks and weeks. As a matter of fact, this has been resistance since May. Let's say that he's had this number since May. I reckon to say Vince has had this number since May, because we faded and we've not breached it. And so if he sets up this resistance number for us way back in May, we can see a revisit near the area, gave us a fade into a higher low, but still a fade that we could have traded. And so those key levels, support, resistance, pick the widest ones and then start mapping them out. And you can use them like that all the time. Even if you use a strategy like Dolby has, that's much more compressed in terms of what he's looking at. Let's say he's looking at 15 minutes of range formations. We haven't really had any, right? It's been breaking out one right after the other. Breakout, 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 pulls back into support, and then rises again. All of that can give you the sense that, wait a second, as long as I am recapturing, see, for me, if I'm looking at this area down here at 14,413 is old resistance that could become new support. So if I'm staring it down and it's all the way up here, it's still breaking away and I can trade it. But if I lose the congestion of 3 to 4 candlesticks around this 490, I'm pretty sure I'm headed back into the 410, 420 area, simply because that's what these candlesticks have a tendency to do. Old support becomes new resistance. And as long as the support is solid, it will get retested as long as momentum is not through the floorboards. And so far, momentum is good, but it's not parabolic.
Right. That is super good. I agree with everything that you said, except for one thing, Anne-Marie. And you said when you come to the market tomorrow, I'll remind you that today is Friday and the market's not open on Saturday for those who are listening. I think them glasses got something on.
I'm a crypto trader on the weekend. I'm a crypto trader.
Oh, there you go. Okay, touche. Also, one thing to remember on these levels is that they are levels. They are speculative. These are assumptions. These are guesses. Is all we can do, and they are just the level that you can use. It doesn't have to be an exact line. When we say like 40,600, it's 40,000 under 6 to over 6. There's a buffer in there. They're not going to be exact. Dobie, is this how you approach it too? Because I know you like to do all of that ranges and getting that 5-minute range leveled out. And I'm going to second half of this. Do you use 5 minute on each of the instruments you're trading, or do you change it up?
No, the 5-minute range is probably my favorite setup, and that comes from when I was trading crude oil, and I needed to find, because I was basically born and raised in the trading combine, so I had to make a system that worked for the trading combine, and you don't get a ton of opportunities on a 50K account to make trades. So I had to find a way to get really good trade location without taking a lot of heat that had a outsized risk reward ratio. And what I found was that 5-minute ranges were really good in crude oil because it typically didn't extend the range, 15 to 20 ticks. Maybe it would extend to 10 or so, and then it would maybe get back in range and break out. So that's why I like the 5-minute range so much, is because I feel like it can set up some really cheap trades. You just have to figure out what direction you want to take that trade out of the 5-minute range. But I will use the levels of longer ranges to put on my chart. I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because I feel like in an ideal world, if there was like a 4-hour range setting up, then I would have like a much, much, much larger loss limit for that trade, because it's the same stuff, just on a larger time frame. But I don't have the risk parameters for that, so I kind of have to make sure I'm focusing on 5-minute ranges, just because those are the ones that provide the best opportunity. But I do like big levels and big ranges. I think that's where you get the most value and the most action. And it's like, do we break out of 40,000? Okay, well, if we do, we're probably going to see a ton of momentum to the upside, right? So for me, it's really useful to have a bigger perspective. But I just view the market in ranges, whether we are trending or actually range bound. You can always find a range of some sort. It just depends on what time frame you're looking at.
Well said, as always. And since we're on your chart, you mind running us through the markets? It's coming up around 1:30, and we like to take a quick run halfway through the segment and just bounce us through the top 4 or 5 markets, if you would there, Dobie, see how their action is playing out.
Yeah, I got you. So we can start at the YM. We had a 5-minute range at around 11 o'clock. That broke out. So if you were brave enough to get long around 344, you had a lot of upside to that trade. We're also starting to get into a 5-minute range currently. That started at about 1 o'clock, so the beginning of the segment. But we see a series of 5-minute candlesticks that are relatively tight. So that's pretty awesome there. RTY, I can skip. NQ, kind of a similar formation as well. Was in a range, broke out. Now we're kind of getting range bound again. I'm kind of curious to see, because Anne Marie was saying, resistance becomes support. So are we going to see that kind of take place here at 20,666? We will see if the people who got short at 20,666 decide to cover. If they do, they will become buyers. And then that's where you get that push to the upside. And that is why support becomes resistance and vice versa. Crude oil settled down at 82.36, downtrended all day. Lots of little nice 5-minute ranges. I happen to be on the wrong side of crude today, unfortunately. And my trade didn't even have a 5-minute range associated with it, but I did journal that, which is very important. Make sure you journal all your trades. I'll have to go back and analyze that trade, because it kind of just ran right through my entry at around 8:30ish this morning. And I think those are all the markets, really. Oh, ES. Actually, I'll be honest, all the indices look very similar right now. Big pops, and now we're starting to get range bound a little bit. So market will have some thinking to do for the next hour and a half on how it wants to behave. Do we get a pullback? I don't know. We'll see.
We will be watching it right here on TopstepTV during Power Hour. # Power Hour. Make sure you get those tweeted out at X. What do we call those now? Correct me. They're not tweets anymore. Are they called X's? What do we call them now?
They're called posts.
Posts. They're called posts. I don't know. All right. So tweet your posts and post your tweets, I suppose. # Power Hour. Get them all ready for you. Dobie, that's wonderful. Anne-Marie, I want to ask you something about these, because we were just talking about the levels that we have, and we're just hanging around up here in all-time highs, like again.
Yes.
And again, in all the indices. ES just did one. Dow is crazy. NQ, like just pushing and pushing and pushing. How do we look at this differently with these levels? So I'll give you a quick example. If it goes, so let's say we're at a level up on the high side and pushes up to it. Is that going to be a really strong resistance now? Or do we think it's going to keep going because we are at all-time highs with all that momentum? What do you think?
Okay, so in my mind, resistance is not defined until people push and push and push against it, and you can't go higher. So
I was hoping you were going to say that. It's not a one-time event. I was hoping you're going to say that. Keep going. I would love it. Excellent.
So, well, here's the great thing. Although we might execute in a lot of different ways. Students of the market, we can agree on the main anchors of how price behaves in certain spaces. And so resistance isn't resistance until it's been proven out to be resistance, which is why your commentary of, hey, listen, these are just levels to watch. These are just levels to watch, because nothing is marked in stone until it's passed. That's just the way it is. Live with the uncertainty that life is trading in the markets. Until it's passed, it's not certain. And so when we see higher highs and higher lows consistently on, say, a 30-minute candlestick like we're watching in the YM right now, you know, could this end up being resistance? Yes. But for right now, it's in a trending upshot, so it could be support. And even if it fails all the way down into this ledge, which I think it might, right? I don't think we close on the highs.
400? Is that the ledge you're referring to?
I think that feels like, feels like the number they might stroll down to. If even if it does fade, that is a recent high. It's not resistance. It's just a recent high. It could blow right past it. If the trend stays up and it blows past it, the only thing it is a recent high. You can't say something is resistance unless you come into something and go, all right, at this juncture on the 5-minute chart on the YM today, July the 12th, this area near 40,528 is a resistance formation, right? That's why I've got a sell order sitting in there, right? Because I'm going to try and sell that resistance. And so, it might not come to me, but that's clear resistance because it was a breakout area. It failed. And now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 candlesticks coming together going, you know what? You're not getting above here. That's a resistance zone on a 5-minute chart to the traders. If I look at it over here, there's no notice of resistance at all. You could go, hey, well, that was temporary resistance right here. But, that's not what resistance looks like. Resistance is formed with the collapse of price after it's been chasing it for a while, or a collapse of price where it never revisits. That's how I would look at resistance. And, it keeps me on the right side of the trade most of the time.
Great. That's excellent, as always. We're talking about levels and areas of zones and areas of interest, and resistance becoming support, support becoming resistance. Joby takes those range trade areas. All right, I'm going to trade between them. How do we address, and how can the trend traders use these types of levels? We always say the market, it either trends or it ranges. It's either going up or down, or it's going to range in the middle. And it's not going to range forever. It's going to go one direction or the other. It's not going to go that direction or the other forever. It's going to range at some point. So how would you say, let's go to Joby with your setup, with these ranges that you like to look at, how would a trend trader use those, or should they even use those and say, you know what, this isn't my market, I'm just going to bow out for a few minutes?
No, I mean, that's a great question. And thankfully, YM is actually providing some excellent examples of that exact thing. So we're talking about how do ranges work in trending markets. Well, it's on my screen right now. If you look at these boxes, we see higher lows on a longer term time frame, right? We can go to like let's see, I would say higher lows on a 30-minute at the very least, right? So we can lean towards, okay, we're in an uptrend. Let's just say we're going to look at the market via the lens of a bull because of the higher lows on a longer time frame. And we got some ranges that we can play with as well. So let's say we had a 5-minute range at, let's say, 9 o'clock. So maybe that was our first step for getting long. We ended up breaking out. We re-ranged as well. So we have another 5-minute range that formed. And so what we can kind of do is basically look at the bottom of these ranges here to see if we can find value for a long, right? So this is what I personally like doing, is trying to find the bottom of ranges. So I want to buy the bottom and sell the tops of ranges. And so if we theoretically, let's say we got long 40,000, 200s, bottom of the range that breaks out of the 5-minute range, reconsolidates again. We're still in an uptrend, but now we have a 5-minute range that is once again providing us opportunity with cheap trades. So let's say we like longs again. We can take a look at 40,350. Set a stop below 40,338. That way, if the range breaks, that's a structural, meltdown. That means maybe our trade is just wrong outright, but it provides a cheap trade. 5-minute range breaks out again. So now we have another 5-minute range that broke out. So we're still in an uptrend, and now we got all these fresh highs, and now we're kind of in another 5-minute range. And so what do? We've had 3 or 4 5-minute ranges, kind of all stack up in higher lows. But that is how you can use even smaller time frame ranges to find cheap trades. So this is a 4-hour chart. It looks like it's straight up. There's no consolidation in sight. But if you go to a 5-minute, a lot of little opportunities to participate in the uptrend with a way to define risk.
That is a fantastic recap. That was fantastic. We need
that's
to
what I was looking for. If
that
you're
and make it a short.
We will put it in there with the time on it. We will stamp that right in there, Embry. And I agree, that's really good. So if you're a range trader, you can identify those, or you can, like Toby has suggested. And if you're a trend trader, take the trend between the ranges. That's kind of how it plays out. There are more ranging days than trending, so it's always good to know both of them, to learn a little bit on each one. I'm watching the YM right now. It looks like it's breaking out we're at 40,480. Right below. I did draw a line on my chart, 40,495, as a pseudo support area, which just fell below it. And I think we're all looking at 40,400-ish for a potential bottom. And we'll see what happens if it goes after that. So we could be ranging between 400 and 495, right? There's a 100-point range in there. So if you bought the bottom and right up to the top, is $5 a point on there? That's 100. That's $500. Well, halfway there. If you don't get the full bottom, you don't get the full top. You only need $250 a day to take a payout. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have a question too. It's like, if you're a range trader, it is kind of imperative that you stay in trades to let these ranges kind of play out. When we are trading levels, would we all say that, it's important to make sure that we're holding on to these trades to get level to level, or is there a way to use these levels in a smaller fashion for scalping?
So I'll take a stab at the first answer of that.
Yeah,
please go ahead, Emery.
And then if I can, my thought is the following. I like to look at these. I do not hold on for the long expansions on a trade when I do not see solid confirming trend over time. So with yesterday the YM had an up day, but if we were working with the NQ and we had a down day yesterday and now we're lifting off of the range, I literally could draw a line through prices today and prices yesterday, and that straight line would hit a bunch of those, as opposed to one if it were trending in one direction or another. So I do not wait and get something from one ledge to another simply because I went from one area of support to the next, unless I see trend developing. So, for instance, I believe, based on 1, the expansion of my Fibonacci, and 2, the expansion of Vince's drawing, that the YM is I believe the YM is at the top of its range for the motion. So I'm going to pull up the 30-minute chart, and I'm going to pull up my 5-minute chart, and I'm going to watch for rotation. And so that rotation is the first thing that tells me a rotation is potentially going to happen is on my 30-minute chart, I stop heading higher, and I close below the last candlestick's close. That tells me there's relative weakness sitting in the chart. I don't know how much, but that tells me I've got a problem. And so I'll go to my 5-minute and I'll look for a failed bounce to get short. And so that was that 529 in that area. And I actually took a short there and got out of the trade on the bounce. And I believe this is my third trade, just walking through these little spaces at a clip. And so I wouldn't hold from support to resistance. I'm always looking at, well, what is the chart telling me now? So for instance, if I were long-minded, I would have gone to this wick right here at the 40,475 area and said, you know what? I'm going to buy that zone because it's the low support. And you can see that it might have dropped by 3 or 4 ticks, but it held the zone. Now, if I were a buyer, I'd have to go, well, I got to stay above this. Why are my eyes not seeing this chart? Up the high above this candlestick.
You got glasses on.
Must have been. Yeah. And so we are in a space where we're not headed higher, but we're also not headed lower. So the buyers and the sellers are fighting in this space. The buyers are buying the dips of the candlesticks. Those are the wicks. The sellers are saying, you know what? If I bounce into the area of that prior candlestick, I'm going to short it. And so that's why they're fighting here in this area. I suspect that it's going to continue to drift lower. And so I'm going to stick in this short for a little bit of time. And I have at the wicks and heavy congestion a potential add to the area so that if it bounces, I can add back in as I fade into, the halfway point of this candlestick. That might be my first target, which is, 450.
So yeah, you're dollar cost averaging, as they say in some industry.
Yeah, I'm entering around a relative support zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it. Because those other contracts, you're not risking as much capital on.
Exactly.
A little bit of a discount, which is nice.
Joby, you had a 2-part question. Emery did a great job with the first part. I forgot the second half. Recall what it was.
I might have to rewind and see what that question was. I think I've already.
Okay, never mind.
You're like, I'm like, wait, what?
Oh, sorry. I got it. So if you are trading levels, is it important to go level to level, or is there a way to use levels within like maybe a scalping system or a shorter time frame trading system?
Yes. Next question. No, I'm just kidding. I play the breakouts, so it's a little bit different. You have the 5-minute range things that you have with the reverses, and Emery got that bounce you're just talking about was at the top of YM and looking for those shorts on the way down. I just like to play that they go the shorter time frames like this, and yeah, we're at that level, that area. If we're looking at YM 40,400, and quite honestly, if I were to take this, let me move my mouse to be sure. Around 1028, we see it pop up and back down again. I'd probably not take that just based on my style, but I would take the next long over 40,400. It was at around 1049 Central Time, and that would have been a stop out. Okay, so that's the reality of what I would be looking at, because I like to draw lines of like there are pivots, right? We have one. Here we go. We're on my screen. It's a pivot roughly around 113. And these are all 40,000s on YM for those that are listening. I have a bottom pivot at, again, around 114. Another pivot around 271. And then the last pivot is around 401. That's the one that's highlighted right now. So this is not a pivot until market came up and back down. I'll make my screen a little bigger so you can see it. Like this. So the pivot at 40,400 is not a pivot until several candles later, which makes it a pivot. Other than that, it's just an up candle. Once we have it moving up and then down to retrace it, I'll make this actually a little bit better here. Have an up and then down, then I'm going to look at it and say, oh, I now see one level in here, and I see a second level around 260 to 406, which means I'm playing that breakout. And I would have lost because my breakout is at around 1052, 40,400. Popped through it. I'm like, yep, okay, it broke my pivot. I'm going to take the next level up, and that would have been a stop out. But you know what happened the next time? At 1155, guess what you do? 40,400 breaks out again. Actually be slightly higher than that because I want to make sure that it does get over the previous high. And if I mouse over 413, we need to go over that. So yeah, win the next one. Lose one, win one. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be small pieces. More so, we're sticking on YM here. It would be more so on NQ. I kind of wanted to stay with the same theme here. But there'll be a way. So it's kind of funny because in Power Hour, I'll be doing stuff on my own, like watching through the background stuff. We can't trade on here, so I'll throw it into a practice account or throw it into a combine just for to keep going and watching the chat and watching the production. And then you're on screen in Power Hour like you would be today. And you go, oh yeah, I have this range marked out. It's at 40,400. We're gonna be taking a short there, and I'm like, nah, if it goes to 40,405, I'm going long. Sorry, but it's a different style, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to get hung up on these one types of things. Trading between the ranges. Yeah, exactly. You get the trend between the range, and Marie's got some nice. No, it's gonna bang on it a few times before it becomes support and resistance. Love it. We're talking the same chart, the same number price levels, and all three of us are trading them entirely differently. I love trading.
Yeah. Well, that's the beautiful thing about the markets, right? Like, you don't necessarily know who's on the other side of your trade and what their time frame is. And theoretically, Robert, we could both be on the opposite sides and still find a way to win, or even find ways to lose, depending on how we end up, managing those trades. So I feel like I had a bigger thought there, and it just evaporated out of my brain.
Jump in if you get it, but that's exactly right.
It's Friday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 40,400, you would have shorted that, taken the range on the way down. You'd be like, hey, cool, I closed my trade. We got about 40 points out of it. Awesome, congratulations. And I would be like, nope, that made my pivot. Now I'm going to get in the next one and break it long. Stop out. You're going to see the next one after that. Be like, yeah, I'm going to short this. It's going to be bouncing off again. You got stopped out. I went long and won. That's trading. That's how it goes. We love it.
Yeah, we do. We really do. So, Henry, I have a question for you. How often are you taking trades off of long-term time frames, and are you adjusting your risk position on that, or are you trying to find a long-term time frame and then find a micro setup within that long time frame level?
It all depends on the accounts I'm trading. So I'm forced to manage risk in a very small box when I'm working with the combines or the XFAs. And so I will begin the day with my premise of, okay, markets are going to bounce today. That was my thought. The VIX is very low. The VVIX, which is the volatility of the VIX, that's also very low. And I thought, all right, that means we're going to have a recovery day. And so I expected long price action, but I didn't expect it to recover all the way. And so the very beginning of my day, I'm thinking, I've got longs. I need to look at them. And if I see the great big move off of that opening position and then a masterful fade, I know that at some juncture that fade has to hold and the chart is going to rise again. And so that was really all I was looking for. Where was that support zone? So it always starts at the very beginning of the day at a very, very big level. Once it's in play, I know that I move from one big level to the next big level. What that is, for something like the YM that's making brand new highs, I will draw Fibonacci and go to my 1 hour chart or my 30-minute chart and go, okay, what direction are these candlesticks moving in? And then I'll move to the 5 minute and I'll chunk it out on these combines and XFAs. 200 at a time, 100 at a time, 150, 200, 75, 100, and just walk it right up the chain. I do not like seeing my numbers go backwards on these accounts. It messes with my head a little bit. So that's what I try to do. Make sure there's a confluence between, you can see here we have a 15-minute chart going downward, 5-minute chart going downward, confluence, right? Moving average still up, so I know it's going to be hunting buyers. So I am most definitively, like right now, I'm going to take some profit off the positions that I have. Why? Because I'm coming into an area that's been a support zone on these bigger time frames, and I'm still waiting to sell some more, but I'm keeping myself in the trade as it continues to move down. So that's really what I'll do. Am I paying more commissions than I need to in a space like that? Maybe. But it feels like the strongest way to get where I'm going in the small chunks and keep me in a frame of reference that is always saying, wait a second, you didn't make higher lows or higher highs there. You shouldn't really think about adding to your long in this environment. You need to wait to see if the chart is changing structure and if it's going to give you a deeper fade.
Now, what are you in right now? I see that you're in the YM, but you know that have the level. I can't read it on the screen.
Okay, so these last two are short from 493.
Nice.
Right? I began shorting at 498.
Nice.
And so I will take the and you got a couple add to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm trading around the position and I'm waiting to make a lower low. If I don't make a lower low, it tells me that buyers are trying to hold the floor of price.
Yep. I'm going to address a question in the chat. It's been going back and forth a little bit. And thanks for Eddie to jump in there and notify us. Thanks for Andrew A to jumping in. And this is a question from Edward. Thanks for your question. And I don't want to get too derailed because it's kind of off topic here, but they wanted to know something about locking out instead of your profit target, locking out your daily balance so you can trail it as your daily drawdown. So if you're up at 1K on the day and you set your lock out at plus 500 on the day, you're effectively trailing your daily profit from giving it all back. That's really cool, but you're also a trader, and put a line on the chart with a stop. And that will at least alleviate it at this point. It's not in there yet in Topstep X. Inside Topstep X is that roadmap and the feature request. Absolutely put it in there. It's not a bad idea, but for the time being, if you're up 1,000 and you know your instrument and it's $20 a point, whatever it's going to be, or $10, $50 a point for ES, $50 a point, 10 points, $500. Put a line at 500 at 10 points back. That just alleviated that whole situation until something like that is built into the platform. We hear it. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yep.
Throw it in there because it's the platform. It's built by traders for traders. But in the meantime, you got to manage your trades, man. This is trading. It can't be done all automatically. But yeah, it's a good question. Throw it in the roadmap. I will actually post while Dobie's answering this. I will post a link in there that shows the videos of how to submit that information. Dobie.
What am I answering? What's the question?
I thought you were adding to that.
Oh, I can add to it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think that feature is coming. That's a pretty big request, but at the same time, the lockout button is not foolproof. And like other platforms do have some sort of lockout button, but sometimes if you don't hit your DLL, you can then go and expand your loss limits. So you still have to be careful because you can still find ways to go on tilt. It's like, let's say, for example, you set a $500 daily loss limit and your trade closes at 495. Well, you're not locked out of your platform yet. So if you're tilted really bad, theoretically, you could go into your account, open up your risk, and then keep on trading. So you do have to be careful with that. Pay attention to it and try to hit that lockout button and then just run away as fast as possible, I think is the goal with the lockout button. But that would be cool feature to have a trailing lock would be nice, or have it like you can only lose X percent off your high watermark for the day. I think traders would enjoy something like that as well.
Yeah,
Well, it's
and those
probably
are good. I
coming.
think I've seen some of those in there. Yeah, I did see some of those. I believe I saw some of those in there. And I just posted into the chat. It's called feature voting. So on Topstep X, on the left-hand side, you see it up there.
It's right here. Okay, I pulled it up.
He's got it. Yep, right there, and it brings you. That's the first one.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little question mark. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth tile on the far left-hand side is a question mark in a box. And this is where you can do feature voting. You can search for them and help contribute to this wonderful platform that is built by traders for traders.
Absolutely. Didn't want to get too derailed on there, but it seemed like it was a question that was bouncing around. We wanted to make sure we address it. In the meantime, you're just going to take responsibility for your trades, go back and watch group coaching, because that's exactly what I talked about. It's just being able to take that ownership and be like, oh, I want this to happen. You can make it happen until something like that comes out. So as far as the lockouts, Dobie, I think you said it right. I agree. I don't use it at all whatsoever. Not that I don't like it. It's just something I don't do. I just have, maybe it's just a discipline thing where kind of like, yeah, I'm done trading. I just like walk away. And I'm not going to jump back in, but it's there in case we need it. It's like anything else. The example I used the other day, I don't know about this, like, hey, look at the entire country. I don't know if the speed limits on the roads are 65, most of the place 75. If you go out west, sometimes 80. Why does our car go 130? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you don't have to use it. So Emery, I want to just give, we literally have about 1 minute. We want to make sure we end these segments. We're doing this little thing and bing, bang, boom, get them going. You got 1 minute, last words. And then you'll hear from Dobie for the next hour or so.
We got something fun planned.
I can't wait. Looking forward to it. I would just say, listen, when we're learning and we want to pass these combines, it's like what I said in Fast Markets yesterday. What we get trained up to do is shoot those baskets in a tighter hoop so that we are very precise when we come into our XFAs. And if we can manage the same measures of risk, we're going to be winners and gainers in the market versus losers more than often. And so although we want to chase big numbers with 4 or 5 zeros at the end of it on a day because it makes us feel like a champion and we can wear a cape, the fact of the matter is we've got to make baby steps before we get to that space where we can go really, really big. And we get baby steps and then consistent baby steps and then bigger steps and then consistent bigger steps. The only difference between the professional and the amateur is consistency. That's all there is. Absolutely. So build it small. And once you build it small, replicate it and then size up. And the moment that consistency starts breaking up, go back to what you know, build on it, and step up again. Hopefully no rotten tomatoes are coming after me today.
Oh, no, you're
not
good.
at all. That's a great
Eat raspberries in the morning.
Wrap up this segment. We're going to put the, I just posted in the chat last time, the daily levels. Bookmark them. They're there for your knowledge. Use them as you wish to break through, to reverse, to trend between. Have a ball. They are there. So you're for the taking. A lot of professionals back here give a lot of great information. Emery, is always a pleasure. I love these Strategy Lab segments with you. Dobie as well. Thanks for listening. No, I'm just we're going to hear you now. Dobie's coming up. Who is driving? Dobie, you're the man, bro.
We got fun stuff planned. I'm
not going to give it away. All I'm going to say is I'm going to hand the segment driver keys over to Mr. Andre Dobie. You're going to get another hour of him. JD is on. JD, how Power Hour. Wow, PD, and then Coach Ray joining up as well. So, good stuff coming up. Stick around. We will be right back. Have a good weekend.
All right, here we go. We got a little special power hour in store for everybody. Rooster's calling me. I'm going to start calling Andre No Trades Dre. Well, here for surprise Rooster. Welcome everybody to Power Hour here on Topstep TV. Dolby, what are we doing for this power hour?
Oh, if you're watching us on a Friday during the summer at 2 p.m., you're getting the special stuff right now. So what we are going to do for this power hour is the reversal challenge. 4 traders enter, no one leaves or lives. So the name of the game here is that all 4 of us are going to be trading the micro NASDAQ contract with a 5 lot. We will all enter into a trade at approximately the same time. And for the next, let's say 20 to 25 minutes, we will not be allowed to close our trades. We will only be able to hit the reverse button. So all of us will be in the market at the same time for 20 minutes. No one is getting out until the first session is over. We will take a little bit of a break, do some plugs, things like that. And then we'll follow up with a second session in which we will trade again. We are all in sim accounts or practice accounts. This is not real money. Do not try this in a real account. No one is probably going to make money if I had to guess. If we do, that's great. And if you want to play at home, open up a fresh practice account and play along with us. Does anyone on the panel have any questions about how this is going to work?
Welcome.
You just have one button, right?
One
Well,
button,
you got 2.
reverse.
You got to make a choice in the very beginning, either buy or sell. But from there, it is reverse button only.
Okay.
Welcome to the Microdome, folks. Here we go.
Microdome.
And then Eddie, if we could get a poll in chat, who do we think is going to have the best P&L? Dolby, Dre, Coach Ray, or JD? We'll have chat vote on this, and then we will see who is the winner at the very end. And best negative P&L could also win theoretically. But we got about 20 seconds. Are we ready to enter into this market in about 15 seconds?
Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
Ready.
We're doing a micro NASDAQ. And in 10 seconds, we'll be in a trade. Everybody has to enter. Go.
Count it down.
Buy you 5.
I'm selling.
I'm long 5.
I'm long
5. And I'm just gonna chill. I
Pretty
just
long
chill
to short.
I'm Am I the only short? Okay, I'm the only one short currently. I'm sure. I don't know if that's going to work out.
right.
But we'll see. If I get squeezed out of my trade, I get squeezed out.
If you guys would all do me a favor, Ray, could you tell me what your entry was so I can plug that into chat for James? And then Jens, since you're in the Topstep TV channel, can you put in your entry prices for James?
Ooh, this is looking ugly fast.
Shorts.
I hit a market order too. I'm in at 699.
698.75.
I am shorts 20,698.5.
There you go. Get your votes in. Get your votes. No pushing, no shoving. Everybody gets one vote.
I think I'm long 700s. I'm long 700.
Ooh, Dolby time or Andre? You're up already, Coach Ray?
No. I say I'm long 700.
Okay.
I'm the price wise. That's not my P&L. My P&L is well below that.
Yeah, I mean, no one's really going to be booking a P&L till the very end here.
We're towards the bottom of this little 5-minute congestion area that we've been in. We've been stuck in what, a 40-point range here for the last.
I really hate to vote because I love you all the same.
You got to pick someone, Eddie.
Hey Ray, I think you pulled a Gabe, and I think you placed your trade in the dome on NQ, and your charts are MNQ. So just a heads up, you're long 5 minis.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait a minute.
Gotta redo that one.
DQ'd.
Randy,
wow.
Someone get Ray a reset.
Hillary's doing really well.
Reset's on, Ray. Here we go.
My charts.
Get her done.
My dome says, poo.
When do I hit this reverse button?
I don't know. I don't
either.
Thinking about it too.
What are we looking for? What are we looking for here? Looking for a rally. I mean, structurally, are we looking for big time frame stuff, small time frame stuff?
I mean, I'd rather add than reverse right now. Does that make sense?
Well, you can't. You can only
no adding, right?
Only reverse.
No
Reversing
adding.
only.
No adding.
Yeah. We're trying it with MNQ first, just in case we all get blown out in like 10 minutes trading NQs.
Dolby, what's your unrealized right now?
Plus 55.
Yeah. Okay. Down 55. So we're all in the same.
So far, with 545 votes, looks like we've got Dolby time with 40%, Coach Ray 28, Andre and JD tied with 16%.
Ooh.
Okay.
Don't have to be first.
To see where the love is. Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking for a breakdown here. We can do hashtag Power Hour.
Let's do it. What is it, Dolby?
On Twitter. Hop on Twitter or X. You can Zeet? You can Zeet at us, whatever it's called. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Share your trader wins, tick picks, battle stations, winning trades, funded trader certificates,
reverse.
Funny memes. Okay,
I was just thinking the same thing, Dre.
I am now short 5.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep. So we're gonna wrap this up at about 2:25 and then do plugs. So we have about at least 15 more minutes in this trade. So at Topstep on Twitter, hit us up, send us your best. This is the reversal challenge right now. No one is allowed to close their positions.
No one can get
only
out.
allowed to reverse. That is it. Only reverse your trade. There is no closing and no adding.
Liquidity to the downside here. 680 bid, 100 times, 110 times.
See, I can't tell you what I'm going to do because you guys might try to trade copy me.
I'm going to front run you, Dolby.
Front run me? On what?
Hey,
On
James.
Sim? Come get us.
James says, let's go on, Jay. What's up, man, James?
Anybody have a profit? Anybody sitting in profit right now?
I'm looking.
I am right now. Yes. I just
might.
reversed. I am now long.
I'm reversing. I booked 164. I'm now long. I need to turn off that. There we go. Okay. And then you can also do a double reverse. You can also double reverse. Oh yeah, double reverse. Well,
What is this? Make up the rule. Why? What is going on?
It's not great. It just means you're basically taking profit and then continuing the same trade, but you lose your entry.
You can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you can hit that reverse button as many times as you want.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
100%.
Yeah, there's no limit here.
Yeah, there's no limit. So I flipped.
Same.
Oh, pick 4.
Yeah.
Not
We're
long.
gonna try to work this range right quick. No, it's not a rule change. It's a clarification.
We didn't change the
I
rules.
don't know, Dolby. No. I don't know, Dolby.
Double
All
reverse.
right.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to double the reverse if you want to book profits and continue your trade? You lose your entry.
Who's long and who's? Let's say it again. Who's long and who's short right now?
Long.
I'm long now.
I'm long. What's Ray?
Price, Dolby.
I'm my account has gotten DLL.
Oh,
no.
We got to get
Those
you a
minis.
reset.
It's called Ray.
The minis.
Those minis.
We got to reset your account. That's why you don't
Ray,
do it.
shoot me a slide
Yeah.
with your username, Ray.
Will do.
We'll get Ray reset here. We'll dock
So
him.
now there's got to be something against that, hitting that
Doc.
DLL.
Yes,
Well, it was a
there has
mistake to
be.
begin with.
Yeah, it was a mistake. That's all.
Okay.
What's your unrealized,
Love you,
Dolby?
$40.
Ooh.
I'm long 20,681.50.
Long from 677.
Well, that's a way better price than I got.
But you were short from the start.
I was, yeah. I nailed that 5-minute one, but I don't know if it's going to continue down or reverse here. Yes, chat. If you have any feedback, if you like this segment, please let us know. We've never done this before. If you can think of any
Ever.
ways to improve whatever this is, please let us know. And if you're playing along at home, make sure you
Short.
are in a practice account.
Just flipped it. Just flipped it.
Gabe, are you on positions?
I'm holding.
No, it's James. I'm in the
Poor
box.
James. Poor James.
Reverse.
Reverse. He's like spinning plates and juggling at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, he doesn't have to update every single position, but if he wants to, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm reversing
Yes,
now
it is.
too. I'm short. I'm short 679.5.
You're shorts? Oh man.
Short from 682 quarter.
Yeah, kinda.
Ooh. It's like Wrigley Field with Oregon.
Mission.
Guys, should we make it easier on James and just make him do either long or short and not just entries?
Yeah, probably.
Just
You just
simplify it
update-
long or short.
Just update
Yeah,
every
or
5
just
minutes,
update
maybe.
Update PM maybe.
I stayed in that long way too long. My realized is down 265 right now, and I'm short.
Realize
I think this is the
37
appropriate
bucks.
music for this session.
Clown music.
Yeah.
Yep. I know it's coming. Yep.
Yeah.
Ray, you got that reset?
Let me refresh.
Yeah, if you refresh, it should be good.
Right. So the
Well, that's a
poll- the
100K account. That's not your 150K. You need to switch to 150K account so you have the same loss limits that we have.
I did the 100K. Should be good. Started today.
Oh, he should have 150. Can you give him a 150K account, JD, a fresh one?
It can take a minute. I'm gonna trade.
I'm in a trade. All right, we're selling off here.
We are
Can't be
selling
bothered.
off.
See where this goes.
All right, you
VWAP
should be good now, Ray.
20,562. 20,562 VWAP. A lot of room to go.
I'm going to see if I can get back to break even on this, and I might switch sides if I have
Ooh.
time. I'm taking a haircut if I...
Tilt 50-50. The minis.
Are you
The
you
micros,
getting
I should say.
support here? Are we getting support?
I know. We always have to be in a position, correct?
Always. You should always be in a position.
You have to be in.
No flat.
No
No,
exit.
flat.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
Just reverse.
Reverse only. Reverse only.
Gotcha.
All right, we're going to end the poll here. So far, Dolby with 40%, Coach Ray 27, JD 15, and Andre 17. 849 votes.
I'm in last place, huh? All right.
Man.
I get it. I get it.
I don't know. Ray's off to a late start here, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Hey.
That might come to his favor, though.
We'll see.
I don't know.
Buy it. All right, just flipped it. Realized P&L $65 positive.
I am 164.
Ozzy?
Chat. Yeah. Chat. What are we doing? We are doing the reversal challenge. If you joined late, 4 people on screen have entered into the micro NASDAQ. We have all put on a 5 lot in the MNQ, and no one can exit their position until we hit the reverse button. It is reverse button only. No one is flattening a position for at least the next 12 minutes. Then we will take a break, do some plugs, and hop back in.
This is tougher than it looks. This is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's kind of a thought experiment, which is why I wanted to take a break.
Sure is.
And kind of talk about it.
This is more fun than Rock'em Sock'em Robots and Toss Across.
Yeah. Can you reverse using the dome? You can. I think the reverse button almost exclusively exists on the dome. Unless there's one on the... Yeah, I think you have to use the dome in Topstep X. It's right below the sell button, reverse only.
Risk manager Brett just walked in the door.
Uh-oh. Don't tell him.
He's doing great.
I already told Mick. He kind of guffawed when I told him what we were doing.
I'm sure he did.
Short.
If I reverse now, I lose
6, 7, 8.
I never should have gotten flat.
Wait,
flat?
Who got flat?
No,
Wait a minute.
I'm saying, sorry, I never should have reversed. Sorry, I got to get used to that terminology. I never should have reversed. Because now I'm long 681s. I'm kind of in no man's land. I feel like 670s would have been better, maybe.
The risk team's having a conversation behind me. Can you guys hear it?
Uh-oh.
No.
Shoulder tap
I don't want ignorance.
Shoulder tap's coming. Shoulder tap's coming for everybody.
We are in trouble.
Make just let them have it.
Oh boy.
What are you going to shoulder tap me for? Being up $164, Mick? Come and get me.
Somebody said to come and get him, Mick.
Come and get me.
Short. Unrealized.
JD, what were the last 4 numbers of the account that you reset for Ray there? I'm trying to search for the account right now.
Oh, still not reset? Hang on a second.
No, it should be 1058.
You said 100K started today.
Yeah, I don't
the
like
last
it.
4 were
Yes.
65 or 75 or 5246.
Hammer this thing. Hammer this
100K
thing.
started today.
I'm reversing. I'm short.
I'm chilling.
It's a garbage entry. 665. I took a haircut. I lost almost everything.
I'm chilling.
You have a 50K that started today, but none of those have the last 4 that you were talking about, Ray.
Yeah, 105. It should be 1058 is the number. It says temporary liquidation.
This is just going to sell off.
Fred says, I feel like all the adults have left the house.
Ray, your new account is last 4 is 6532. Look for that one.
Oh, 6532. Okay.
Still short.
Just let us know what direction you choose.
Yes.
What time frame is good to watch? Are we trying to get like on the
I
1
just
minute?
reversed.
Yeah.
JD is long again. Got out of
JD's
my
long.
short, just reversed.
Oh God, do I have to
What's
reverse
your
then?
Realized down 151.
I'm switching to. I'm gonna go.
I'm going to go long as
with
well.
JD.
I'm going to go
Staying
long.
short.
I'm down 20 bucks. I was up 160. Now I'm down to negative 20. That was a vicious.
I was down 260. Now I'm down 150, and I got some
I'm
money.
long.
In this
I'm
trade.
up. I'm up 50. I'm
Up
long
60.
Deanna says, this is endlessly entertaining.
Well, that's good.
I'm long
At least
6/7s.
Yeah.
Nice.
What I'm trying to see is if this will reverse off the top. So resistance becomes support. Maybe we use that to bounce a little bit.
Has anybody else in chat went to their practice account and tried this? Are you playing along?
If you were playing along,
you too. Make
You
sure
too
you
can play along at home.
Make sure you're in
And
the
if you act
practice
now,
account.
make sure, yes.
Yeah, there's a reason Dolby
Robert's
added the
playing.
disclaimer at the beginning.
100%.
Robert Cooney's playing.
All right.
We got some people playing here.
Let's do it.
I tell you, the only thing though with that reverse position button, it's a panic button. It's the oh
is.
shit button. You know, oh shit.
And every time you press it, you just kind of lose a little bit of money. If you, you're always kind of chasing. So it's a little bit of a chase.
Slippage for sure. When you go to the market, you're never getting the best fill.
No, there's a lot of stuff working against us here. A whole lot.
ETF. Go to your dashboard, and there's a slide. You can get that practice account.
So when does the first session close, Dolby?
7 minutes. We'll wrap up and do some plugs,
2:30.
and then we'll hop back in.
So then we go flat, right?
We'll go flat, do plugs for like 5:10, and then finish it out for like 2:40 to 3 o'clock. The second session.
Savage, let's ask this question to Mr. Dolby. Savage is asking, what are we planning to achieve here?
That's a good question.
One,
Very good question.
Fun.
A little Friday fun.
Yeah, a little
we should be
entertainment.
Yeah,
we should be cracking beers with this, right? It's not real money.
If you want to, yeah. This is definitely tradertainment. However, as we do this, we might learn a thing or two about maybe our own trading system, whatever our biases are, what kind of biofeedback we get from hitting the reverse button, what it's like staying in a trade forever. This is all stuff that none of us ever really do. And so it kind of like expand your horizons as a trader and put you in different situations that you normally wouldn't be in.
It's like playing tennis with yourself.
Yeah. Hitting against the wall.
Okay.
Back and forth.
Also conviction too, right? Like this is going to test your conviction as a trader. If you really believe in your trade, then you're putting it on and you're hitting the reverse button.
There you go. Donald's got an idea. Every time you reverse, you take a shot.
There you go. Oh boy.
I would just hit reverse 3 immediately. Get this party started. I don't even need the P&L. Let's just get it going.
Market that D says she's going to have a shot each time somebody flips a trade. Girlfriend, you better start drinking, girlfriend.
This is
you in a trade,
try
Coach
this
Ray?
on your funded account.
No, God, no.
At some point.
Yeah, don't. Obviously, do not try this. Kind of digging the longs right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Guys, do not do this in your live account or trading combine.
Yes,
Use a practice
please
account.
don't do that
This
on
is
your
a
live account,
game.
guys.
This is a challenge. This is a psychological exercise.
This is how committed are you to your trade?
And don't contact support and say, they told me to do it.
No,
I know.
There's been like 4 disclaimers already. Do not do this. You don't get a cookie for winning. You get nothing. Absolutely.
Friday
nothing.
fun, folks. Friday fun.
Friday fun.
You'll get nothing and like it. Realized P&L, $95.
Ooh, nice.
I have 57.50.
Ooh,
my long position.
ETF CBOE.
Excluding
maybe
the
comment
DLL.
ever.
Excluding the DLL.
Let's get some P&Ls. Ray, you got anything positive, negative?
Well, it depends on how you're going to treat my DLL. But right now, I'm at 60.
That's
$60
fine.
positive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dolby time. What do you got?
I'm negative 20 right now.
Okay. JD, what do you got?
Realized down 150, unrealized up about 60.
Okay. And Andre?
Positive 95.
There you go. There's our leader right now.
I'm currently long. 74 and the orders.
Mm-hmm. We've already talked to the risk team, and they've already guffawed at us. So we're well aware of what is going on.
It was more of a harumph than a guffaw.
Oh, more of a harumph, not a guffaw.
Harumph?
Thank you for the
We're going to
clarification.
get shoulder tapped on a Saturday.
Yes.
How long back to DM saying y'all suck.
My
y'all
CRM
suck.
doesn't work anymore.
Winner doesn't have to go to the winner doesn't have to go to the production stand meeting. You get to leave right at 3:02.
There you go.
I feel like that's unfair.
Where's y'all suck at? Who was that?
I don't know.
All right, 3 minutes till.
3 minutes
Get
to
it,
roll
I
flat.
quit.
Chat, you wanted to see
You all
Andre
suck.
trading. We got Andre
There you go.
trading. This is what you wanted. We're just having fun, chat. It's summer.
Just
it's a
having
Friday.
fun.
What are you trying to
I
accomplish?
mean, look at the markets. What would we be doing otherwise?
What y'all want to risk real capital on a Friday in the summer?
I mean, the markets.
What would we be doing otherwise? It's Friday in Chicago in the summer. I would definitely be at the beach if I wasn't sitting here playing with the reverse button.
I got a tea time in a little bit.
Summer in the city.
He's going to the beach, yeah. I'm
90
kind of
seconds.
digging this, though. This feels good. Yeah, 90 seconds, though. Thank you, Dre, until we get flat. And if we have quiz winners ready, any hashtag power hour stuff, we can do that then. And then we'll hop right back into these trades as we try to slice and dice the MNQ with the reverse button only.
So are we going to ring a bell and I'll hit the close button? Is that what's going on?
Yep. Yep, in 10 seconds. There should be a timer right at the bottom of Step X.
60
5 seconds. Yeah.
60 seconds.
And 60. Yeah, sorry. 1 minute. I'm long 667. What do you got?
667.
I'm long 667.
Yeah, I'm long 667 in the orders.
Oh,
668.
Long from 74 in the orders.
Ooh.
30 seconds.
Yeah, oh man,
out of this. The buyer's gonna come in.
I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
Right?
I know. 20 seconds.
I think I'm holding. See if I can just book the profit and then just get the second session.
You're gonna hold through the break?
No. I'm
we're
going for the next.
You gotta go
15.
flat.
Yeah, in 15.
Pop this thing. 10 seconds.
10.
We all need the
3
same push
seconds.
to close this.
2, 1, flat.
Flat
and all. Yep. Okay.
Down 81 bucks.
All right.
Realized
Up
26.
I'm plus 17.
Plus
Plus
$80.
26.
Oh, Dre. Plus $80. Well done.
Nice, Dre.
Very, very fun. Chat. Oh, got people in chat playing as well. This
Nice.
is awesome. Look at this.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dolby.
fantastic.
Hell of an idea, man.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
fun.
Gabe, do we have any plugs?
We do. I've been waiting for my opportunity. I feel a little lonely back here.
Go, Gabe. Go, please.
JD's leaving me out of the whole get out of the stand meeting after this. I'm the one that's going to be chilling by myself in stand. You guys are all getting out of here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there with you, bro.
Market was timed
good
up
out.
with us. This is wild.
Good timing, yeah. Good timing to close.
Seriously.
All right, y'all,
Excellent
quiz
timing to
winners.
close those.
All good.
Let's
Just
knock them out
Look at
real
this.
quick. We got another
no,
80.
Look at this.
Another 80 resets.
What a move. We would
Oh
have
my
all gotten
God.
smoked.
Oh my God! Look
God,
at
this
this
is
shit.
insane.
We closed too soon.
That was perfect.
Or just in time.
That was long.
I think they were waiting for you guys to close.
Oh,
Someone
they
were
sure
watching.
were.
Someone mark that down.
All right.
Close longs right at 2:30 Central Time.
Yeah, is that a pattern?
We'll see what happens on Monday.
Yeah. Do we have hashtag power hour? Or do we have
I gotta
one
do
quiz
it.
winners?
I got to do quiz winners.
we'll get back in
we're
there.
All right,
we're just
okay,
getting back to
quiz
the
winners.
market there for a second.
Yeah, no, we can't trade. Just roll through everything.
All right. So here's the first batch one more time for today's top quiz. Leave this up for just another moment.
I vote for
Remember, 2:31 p.m. if you want to rewind. 2:31
Jets
p.m.
wrong.
Central Time. All right. There's round one. Round two. Final 40.
Mr. Tick.
Congrats.
Nice.
Check your emails on Monday morning.
Good luck, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, blowing through some power hour submissions. I got a few.
do it.
Wanted to start off with a little shout out to Ray here. James Bond was really quick with it.
Nice.
Just absolutely
God, you
this
guys
one.
move fast.
Nice.
God, you move
Coach
fast.
Ray.
Yes, only 5 minis. Yes.
Real fast. Real
Very good.
fast.
All right, in the same comedy notion here, we got 138 trading. Hindsight Capital. Y'all suck.
Y'all suck. Who was that? Who was that person that said that?
I don't know, but MP got so motivated with that he went and bought the domain for it.
Sure did.
Yes, he did.
That and what was the other one? We got a coin flip capital too.
Look at hindsight. Yep.
It's for real now.
All right, Carl Hungus on the concept of hindsight capital. Here's another one for us. Apparently, Emery is now
awesome.
Shrek fingers.
Yeah, she did say that earlier. Yeah, she is Shrek fingers.
Wow.
Shout out to Carl for the quickness.
Thanks, Carl.
Couple other submissions. We got nothing to see here. Submitting his stats. His link is available in the tweet if you want to go find it out or find it and take a look at his performance dashboard. Passed my second combine. 2 days. Let's go. Looking great, man. Congrats.
Oh yeah.
Another one here from Aaron.
Another one.
Or Aaron. Holding the YM long. Hopefully he didn't just deal with the dump that we just saw. Not sure if YM's moving directionally. Hoping that hits your target, my friend. Coming into the Friday close, though. Maybe protect some of that profit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid stuff.
And the last submission, we have Mass Trader Rick here. Started the live late, still up this morning, over $800 on the NQ play.
Very nice.
Oh, man.
Beautiful.
Nice
Great
trading.
stuff. But thank you guys for your submissions. And we will see you back Monday for #Fast Markets. Back to you guys. Let's get to the entertainment.
Cool. Fantastic. So first half recap, can do a little P&L update. I'm up 1770. I think the board is updated up top, right? Everything looks good up there. I just want to double check, make sure the P&Ls are updated.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
$26 on my end.
Yep.
Awesome. And cool. So this is going to be the second session for a reversal challenge. And in, let's say, 40 seconds. So at 36, we'll all hop back in with our micro trades. We are all in sim accounts. The rules of the game are we enter into 5
Get it now.
MNQ.
I want to get it now. I want to get it now.
Nope.
Shit.
Yeah,
No, you do not get it now.
Bless it.
You have 20 seconds before you can enter, Dre. 5 MNQ, reverse button only, and we will go until 3 o'clock. Close. Whoever has the highest P&L at the end wins absolutely nothing. If you're playing at home, use a practice account. Use a practice account. This is for exercise only. This is a psychological experiment.
Ready?
And yep.
Go.
I'm in.
Short 5.
Okay. Short 5.
Short 5 as well.
Okay.
I'm playing the opposite. Long 5.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Got it. I'm fading all you guys. I waited to hear what you guys said, and then I got in.
Dump.
Dump
this thing.
Cheating.
Dump this thing.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Look out below.
Eat it. When's he gonna puke and cover?
Where's this thing end?
Do you have
Robert,
to?
You have to trade.
Do anything.
Yeah.
That's what you want, right?
Well,
If you are playing along, then yes, you have to be in a trade for the reversal challenge. That is the name of the game. Do not get to flatten a trade. Reverse button only for the next 25 minutes. And that is it.
Ooh, doggy.
I mean, I think this would actually be good for the grasshoppers. I think, it's definitely forces you to really think through whether you want to stay and hold a trade or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is true.
And thank you, Coach Ray, for bringing in like a coaching element into this as well, because there is some.
Well, we need to get something out of this, right?
There is some psychological value here.
No, definitely is a psychological in play here, right? I think it really forces you to be committed in your trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
also, like
20 minutes left.
Maybe some. Yeah, we had a long time. Like maybe some biofeedback. Biofeedback is interesting. Testing your conviction is interesting. If you're a counter trend trader, then this might really test you as well, because you're going to be forced to essentially get with the trend, or else you're going to lose money.
Right.
So if you are playing at home, pull out a journal, see what this feels like. don't just waste this thing. This is still, you're in the market, you're making decisions. This can, in some ways, benefit your psychology if you let it.
Mm-hmm. How's it going, JD?
JD, you still
I reversed. I'm short. I'm short.
Oh, you reversed. Oh, you gotta let us know.
You were talking, Dolby. You were talking.
As soon as you started talking to JD, now it's starting to perk up here.
Interrupt me, please.
JD, throw your chart or open a second chart on MNQ if you're going to keep the regular NQ open. Switch your layout to 2 and have MNQ on the other so people can see your position.
That was the ultimate reversal right there.
Oh, good point. Good point.
If you like what you have in terms of analysis tools on there, just keep NQ open, but split the layout in half and go MNQ. Otherwise, just swap to MNQ. Up to you.
Excellent idea.
Other thing too is
Unrealized
draw levels on your chart. Yeah, what do you got?
Up 280, up 280, up 290, up 300.
We have like the same P&L.
Oh, Andre's rocking.
We have this. All the shorts are just chilling right now. I think no one's reversed on the short side.
Might just chill.
Some people in chat are saying have the ability to scale in and out. I don't know if I like that.
Oh, come on. No,
Part of the joy is having to commit 100% to a direction, and it really tests your resolve as a trader.
Where are you short from?
VWAP.
633.
Same.
632.
Yeah.
We could have gotten short 40s if Dolby didn't.
If someone didn't.
Dolby didn't let us get in there. Gates never opened.
Yeah. See, well, what levels are we looking at? Like, I'm kind of looking at 586. I'm looking at 554.
565 for this, I think, current move.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 565 for the current move.
Yeah. Oh, at the end, we actually could share our dashboards at the end.
This is true.
Mm-hmm. We can do that at the end. See how that goes.
Oh, they're just going to hammer this thing.
They are hammering it, yeah.
They still are, yeah.
Yeah.
Or are they? So here's like a situation in which the double reverse could be interesting, right? Because you could reverse the close and then reverse the open and book the profits, but then you're taking your entry from 633 down to 589.
Yeah, I was thinking
right?
Yeah,
So
it'd be nice to
a
be
little
able to
bit
book
of
some profits.
strategy there. Right. Or do you let it
hit
run,
target
right?
number
That's the
one,
game.
book
Or,
a
yeah.
profit.
I think I'm just going to stay in the green.
Right.
Or so you think.
God, I do not need this right now, okay?
They're just going to hammer this thing.
Into the close. Hammer into close.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
New lows on the close.
New lows. 566 is the low. We're currently trading 587. Don't see why not.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Look out below.
So like the 5 minute is just not range bound at all. Neither is the 1 minute. I'm just gonna let this chill here. So while this is going on, what are we kind of feeling here as traders versus like a unique situation, maybe a little round table here? What's kind of like our initial emotions while we're doing reversal trading here? What trade do you wanna go first?
This is wild, man.
It is wild, especially doing it live. Never doing it before, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent exercise for those who have trouble staying in trades. I think it's a way for you to really go through the demons that you might be experiencing and holding on to a trade. There's really no reason. There's nothing here that indicates that we're reversing. So
right.
I wish, Jim.
As soon as I say that.
Yeah.
Everyone's wishing they could trail a stop down.
I know, man.
I mean, I would be, for me, I'm coming into a target area. I like the 10% rule, where I like to tip the doorman. So if I have a target in mind, I get within 10% of that target. I like to tip the doorman 10% and get out of my trade.
Yeah, so can't get out though.
That's kind of my philosophy, but I can't do that here.
You can't get out. You're back in.
I can't do that here. So I have to either commit to the other side or just hold.
I'm reversing.
Wild.
I'm booking 400. I'm up 402. I'm reversed. I'm now long 20,594.
What do I do? Another strategy involved.
I'm waiting for VWAP.
Yeah, me too.
It's VWAP?
566. I got 571.
Yeah.
It's just tagging it here right now.
Yeah, 566 is where I have it.
That's what I have too.
71.
Not enjoying
Dolby
this.
time.
Not
Dolby
enjoying
time.
I kind of reversed at the top of the 1 minute range. Let's see if VWAP bounces, and it might be okay.
I ain't touching nothing.
Ride it out, cowboy.
Not a bad idea.
It is.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. There's VWAP.
Reverse, I'm long. I reversed.
You're reversing.
I reversed the VWAP.
Okay.
I'm in the green.
Other thing, yeah. Oh my God. I might give up everything.
Wow.
Might give up everything, Dre.
Yeah.
Giving it all up for this terrible long I took.
What price did you
another
get?
thing that's shitty, 594.
594. Ooh.
I think another thing is kind of is the feeling of being underwater in a position and being forced to close out.
Yeah.
I feel this is what it feels like if you're a big time trader and you are just eating it in the pits or on screen. You start sweating. Do I close my trade? Do I not close my trade? Do I hold it for longer and watch it move against me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Loserville. Population, you.
Oof.
Wow. Nice, Eddie.
Wow.
Brutal.
Ouch.
Oh, boys.
Yeah, I got my little channels drawn. So as long as I stay in my little channel, I'm good.
Oh, interesting. Well,
So, how are the people at home doing?
VWAP. No, JD, nice call. Shoot. Oh. Dead cat.
Wasco's up 370 on the minis.
Okay, I'm reversing.
Nice call, JD.
Somebody's kicking it.
I'm reversing long.
Soul Slayer up 3.3K.
What?
That has to be
What?
E-minis.
Come
That has
on.
to be E-minis.
Share the dashboard link. Share the dashboard link. I call bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Up 3K. Come on.
Call has been made.
Minis?
How much money
5
you up?
lots.
If I may be so blunt, who gives a shit?
Okay, I do, but I was just asking.
Let
Sorry.
it rip on a Friday. Love it. 14 minutes left.
Grizzlies up 640. That's more. 230 Maverick.
Longest 15 minutes of
Allison's
my
up
life.
527. Maine 433. We got some nice numbers here, man.
Well done.
Yeah.
For a
GD, what
button
price
that's
did you get?
dusty, we had a that button off.
What's up?
WD-40.
What price did you get? On the
I'm long at 74. 74 long.
Dre, how you feeling? You've been short for quite a while.
I have. I'm short from 633.
Yeah, it's a nice hold. That is a nice hold.
You didn't reverse rate? You're still short?
You're still
Yeah.
short?
No, I reversed. I reversed
I'm,
off of
Andre.
86.
I mean, here's a good call when you hit that VWAP. I mean, look what happened.
Yeah, well, may not hold.
I know it might not. It's just all lower highs.
GIC is long. Okay. Fly guy up 1529.
Target. Tug of war.
My finger on the trigger again.
Yeah.
Flip it.
I'm flipping it. I'm
There we
short.
go.
I'm short.
I
There
flipped.
we go.
Damn.
I'm short
Damn.
again.
Everyone's short again.
I don't think VWAP's holding. Unless it reverses right in our face. Oh, man. Dre, you're crushing it right now.
So far, so good.
Oh, no, a lot can happen in 13 minutes.
Absolutely, especially NQ. We got MOC coming up.
Oh, coming up here, yeah.
MOC is going to be wild.
Beep, 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 beep. All right.
Who's going to reverse on MOC? Anybody?
Ooh, I don't know.
I think I might.
I don't know.
Just to book something. I might book it, get long, then flip it back short just to book it.
We got with 3
We
minutes.
should have a
MOC.
sponsor, Tylenol migraine Headaches. Tylenol, migraine.
Bring
We're
me
trying
my
to get
BC
Doritos.
headache powder and a glass of water.
Coming right up.
Trying to get Doritos and Celsius and see if we can get some
There you go.
food sponsorships. Hopefully someone over there is watching.
Mm-hmm. Frito-Lay, if you're watching, hit us up.
Frito-Lay.
Who's up 1406? Good job, Chad.
That's
You know,
nice.
Frito.
Is up 1406?
Well, that's in the trading combat.
Chad.
I'm not sure if they're playing along or if that's just in general.
You too.
Dre, at what
11
point do you want to book
All right,
profits?
first, I'm
for
long
this?
again. I'm long again.
I don't think I'm going to. Maybe MOC.
Maybe MOC.
Actually, I'll do this. All right, I just booked it long. Now I'm getting back short. Boom.
Ooh, interesting
Realized P&L
strategy.
676. Realized P&L back short from
Nice, Dre. Nice.
564.
Doing better doing this.
Right?
292.
Should have had the
realized.
house account on. What the hell?
Trying to train the house
man.
account doing this.
50 contracts.
Yeah.
Put it on there.
Sure, Mick would love that.
Yeah. Trend is your friend.
There we go. I would just. Can we
This
do?
is very clearly a exercise in trading psychology. Be in a practice account. It is a Friday at 2:50 p.m. Central over the summer. Everything will be.
What are you
fine.
trying to accomplish? What are you trying to accomplish?
What are you trying to accomplish?
Sold!
Tradertainment,
Sold!
trading psychology.
Hey, Kemp.
Yeah, VWAP's not really holding here. I guess we're just rolling over, huh?
Coming up here.
It is
MOC in
rolling over.
3 seconds here. Let's see what our good friends at the Juice have for us. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. I remember how this changed yesterday. 3 billion, 16,000, 2,981,000 sell side S&P. NASDAQ, 1,432,000,000 sell side. These are big sells. Dow, 870 million sell side. We're clean cut here. There are no buyers in the Mag 7. 651 million to the sell side. These are heavy sells, folks.
20,500.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to watch
Everyone
this
has
for
a-
a while because yesterday, remember how it just sort of flipped?
Yeah, it did.
On a dime, yeah. It just stopped and went. Yeah.
Still showing no buys on that the Mag 7. Nothing.
All right, book it.
Full
Get back
port.
short again. Short again.
You booked it?
Interesting.
Wait, am I long or short? Shit, now I'm long. Yeah, now I'm long. Now I'm long.
My long or short?
No counter.
I'm long. I'm
trading
long.
here.
Realized P&L $1,179.
Nice, Dre. I'm still down.
Yeah.
852.
$79? Over
Ray,
$1,000?
coming.
Whoa.
What's Ray?
Whoa.
852.
Silent assassin.
Seriously. I'm trying to see if we
I
can
just
get
flipped long. I'm long at 27 now.
480s.
I just got short again. Realized
I
P&L
should do that.
1,358. 1,358.
Oh
Now
my
I'm back
goodness.
short. Now I'm back short.
Well done.
You know, I tell you, we stress about putting up money, and over here we're just sort of farting around having fun and putting up a good week in one day.
Trading micros. How much time we
Yeah,
got?
I
7
can't
minutes?
imagine what the commissions would be on a regular platform, but they would be quite high.
I must say, Topstep X,
Quite
man,
high.
keeping up.
Yeah, no commissions. So we can pump Topstep X, but no commissions for micros on Topstep X. And you get to trade 10 micros for every E-mini. Pretty good stuff.
Happen here. What's gonna happen here?
What kind of skills do we think that we're using here as traders? Just serious question.
Process.
Serious question.
No, I'm long. No, I'm long.
Your brain and your finger can communicate.
Yeah. Dre's in the chop shop right now. What's going on?
I am.
I know, right? I was in the chop shop myself a few minutes ago. I feel real spazzy at the moment.
Big time.
This isn't how I-
P&L up 13.
This is very uncomfortable.
Big time. Up 13.33.
1333. Oh my god.
What the hell is going on?
852.
I'm not winning this.
852 and waffling on my unrealized.
Are you short or long, Ray?
Let me see waffles.
I'm short. I'm short.
So am I.
But it's painful.
Yeah, it is. The buyers are
I'm
stepping
long
in
and it's
right here.
painful.
Oh my gosh. The buyers are stepping in.
What
Oh,
do you
that's
want?
long.
Do I do it?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
This looks like
No,
this
what am
looks
I-
like a
how
sweep
long?
here at some point.
If only we could move
Oh.
a stop down. If only.
Only we had a runner.
Only
Only we had a runner.
I'm not long. I don't like
Getting a
this.
little bit of consolidation here on the 1 minute. Maybe
Feels
this
like
is the big reversal here. I don't know.
Pop this up.
We are
big
everyone. We
reversal?
are in practice accounts. These are practice accounts. This is not real. This is an exercise, a psychological exercise, and tradertainment on a Friday. Cannot repeat
Professor.
that
Okay, I
enough.
reversed.
Professor Dolby.
Ah,
Stepping in.
I'm reversing.
I'm reverse long.
Yeah,
reverse
same.
long.
Same. I'm long from 526.
Everyone's
Long
long.
from
Yeah, I'm long
536.
527.5.
Wow, you guys
Is
are
we-
quick.
Is this when we flip? This when we flip?
For now.
Yeah.
Fungus.
I think
Fungus
what's
cracks me
yeah.
up.
I just flipped short. Realized P&L 1500.
Oh my goodness.
Realized
Short
P&L
from-
705.
I'm plus 447.
I'm
Short
down.
from, oh shit. Buying it now. Just flipped long. What am I? Yeah, I'm long.
All right. Got about 6 minutes here until we call it. The question is, who voted for Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voted for me.
17%.
Ooh, what is this candle? What
This
is
is painful. What's going on right now? What is going on? They're gonna hammer it. I flipped it. I'm short now. This is where I get
You
chopped
think
up.
they're gonna hammer it?
Realize,
I-
yeah. Realize P&L.
I'm reversing. I don't know.
This is where it
I'm in the
gets messy.
chop. I'm in the chop right now.
Mm.
I'm shorts. Let's see.
Oh, this is where it gets messy.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Let's see if we
Yeah.
can get to.
I caught myself in some chop around VWAP.
Yep.
Kind of ruined me.
Coach Roberts up $800. Is that right?
Nice.
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 Yeah.
I don't know what to do here.
I say
Let's see if
trading.
we can get down to 20,000.
It's the only button they got on the platform. Where's my
Just
buy
one
and
button.
sell button? No,
Yeah.
yeah, you only got that one. It's called the reverse position.
Yeah.
Inside trading.
Okay. Let's see. I've got to hold
Go.
it. I'm just holding short, I think.
Same.
I'm long. I got a minute till this candle closes. See what happens.
You know,
Yeah,
this
your
is like
position
in
check.
grade school
Yeah.
when on a Friday, when your teacher would say, "Okay, everybody, let's play 7-Up. Heads down, thumbs up." Just to
Oh, I
end the
love that
day.
game.
And on a Friday.
I should have never faded you guys when we first started. I waited to hear what everybody said. I knew everybody was going short. That's why I bought it.
On the second
I
set,
just wanted
yeah.
to be the contrarian.
JD, you could have really, I mean, you could have been out front, though, if it went the other way, obviously. All right, we got a poll going on here. Who's going to win the reverse challenge game?
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's
Now they're
Ray.
going to vote. Now they're going to vote. Yeah.
Now they're going to
Yeah.
vote. Yeah. Hindsight
I don't know.
capital. Here we go.
We hindsight. Where were you guys in the beginning? My
Oh, now
goodness.
it's like screaming Andre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm voting for Ray. I'm voting for Ray.
You can vote for yourself, you know.
Early
Coach
vote
Jay
Austin.
says we should let the auto liquidator close the positions.
Oh, we could.
Well,
Yeah.
hold on. No,
That's not till
we're just
no,
gonna
so it
flatten
wouldn't
it.
That's not till
close.
3:10. Yeah.
It would
That's
not
We're
till
gonna flatten it
after
right.
3 o'clock.
We got to
We're gonna
close at
flatten
3.
this thing right at the bell.
Yes,
just
Pip
went short,
Shredder.
too.
That's what we used to do. Look at shoes when you're playing 7-Up. Cheating over there. Heads down, thumbs up.
Everything looks.
Look at shoes.
Feels strong now, doesn't it?
It's hard. I'm going to like a larger time frame, and we're starting to like touch the bottom of the previous 4-hour candlestick, which was 20,522. So I wonder if there's like buyers stepping in. And this the 1 hour
like
candle was at 9 o'clock. So it's the 9 o'clock low
Interesting.
is 523 evens.
They're just hammering it.
So if we can get below that, then maybe that's GG right there for the Bulls.
Hey team. We're causing Joey Garza some crazy anxiety, but he loves it.
Anxiety.
He loves it.
Good, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
The suspense is horrible. I hope it'll last.
Can someone just rip the Band-Aid?
Yeah.
They're just selling.
Andre's stock is going up right now, though. Great P&L so far, Dre. A lot of people in chat were upset at you not trading, only driving, and look at you now.
Goodness.
You might actually win the very first round of the reversal challenge.
About it. This is only the first.
I want to play again. I want to play again next.
Yeah,
week.
this was amazing, by the way, Dolby. Great idea.
I'm glad.
Dolby's been trying to get this off the ground since, I don't know,
months.
2023, end of 2023. He's been trying to get this off
months.
This is a Big Sky. If you think you're learning bad behaviors by this, I think you might be approaching it wrong. This is a practice challenge. This is an exercise to practice.
Just got
learn a lot about your trading.
Why can't I reverse this? I'm getting
30 seconds, boys and girls.
Realized P&L 1459.
30 seconds.
1,084 realized.
Jeez.
What? Ray?
1,084.
Did you sneak in an E-mini or something?
Come on, Bell. Come on, Bell. I need that bell. Hurry up, Bell.
They're puking on me on the bell.
Come on, Bell. Come on, Bell.
Hey, Eddie, check your Slack real quick, brother. Got something important to share with you.
Okay, sorry about that.
I just wanted to beat
5
it.
seconds. We're
Beat it to the
closing.
close.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Boom. Flat.
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 Wow. Hey, everyone, well done.
What is it, Ray?
955.
1397.
Ray? What'd you get?
1397. 1397.
955 realized.
955. Very nice. Down $99.
I got 569. That makes Andre the winner
of the first
the very
challenge.
first ever reversal
Good
challenge.
job. Good job, Andre. Good use of the
Hey,
reverse.
Good job, Andre.
Excellent
What was
trading.
that?
You rode
just
that
do?
trend right to VWAP. That was your plan all along, and you crushed it. You participated in chat. Hope you had fun. Eddie.
Yes,
take it
sir.
away.
Oh yes, hey, that was different. I think my
Sure
camera's
was.
on.
It was awesome. I can't wait to play
Different.
again.
That was.
Little
We'll
fun
call that
here,
fun.
folks. Little tradertainment, little education. Now the thing is, I bet you a lot of you that do have Topstep X wondering, what's that button do? I'm afraid to hit it. I'm afraid to touch it. But now we know what it does. So, but be careful with it. Be careful with it. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got on the menu for Monday. Monday is going to be the 15th, I believe. Yes, the 15th of July. Already. We're halfway through the month already, folks. What's going on? My goodness here. Okay. Really nothing early coming in Monday. All right. 7:30 New York Empire Manufacturing. Minor. Taking a look here down 11 o'clock. What? Paul's going to be speaking again. Okay. 10:30, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. Fed Chair Powell speaks. Also later in the afternoon here, FOMC member Daly will be speaking. And that's about all we've got here for the eco numbers. But then again, after we get through the weekend, there might be some things added, like more Fed speakers like we had this week that they weren't even on the list and they were talking. Coming up, oh my goodness, here, the 15th, we got a draft here. Join JD and myself. Hoag's going to be back about Wednesday, I think, Wednesday or Thursday, somewhere around there. But join us here, 8 o'clock Central Time, Monday. We're going to fire up the machine, get the show going, start the party. Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Deanna, Nick for a tick. We also got Peter Tuckman, Andre Dolby, and Robert. Robert, is that our Robert? I think that's our Robert. Yes, Robert Cooney. Jack and Vanessa for Top Quiz. Jack and Mick for Shoulder Tap, JD and Robert for group coaching, Robert Dolby, Anne Marie for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, and to end the day, Monday the 12th, Andre Dolby and Zach Anthony. We love Zach. Zach's a cool dude, man, and he's got some good stuff to share with us. Awesome. Also, I want to, don't run away yet. Don't run away. We got two big announcements here. And this one, I'm really proud that we're going to be doing this. I can't wait to see this. Deanna. Yes, Deanna. Market Stalker in the chat. Deanna is going to be with us here Monday for Fast Markets. And she's also going to be hosting Topstep TV's first London session. Let me get this so I'm not looking up into the sky here. The London session show this coming Tuesday, the 16th of January at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Wow.
July, right, Eddie? Not January.
July. What did I say?
It's January, but it's okay.
It's January.
I think they know. Right? They know. Yeah.
Did I say January? Boy, I tell you, I'm getting old. I'm
It's
getting
Friday.
old. Time for some correction gummies. Let me say that again. London session shows this coming Tuesday, July. I could have said January. July 16th at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Don't worry, Monday we will remind you. Also, Coach Dakota is going to be hosting Topstep TV's first Sunday night slow market this Sunday. It's the 14th of April. No, wait, the 14th of July. Yes, this is all in July. It's coming up in a few days. You know me by now. July 14th at 8 p.m. Central Time. So, Deanna, Tuesday, July 16th, 3:30 a.m. It's a.m., folks. All right? So get your ass up early. And Coach Dakota this Sunday at 8 p.m. Before you go to bed, get ready to see JD and myself. So those are two that we do have. And also, folks, I don't know about you, but I had a fantastic week. Of course, learning something just about every day, having fun with the community, learning from our educators. And, I've been in this business about 40 years. I'm still learning things each and every day. So keep that in mind. We love having you, and I hope that you love being here with us. So it's family time. This is the weekend now, okay? So maybe tonight you shut the phones off, turn the TV off, maybe pull out a board game, order a pizza, get the kids around the table or wherever you have, and have some family time. Remember, get some love from those that are closest to you, whoever your family is. So let's get some rest. Let's re-energize. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day and weekend. Until we meet again. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.